Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Kalya Harry, presenting to you today what if Joker kidnapped Harry Potter and turned him into Gotham's most dangerous magical villain. Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1. The punchline: the portkey was wrong. Harry knew at the instant his fingers touched the rusted tin can and the hook behind his navel pulled hard enough to yank his spine through his stomach. Portkeys were uncomfortable. Everyone said so. That swirling, nauseating tug through compressed space that made you want to vomit and laugh at the same time. Harry had used them before. He knew what they felt like. This didn't feel like that. This felt like being torn apart at the molecular level and stitched back together by someone who'd never seen a human being before and was working from a bad description. The world didn't spin, it shattered. Colors he couldn't name screamed past him. Sound became texture. He could taste the number 7. And somewhere in the middle of it all, in that howling void between one reality and another, Harry James Potter heard something that would haunt him for months afterward. Laughter. Not his own. Not anyone he recognized. Just laughter, high, wild, and absolutely delighted, echoing through the dimensional static like it had been waiting for him. Then concrete. He hit it face first at what felt like 60 miles an hour, skipped like a stone across a pond, and slammed into something made of brick and rust and garbage bags. The impact shattered his glasses. His left arm snapped. He heard it before he felt it, that wet stick crack that his brain helpfully identified a full second before the pain caught up and turned his vision white. Harry screamed. The scream came out wrong too, ragged and thin, more animal than human, and it carried something with it. Something that ripped out of him alongside the pain and the terror and the absolute wrongness of everything. The dumpster he'd hit exploded, not caught fire, not dented, exploded. Metal shrapnel sprayed in a perfect circle, embedding in brick walls and shattering windows 40 feet in every direction. Car alarms woke up screaming. A fire hydrant 3 yards away sheared clean off its base and launched a geyser of black water into the sky. The streetlights, every single one of them for 2 full blocks, burst simultaneously, raining glass like jagged snow, then silence, or something close to it. Just the hiss of the hydrant and the groan of settling debris and Harry's own breathing, wet and ragged, face down in a Gotham City alley he didn't know existed 5 seconds ago. He tried to move. His left arm shrieked in protest and he stopped trying, pressing his forehead into the filthy concrete and just breathing. In, out, in, the air tasted like diesel and rot and something chemical he couldn't identify. Not like England, not like anywhere he'd ever been. His wand. Where was his wand? Harry patted his robes with his good hand, frantic, ignoring the glass cutting his palm. Right pocket empty, left pocket empty. The wand holster on his forearm empty. He rolled onto his back and stared up at a sky that was wrong. The stars were wrong. The moon was wrong, or rather, it was right, a fat crescent hanging in brownish haze, but the constellations around it were gibberish. He'd spent 5 years studying astronomy with Professor Sinistra, and he couldn't find a single familiar pattern. Okay, he whispered to nobody, his voice cracked. Okay, right. He sat up slowly, cradling his broken arm against his chest. The alley was narrow and long, bracketed by buildings that rose 5 or 6 stories on either side, all crumbling brick and rusted fire escapes. Trash everywhere. The smell was extraordinary, layers of decay so thick they had texture. Somewhere distant, a siren wailed, nothing like the ones he knew from Little Winging. Sharper, more urgent, no robes. His Hogwarts robes had been shredded by the transit. He was down to his jeans and a t-shirt, both torn and bloody, barefoot. His trainers were just gone, swallowed by whatever had happened between there and here. He needed his wand. Without it he was not helpless. The dumpster had proven that. The streetlights had proven that. Accidental magic. The kind he hadn't done since he was 10 years old, the kind that erupted when control failed and raw emotion took the wheel. But that was the problem, wasn't it? Accidental magic was just that. Accidental, uncontrolled. He couldn't aim it, shape it, rely on it. Wand, he said out loud, as if saying it would make it appear. Wand, wand, wand. Something moved at the end of the alley. Harry froze. His eyes had adjusted to the dark by now. Whatever city this was, it wasn't completely without light. Orange haze from distant street lamps, the ones he hadn't destroyed, and the sick greenish glow of what he'd later learn was Gotham's chemical skyline painted just enough illumination to see by. The figure at the alley's mouth was tall and thin, standing with an unusual stillness that immediately made the hair on Harry's neck stand up. Not the stillness of someone who hadn't noticed him, the stillness of someone who'd been watching for a while. Now that, said a voice like honey poured over broken glass, was spectacular. The figure stepped forward, 1 step, 2, moving with a loose-limbed ease that was somehow worse than if he'd been running. Harry's instincts, honed by 4 years of near-death experiences and 1 actual death he'd witnessed up close, screamed at him to move, to run, to do something. But his arm was broken and his wand was gone and he had nowhere to run to. The man emerged from the shadows in pieces. First the shoes, pointed, scuffed, oddly formal. Then the suit, purple, Harry realized, purple and green, the kind of color combination that should have looked ridiculous but instead looked wrong. Like the colors were fighting each other. Then the hands, long, thin, gloved in white, fingers twitching in a way that made Harry think of spider legs. Then the face. Harry had seen monsters. He'd looked into Voldemort's crimson eyes, watched a basilisk's reflection in a puddle of water, felt a Dementor's breath on his skin. He'd faced things that grown wizards ran screaming from. This face was different. This face was human, and that made it worse. Chalk white, not pale, not albino. White, like someone had drained every drop of pigment and replaced it with paint. Green hair, lank and greasy, swept back from a high forehead. And the mouth, God, the mouth, stretched into a grin so wide it looked like someone had taken a knife to the corners and just kept cutting. Red lips, yellow teeth, and eyes that sparkled with an intelligence so sharp and so fundamentally broken that Harry felt his magic stir in his gut like a cornered animal. "I was on my way home from a very productive evening," the man said, spreading his arms wide like a carnival barker. His voice bounced between registers, high, low, sing-song, sharp. "Two judges, a district attorney, and a very surprised hot dog vendor. Don't ask about the hot dog vendor, it's not what you think, or maybe it is. Depends on how creative you are." He giggled, and the sound made Harry's teeth hurt. And then, boom, every light on the block goes out. A dumpster, mind you, goes off like a firecracker, and I find a half-naked teenager lying in the wreckage like a baby bird that fell out of the ugliest nest in the world. He stopped 6 feet away, tilted his head. Those awful eyes studied Harry with an intensity that was almost clinical. "So, the Joker said, what are you?" Harry said nothing. His mouth was dry, his arm throbbed in time with his heartbeat. Every instinct he had was firing in contradictory directions, fight, flee, freeze, and the net result was that he just sat there in the garbage and the glass and stared. "Oh, don't be shy." The Joker crouched down, bringing that face to Harry's level. This close, Harry could see the cracks in the white makeup he realized, or something like it, layered over scars that twisted the smile into something permanent. "I saw what you did, the lights, the dumpster, he waved at the destruction. Whatever that was. That wasn't a bomb. I know bombs. I know them intimately. That was something else. Something." He leaned forward. "New." "Stay back," Harry said. His voice came out steadier than he expected. Quiet but firm. The Joker's eyes widened. Then he laughed, a real laugh this time, not the giggle, and it was somehow worse because it sounded genuinely pleased. "Or what? You'll bleed on me, you'll glare me to death." He leaned closer. "You're hurt, you're alone, you're sitting in garbage, and you're telling me to stay back." The grin stretched impossibly wider. "I like you already." Harry felt the magic building in his chest. Not controlled, not directed, just building like pressure in a sealed container. The glass shards around him started to vibrate. A faint hum filled the air just at the edge of hearing. The Joker noticed. His eyes dropped to the vibrating glass, then rose back to Harry's face, and something shifted in his expression. Not fear. Harry didn't think this man was capable of fear, not really, but interest. The kind of interest that a child shows when they find a new insect and haven't yet decided whether to study it or pull its wings off. "Oh," the Joker breathed. "Oh, that's you, isn't it? That's you doing that." The glass lifted. 100 tiny shards rising off the ground like a glittering cloud, spinning slowly in the air between them. Harry hadn't meant to do it, but he didn't stop it either. "I don't know where I am," Harry said. "I don't know how I got here. But I promise you, if you touch me, you will regret it." For a long moment, the Joker just looked at him, the spinning glass reflected in those dark eyes, little points of light dancing in the void. Then he stood up, straightened his jacket, and thrust out a white-gloved hand like they were meeting at a dinner party. "Gotham City," he said brightly. "You're in Gotham City. Jewel of the eastern seaboard, murder capital of the western hemisphere, and the only place in the world where the cockroaches have learned to pick locks." He wiggled his fingers. "And I'm the Joker, your new best friend, whether you like it or not." Harry didn't take the hand. The glass hung in the air between them, a silent threat and an exhausted bluff, and Harry thought, "I've never heard of Gotham City in my life." The Joker let the hand hang there for 3 seconds, then withdrew it with a theatrical shrug. "Suit yourself, but here's the thing, kid." He squatted again, elbows on knees, that grin never wavering. "It's 2 in the morning, you're in the Narrows, that's the part of Gotham where even the rats carry switchblades. You've got a broken arm, no shoes, and you just set off what sounded like a bomb, which means the police are coming. And in this city the police are, well," he chuckled. "Let's just say they shoot first, ask questions never, and file the paperwork into the nearest trash can." "I can handle myself," Harry said. "Against bullets." The word landed like a punch. Harry knew what bullets were. He'd grown up in the Muggle world, watched enough television through the gap in his cupboard door to understand guns. The wizarding world didn't use them, they didn't need to. But here, without a wand, without robes, without any visible sign of magic, he was just a bleeding teenager in a dangerous city. And a bullet moved faster than he could think. The Joker saw the calculation happen. That grin sharpened. Come with me, he said, standing up and turning on his heel like the conversation was already over. I've got a place, warm, dry medical supplies, well, medicalish supplies. I'm not a doctor, but I've put enough people back together to know which bits go where mostly. He paused, looked over his shoulder. Or stay here, wait for the cops. Get shot, get arrested, get tossed into Blackgate with the rest of the animals. Your call, kid, I'm just offering a friendly hand. He started walking. Harry sat in the wreckage and watched him go. Every rational thought in his head said don't follow the man with the painted face. Every survival instinct said this is a predator and you are prey. But underneath all of that, in the cold, pragmatic place that had kept him alive through 4 years of mortal danger, a smaller voice said, "You're in a city you've never heard of in what might be a completely different world. Your arm is broken, you have no wand, no money, no allies, and no idea how to get home. The police are coming. And this man, this obvious, glaring, neon sign lunatic just offered you shelter." The sirens were getting closer. Harry stood up. The glass shards dropped, clattering on concrete like tiny bells. His bare feet left bloody prints on the alley floor as he walked, and every step sent a jolt of pain through his broken arm that made his vision sparkle at the edges. He followed the Joker. The Joker didn't look back, but Harry could hear him humming, something tuneless and wandering, almost cheerful, and it echoed off the alley walls in a way that made the shadows feel closer. They walked for 10 minutes through a maze of alleys and service corridors that Harry couldn't have navigated again if his life depended on it. The Joker moved through Gotham's underbelly like water through pipes, fluid, confident, never hesitating at a turn. Twice they passed people, a homeless man sleeping under cardboard who the Joker stepped over without acknowledgement, and a woman in a short skirt and smeared makeup who took one look at the Joker's face and pressed herself flat against the wall, not breathing until they'd passed. Nobody looked at Harry. In Gotham, apparently, a barefoot, bleeding teenager following a man in a purple suit through back alleys at 2 in the morning wasn't worth a second glance. The hideout was underneath a condemned theater called the Monarch. Harry recognized the type of building, grand once, decrepit now, all crumbling Art Deco facades and shattered marquee lights. The Joker led him around back, down a flight of stairs hidden behind a dumpster, through a steel door that required 3 different keys and a sequence of knocks, and into a space that Harry's brain refused to categorize. It had been the theater's basement once, storage maybe or dressing rooms. Now it was everything. Living space, workshop, armory, and what appeared to be a fully stocked chemistry lab, all crammed together without any apparent organizational system. The walls were covered in newspaper clippings, photographs, hand-drawn maps, and what looked alarmingly like blueprints for city infrastructure. A long workbench ran along one wall, covered in tools and components and things Harry didn't want to look at too closely. The floor was concrete, stained with substances he chose not to identify. The lighting was fluorescent and buzzing, giving everything a sickly blue-white cast, and everywhere there were playing cards. Pinned to walls, scattered on surfaces, tucked into cracks. Jokers, all of them, hundreds of grinning jesters staring down from every angle. "Home sweet home," the Joker announced, shrugging off his purple jacket and tossing it over a chair. Underneath, he wore a green vest over a patterned shirt, and without the jacket he looked thinner, almost gaunt. "Bathrooms through there, don't drink the water unless you enjoy hallucinations, that's not a joke. There's something genuinely wrong with the pipes and the medical supplies are." He rummaged through a drawer, pulled out a first aid kit that looked like it had survived a war and tossed it to Harry. "Catch." Harry caught it with his good hand, barely. "Your arm," the Joker said, nodding at it. "Broken? Yes. Clean break or messy? I don't know, it feels clean." "Then set it, splint it. There's gauze in the kit and wooden slats in that box over there. I'd offer to help, but..." He held up his hands, fingers spread. "These hands are better at breaking things than fixing them." "Occupational hazard." Harry stared at him. "You're just going to let me fix it myself. What did you expect? A hospital visit, a lullaby, a nice cup of cocoa?" The Joker dropped into a battered armchair and kicked his feet up on a crate. "I'm a criminal kid, the most wanted man in this city. I don't do bedside manner, I do opportunity." "Opportunity? You," the Joker pointed at him with both index fingers, "are an opportunity, don't know what kind yet. But I saw what you did in that alley and I've been in this business long enough to know extraordinary when I see it." He folded his hands behind his head. "So, fix your arm, get some sleep. And in the morning you're going to tell me exactly what you are and where you came from, and then we're going to figure out what to do with you." Harry looked at the first aid kit, looked at the Joker, looked at the door they'd come through, which the Joker had locked with the same 3 keys and was now leaning against with his chair. Trapped, he thought. Then, number not trapped, temporarily without better options. He found a clear space on the floor, opened the first aid kit, and began the ugly business of setting his own arm. He'd watched Madame Pomfrey do it a dozen times, and once, in second year, she'd talked him through splinting a minor fracture when the hospital wing was full. The memory felt like it belonged to someone else. Some other Harry in some other life in a world where magic had rules and adults pretended to have answers. The setting was bad. He bit down on a strip of gauze and yanked the bone straight, and his vision went red and then white and then came back in stages like a TV warming up. He splinted it with the wooden slats, wrapped it tight, and sat there breathing through his nose until the nausea passed. The Joker watched the entire process without comment. But Harry noticed his eyes never left Harry's face, specifically Harry's expression, cataloging it, measuring his reaction to pain like a scientist measuring the boiling point of a new compound. "You've done that before," the Joker said when Harry was finished. "Number, but you didn't scream." Harry looked at him flatly. "I've had worse." Something flickered across the Joker's face, not sympathy. Harry didn't think the Joker's face was built for sympathy. Curiosity maybe, or recognition. "How old are you?" the Joker asked. 15. 15, and you've had worse than a broken arm." The Joker tilted his head. "Tell me something, kid. That thing you did in the alley, the lights, the dumpster, the flying glass, can you do it again?" Harry considered lying. Considered saying it was a one-time thing, adrenaline, a fluke, but something about this man, about this place, made him not want to lie. Not because the Joker deserved honesty, but because Harry was suddenly viscerally tired of pretending to be less than he was. "Yes," he said, "I can do it again." "What is it?" "Magic," he said it plainly. No build-up, no hedging, no apology, just magic. Let the man do with it what he would. The Joker stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then he started laughing. Not the performative giggle or the threatening cackle, a real helpless bent-over wheezing laugh that went on until tears streamed through the white paint and his chair nearly tipped over backward. "Magic," he howled. "Magic, oh that's beautiful. I was expecting what military experiment, alien, metahuman, but magic," he slapped his knee. The look on Batsy's face when he hears about this, oh, this is the best night of my life. "Who's Batsy?" Harry asked. The Joker stopped laughing so abruptly it was like someone had hit a switch. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, and looked at Harry with renewed interest. "You don't know who Batman is?" "Number. You don't know who I am?" "Not really." "Number, you don't know what city you're in?" "You said Gotham, I've never heard of it." The Joker stood up, walked slowly toward Harry, stopped 2 feet away and looked down at him with an expression that Harry could only describe as wonder. "Where are you from?" the Joker asked, quietly this time, almost gentle if gentle was something this man could be. "England," Harry said, "but not this England. I don't think this is my world." "Your world." There was a device, a magical transport device. Something went wrong with it. There was a tear, a rip in. Harry trailed off. How do you explain a dimensional rift to someone who'd never heard of portkeys? "I was pulled through a hole in reality and dropped here." The Joker absorbed this. His eyes were doing that clinical thing again, rapid-fire calculations happening behind the paint and the grin. "So," he said slowly, "you're telling me that you're a wizard from another dimension, stranded in my city with no way home?" "Yes, and you can make things explode with your mind." "That's a simplification, but yes." The Joker threw his head back and screamed with laughter. It bounced off every wall in the basement, amplified by the concrete and the low ceiling until it was physically painful, and Harry gritted his teeth and waited it out. "Oh, kid," the Joker gasped, wiping his eyes. "Do you have any idea what you are? Do you have any idea? You're the punchline. You're the punchline to a joke I didn't even know I was telling." He spread his arms wide. "Welcome to Gotham City. You're going to love it here." Harry didn't respond. He leaned back against the wall, cradled his splinted arm, and closed his eyes. The fluorescent lights buzzed. The Joker's laughter slowly subsided into giggles, then chuckles, then a low, satisfied hum. And somewhere above them, through layers of concrete and earth and the rotting bones of the Monarch Theater, Harry could hear the city. Traffic and sirens and the distant rumble of a train and 10 million people doing whatever people did at 2:30 in the morning in a city that shouldn't exist. He slept. Not because he felt safe, he didn't, but because his body gave him no choice. The transit, the broken arm, the magic expenditure, it all caught up at once and dragged him under like a riptide. He dreamed of Cedric Diggory's open eyes. Morning in the Joker's hideout was indistinguishable from night. No windows, the same fluorescent buzz. Harry woke to the smell of coffee, actual, real coffee, and the sound of the Joker talking to someone on what sounded like a radio. "Tell Frost I want the shipment rerouted through Amusement Mile." "No, the other Amusement Mile. The one with the yes, that one. And if he gives you trouble, remind him what happened to the last person who gave me trouble. Actually, don't remind him. It's funnier if he doesn't know." Harry opened his eyes. His arm throbbed. His whole body throbbed, actually, a deep cellular ache that he recognized as magical exhaustion. He drained himself badly in the alley. It would take days to fully recover, and without a wand to focus through, he wasn't sure what recovery even looked like. The Joker was at the workbench, hunched over something with a soldering iron in one hand and a radio handset in the other. In the harsh light, without the dramatic shadows of the alley, he looked less theatrical, more real. The paint was smudged from sleep or lack thereof, the green hair was flat on one side, and the scars, Harry could see them clearly now, were savage, thick, keloid ridges that turned the permanent grin into something less like makeup and more like damage. "Morning sunshine," the Joker said without turning around. "Coffee's on the counter." "It's terrible, you're welcome." Harry stood up stiffly. His feet were raw from the glass and the barefoot walk crusted with dried blood. He found the coffee, a chipped mug next to a dented percolator, and drank it standing up. The Joker was right, it was terrible, he drank it anyway. "I need clothes," Harry said, "and shoes. There's a box in the corner, previous tenants' leftovers, probably won't fit, but it's better than the homeless waif look. Less conspicuous." The Joker set down the soldering iron and swiveled on his stool. "Now, you were going to tell me about the magic." It wasn't a question. Harry sipped the terrible coffee and considered his options. He'd spent the last 5 years in a world where the statute of secrecy was paramount, where exposure of magic to muggles was a crime punishable by imprisonment, where the entire wizarding government was built around the principle that non-magical people must never ever know. But this wasn't his world. There was no Ministry of Magic here, or if there was, he had no connection to it, no obligation to it. The rules he'd lived under didn't apply. And more pragmatically, this man had already seen magic. The cat was out of the bag, the only question was how much to reveal. "Where I come from," Harry said slowly, "there are people who can use magic, we're born with it, it's genetic sort of. We have schools, governments, entire societies hidden from the non-magical world." "Hidden?" The Joker's eyes narrowed. "How do you hide an entire society? Charms, enchantments, memory modification. The non-magical world, we call them muggles, they don't see what they're not supposed to see. Walking right past wizard buildings, forgetting conversations, explaining away things they can't understand. That's..." The Joker trailed off, and for the first time Harry saw something on his face that wasn't amusement or calculation. It was genuine awe. "That's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard, and I've heard some doozies. It's just how things were." Harry set down the mug. "I was a student, a wizard school in Scotland. I was on summer holiday and there was a device, a portkey that was supposed to transport me to my friend's house. Something went wrong, the magic, I think it cracked something, broke through whatever barrier separates your world from mine, and I landed here. Can you go back? I don't know, maybe I'd need my wand at minimum, and I'd need to understand how the rift worked. Dimensional magic isn't. It's not something I was ever taught. I don't think it's something anyone in my world fully understands." "Your wand," the Joker tilted his head, "that's important. It focuses the magic. Without it I can still do things, you saw that, but it's raw, unfocused, like..." He searched for an analogy, "like the difference between a fire hose and a waterfall, same water but when you can aim. So right now you're a waterfall, a very tired waterfall with a broken arm," the Joker grinned, "but a waterfall nonetheless." He stood up and paced, fingers laced behind his back, and Harry could practically see the gears turning. "No wand in this world for you. We don't have wizard shops on every corner, which means either you find a way to make one or you learn to aim the waterfall. Or I find a way home. Or that, sure." The Joker waved a hand dismissively. "In the meantime, and I want you to really think about this, kid, you're a wizard in a city with no magic. None, zero. The closest thing we've got is a guy in a cape who punches people and a woman who talks to plants. You can make things explode with your mind, you can, what else can you do? What's the full menu?" Harry hesitated, then thought, what does it matter? Levitation, transformation, turning objects into other objects. Shielding, healing, basic, fire, light, telekinesis, more or less. Memory modification, reading minds, erasing memories, implanting suggestions. Teleportation with a wand, dozens of combat spells, hundreds actually. He paused. "I was training for a war." The Joker had stopped pacing. He was standing very still and his expression had shifted into something Harry hadn't seen on him yet. It took Harry a moment to identify it. "Hunger. A war," the Joker repeated softly. "A 15-year-old training for a war. There's a dark wizard in my world, the most powerful dark wizard in centuries. He killed my parents when I was a baby. He's been trying to kill me ever since. Harry's jaw tightened. "I'm supposed to be the one who stops him. That's what everyone tells me. The chosen one, the boy who lived. A bunch of titles I never asked for, attached to a destiny I never wanted." The silence stretched. The fluorescent light buzzed. Then the Joker sat down on the edge of the workbench and looked at Harry with an expression that was almost human. "Kid," he said, "what's your name?" Harry Potter." "Harry," the Joker tasted the name. Harry, let me tell you something about Gotham City. This place, this beautiful, rotten place, it chews people up. It takes the good ones and breaks them and spits out the bones. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. The honest cop who starts taking bribes. The crusading DA who flips a coin to decide who dies. The billionaire who dresses up like a bat because he can't process grief like a normal person." He leaned forward. But every now and then, very rarely, someone comes along who doesn't break, someone who does the breaking. And Harry, I've got a nose for these things, I think that's you. I'm not interested in breaking anything, Harry said. I want to find a way home. Sure you do right now, but give it a week. The Joker hopped off the bench. Give it a week in Gotham and tell me you still want to go back to being someone else's weapon. The words landed harder than Harry expected. Not because they were clever, the Joker was always clever, he was learning that fast, but because they were true. Someone else's weapon, that's exactly what he'd been. Dumbledore's weapon, the Order's weapon. A tool shaped since infancy to aim at one target, and nobody had ever asked him if he wanted to pull the trigger. He didn't say anything. He found the box of old clothes, pulled out a pair of jeans that were too big and a black hoodie that was too long, and changed with his back to the Joker. The shoes were a lost cause, old boots 3 sizes too large, but he stuffed newspaper in the toes and laced them tight and called it good enough. I'm going out, Harry said. Brave, stupid but brave. The Joker tossed him something, a roll of bills, crumpled and dirty. Eat something, don't get killed, and Harry, he waited until Harry met his eyes. Don't go to the police. Don't go to the hospitals, don't go to anyone in a uniform. This city isn't like wherever you're from. The institutions here aren't just corrupt, they're weaponized. The only person in Gotham who'll help you without an angle is a man in a bat costume, and he'll put you in a cell for your own protection. Trust me on that. Why should I trust you on anything? The Joker spread his hands. Because I'm the only person in this world who knows what you are, Harry Potter. And I haven't tried to lock you up yet. He grinned. That makes me the best friend you've got. Harry pocketed the money and walked out without responding. The Joker's laughter followed him up the stairs like a stray dog that wouldn't stop tailing him. Gotham in daylight was worse than Gotham at night. At night, the darkness hid the damage. The shadows were merciful, but under the flat, gray, overcast sky, did this city ever see the sun? Every wound was visible, crumbling facades, boarded windows. Graffiti layered so thick it had become geological, decades of paint forming strata that chronicled the city's decay. The streets in the Narrows were cracked and potholed, the sidewalks buckled by roots from trees that had given up on growing years ago. Every third streetlight was broken, and Harry remembered with a twist of guilt that he'd contributed to that particular statistic. People moved through the streets like survivors of something, heads down, shoulders up, eyes everywhere. Harry recognized the body language. It was the same way he'd walked through the corridors of Privet Drive, the same way Muggle-borns walked through Hogwarts when the Chamber of Secrets was open. The posture of people who expected to be hurt and were just trying to minimize the damage. He bought food from a cart, a hot dog and a bottle of water, and the vendor barely looked at him. Harry ate sitting on a stoop watching the city, trying to process the sheer alienness of it, cars he didn't recognize, brands he'd never heard of. A newspaper left on a bench with a headline about someone called Mayor Sharp and a photograph of a man in a bat-shaped cowl that made Harry choke on his hot dog. He grabbed the newspaper, read it front to back, then read it again. By the time he'd finished, 2 things were clear. First, this was not his world. Not an alternate version of it, not a hidden corner of it. The geography, the history, the politics, all wrong. There was no England here. Or rather, there was, but it was different, and it existed on a globe that also contained cities called Gotham and Metropolis and Star City, none of which existed in his reality. Second, this city was insane, not metaphorically. Literally, clinically, diagnostically insane. The newspaper described, as if this were normal, a criminal called the Scarecrow who used fear-inducing chemicals, a woman called Poison Ivy who could control plants, a man called Bane who was essentially a chemically enhanced super soldier. And at the center of it all, a vigilante in a bat suit who fought them using nothing but technology and physical training and what sounded like a profound inability to go to therapy. And the Joker, his host, his benefactor. The newspaper described him as Gotham's most dangerous criminal, a mass murderer, a terrorist, a man who killed people, lots of people, for fun. Harry set the newspaper down, stared at the gray sky. He should run. He should get as far from the Joker as possible, find this Batman person, throw himself on the mercy of anyone who wasn't a homicidal maniac. Except, don't go to the police, don't go to the hospitals. Don't go to anyone in a uniform. The Joker was insane and dangerous. But he was right about one thing: Harry was a wizard in a world without magic. If anyone, the government, the military, this city's obviously unhinged institutions, found out what he could do, he wouldn't be helped. He'd be studied, contained, used. He'd seen it in his own world, what happened to magical beings that non-magical authorities got their hands on. And in this world, where the response to a man who could control plants was to lock her in a place called Arkham Asylum, what would they do to a boy who could reshape reality with his thoughts? He'd be the Joker's prisoner, or he'd be the government's. At least the Joker was honest about what he was. Harry stood up, looked east toward the towering skyline of Gotham proper, where glass and steel caught the weak light and turned it cold. Somewhere over there, presumably, the Batman was sleeping in whatever ridiculous lair a man who dressed as a bat called home. Somewhere over there, normal people, as if anyone in this city qualified as normal, were living their normal lives, oblivious to the fact that a dimensional refugee with enough magical power to level a city block was eating a hot dog in the Narrows and contemplating his options. He walked, for hours, mapping the Narrows in his head, building a mental model of the territory the way he'd mapped Hogwarts in his first year, instinctively, compulsively, because knowing the terrain was the difference between living and dying. He noted the gang territories marked by graffiti tags, the police presence minimal and frightened, the distribution of homeless camps and illegal markets, and the thousand small cruelties that Gotham inflicted on its poorest citizens. And as he walked, he practiced. Small things at first. A pebble lifted from the ground with a thought and held hovering above his palm. It took enormous concentration without a wand. Every spell was like trying to write calligraphy with his offhand while blindfolded, but the pebble lifted, hung there, rotated slowly. He tried a light. Lumos, he thought, and nothing happened. Tried again, pushing harder, and the air above his fingertip flickered. Again, a spark again, and light bloomed, pale and unsteady, wavering like a candle in a draft, but light. Real, conjured light in a world where magic didn't exist. Harry let it die and sat down on a fire escape, breathing hard. Magical exhaustion pulled at his edges. But underneath the exhaustion, underneath the pain and the displacement and the grief that he was ruthlessly not allowing himself to feel, there was something else, something unfamiliar. No wand, no ministry, no Dumbledore looking over your shoulder, no trace, no decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, no adults telling you what magic is acceptable and what's dark, no rules at all. For the first time in his magical life, Harry Potter was completely, terrifyingly free. He went back to the hideout at dusk. Not because the Joker expected him, or maybe because he did, but because Harry had nowhere else to go, and the Narrows after dark was exactly as advertised. He'd seen 2 muggings, a drug deal, and what he was fairly sure was an arms transaction in the 4 hours he'd been walking, and the sun wasn't even fully down. The Joker was where he'd left him, more or less. Same workbench, different project. This time he was assembling something that looked like a flower with wires trailing from its stem. "You came back," the Joker said, not looking up. "I don't have anywhere else to go." That's what they all say, but most of them are lying. He set down the flower thing and turned. "You came back because you've been thinking about what I said." Harry sat down in the chair he was starting to think of as his. "I've been thinking about a lot of things. Such as you're a mass murderer. The newspaper says you've killed hundreds of people. Thousands actually, the papers lowball it. And I'm sitting in your basement willingly. Are you having a moral crisis? Because I should warn you, I find those delicious." Harry looked at him steadily. "I'm not having a moral crisis, I'm having a strategic assessment." The Joker's eyebrows rose just slightly. Just enough to show that Harry had surprised him, which Harry was beginning to understand was very difficult to do. "Go on," the Joker said. "You don't want a sidekick, you don't want a weapon. If you wanted that, you'd have tried to control me by now. Threats, drugs, leverage. You haven't done any of that. You gave me money and let me walk out the door. Maybe I'm playing a longer game. You are, but not the game you think." Harry leaned forward. "You want to see what I become. You found something new, genuinely new, in a city where you've seen everything and you can't resist watching the experiment play out. I'm not your tool, I'm your entertainment." Silence. Long, heavy, electric silence. Then the Joker laughed. But this was different from every other laugh Harry had heard from him. It was quiet, low, almost warm. "Oh, Harry," he said, "you beautiful, terrifying child. You've been here one day and you've already figured me out better than the bat has in a decade." He stood up and walked to a mini-fridge, pulling out 2 bottles of water. He tossed one to Harry. "So, given that you know exactly what I am and what you are to me, what do you want?" "Time," Harry said. "Space, information about this city. And you don't touch me, you don't threaten me, and you don't test me with any of the chemical garbage I've read about in the papers." Joker toxin. "That's its name, show some respect. You don't use it on me, ever. And in return," Harry opened the water and drank half of it, "in return you get to watch. You get to see what a wizard can do in a city with no magic, and if I decide to use those abilities for anything that happens to align with your interests." He shrugged. "That's a bonus." The Joker studied him. Harry could see the man's mind working, the rapid-fire calculation, the risk assessment, the cost-benefit analysis happening behind those dark, glittering eyes. This was a man who had built a criminal empire on manipulation and chaos, who had outmaneuvered the world's greatest detective for years, who killed people with the casual ease of someone swatting flies. And Harry was looking him in the eye and negotiating. "One condition," the Joker said. "What?" "Tomorrow night. I've got a job, a big one. I want you there, not to participate, just to watch, see how this city really works. what it really is under the surface, and then afterward you can make your decision about what you want to be. Harry thought about it, thought about Dumbledore who would be horrified, thought about Ron and Hermione who would be terrified. Thought about the version of himself that existed 24 hours ago, the boy who followed rules and trusted authority and believed despite everything that the system would protect him. That boy was currently barefoot in a mass murderer's basement with a broken arm and no way home. "Fine," Harry said. "I'll watch." The Joker grinned. And this time, for just a fraction of a second, Harry grinned back. The next day was preparation. The Joker left early business, he said, with the same tone someone else might say groceries, and Harry had the hideout to himself. He explored it methodically the way he'd explored the room of requirement, cataloging everything, the chemistry equipment, the weapons, guns, knives, explosives, things he didn't have names for, the stolen technology, the boxes of cash neatly bundled. The filing cabinet full of blackmail material on judges, politicians, police officers, organized crime figures. And the maps. Dozens of them pinned to the walls and spread across tables. Maps of Gotham's sewer system, its subway tunnels, its electrical grid, its water supply. Maps with handwritten annotations in the Joker's spidery scrawl, routes, schedules, security rotations, weak points. The man's operational planning was meticulous, not the work of a lunatic, the work of a genius who happened to be insane. Harry studied the maps for 3 hours, then he practiced magic. It was different here. He'd noticed it in the alley, noticed it again on the fire escape. And now, in the quiet of the basement with no distractions, he could really feel it. Magic in his world had a texture. It moved through channels, followed rules, responded to incantations and wand movements because that's how it had been taught to behave for millennia, like water and pipes. The pipes shaped the flow. Here there were no pipes, no channels, no ancient framework of incantations and traditions constraining the magic into specific shapes. His power was just there, raw, unformed, responsive to thought and emotion and will in a way that felt both liberating and terrifying. Like discovering that the walls of your house had been cardboard all along, and you could walk through them any time you wanted. He started with levitation. Not Wingardium Leviosa, the incantation was meaningless without a wand to anchor it, but pure telekinetic force, picking up objects with his mind and holding them in the air. A pen, a mug, a chair, a table, each one was easier than the last. Not because he was getting stronger, though he might be, but because his understanding was shifting. He didn't need the words. He didn't need the wand movements. He needed intention and will, and both of those Harry had in abundance. By noon, he could hold 6 objects in the air simultaneously while walking across the room. He tried transfiguration next, turning a pen into a needle, first-year magic, basic as breathing. Without a wand, it took him 20 minutes of concentrated effort, sweat beading on his forehead, magic burning through his veins like hot wire. But the pen changed, shrank, silvered, sharpened, until a perfect steel needle sat on his palm. He stared at it for a long time, then he turned it into a knife. A real one, 6 inches of gleaming steel, sharp enough to cut the air. It took him 12 minutes. He tried fire, held out his hand, thought burn, and a flame appeared above his palm. Not a candle flame, a jet of white-hot fire that scorched the ceiling and left a black streak on the concrete. He killed it instantly, heart hammering, but also grinning like a madman. This was wrong. All of this was wrong. He should have been horrified by how easy it was. By how good it felt to use magic without restraint, without the constant background hum of rules and expectations, and that's an EWT level, Mr. Potter. You shouldn't be attempting that yet. His teachers had always praised his talent while simultaneously building walls around it. Too young, too dangerous. Not yet, not without supervision. Here there was no supervision, there were no walls. There was just Harry and the magic and the vast, unchained potential of both. By the time the Joker returned at 6, Harry had managed a Patronus. Not the full stag, not yet, not without a wand, but a bright silver mist that poured from his outstretched hand and filled the basement with light so pure it seemed to bleach the shadows from the walls. It lasted 8 seconds before his concentration shattered and it dissipated, but those 8 seconds were enough. If he could produce a Patronus without a wand, he could do anything. Redecorating. The Joker asked from the doorway, eyeing the scorch marks on the ceiling and the collection of transfigured objects arrayed on the workbench. Practicing. The Joker walked to the workbench, picked up the knife Harry had made from a pen, turned it over in his long, white fingers, tested the edge against his thumb. A bead of blood welled up. "You made this," he said, "from a pen, from a pen." He set the knife down carefully. "Harry, do you understand what you're telling me? You can make weapons out of office supplies. I can make weapons out of anything. I can make anything out of anything. That's what transfiguration is. Can you make gold?" "Yes," Harry said it matter-of-factly. It was fifth-year theory, base metal transfiguration. Hard but not impossible, especially with the raw power he was learning to channel. It wouldn't last, though. Transfigured materials revert to their original form after a while. A few hours, maybe a day, depending on how much power I put into it. Long enough to spend? Yes, the Joker sat down heavily. For the first time since Harry had met him, the man looked genuinely speechless. It lasted about 4 seconds. This city, the Joker said slowly, has no idea what's about to happen to it. Nothing's about to happen to it, I'm just trying to get my bearings. Harry. The Joker leaned forward, elbows on knees, and for once the grin seemed almost incidental, like the face beneath it was doing something more important. You can create weapons from nothing. You can create money from nothing. You can move things with your mind, make fire with your hands, and I assume do things I haven't even thought to ask about yet. You're 15 years old, you've been here 2 days, and you've already outgrown every metahuman in this city's history. He paused. Things are definitely about to happen. Harry met his eyes. I told you I just want to find a way home. You did tell me that, and I believe you believe it. The Joker stood and pulled on his purple jacket. But tonight you're going to see something, and after you see it we're going to have this conversation again, and I think your answer might be different. What am I going to see? The Joker straightened his tie, checked his reflection in a piece of broken mirror, adjusted the flower on his lapel, the same flower he'd been wiring yesterday, Harry noted, which probably meant it squirted something more dangerous than water. Gotham, the Joker said, the real one. They went out at 9. The Joker in his full regalia, purple suit, green vest, white gloves, face freshly painted into that horrible, beautiful grin. Harry in his borrowed clothes, hood up, hands in pockets, magic thrumming beneath his skin like a second heartbeat. The Joker had a crew. Harry hadn't known this, or rather, he'd known it intellectually from the newspaper, but hadn't internalized it until 5 men in clown masks materialized from the shadows of the alley behind the Monarch Theater and fell into step behind the Joker like soldiers behind a general. They didn't acknowledge Harry, barely looked at him. Their attention was on the Joker, and even through the masks Harry could see the fear. The job, the Joker explained as they walked, is the Gotham First National Bank on 5th and Weller. Mob money, the Falcone family uses it as a laundry, 30 million give or take in accounts that technically don't exist. You're robbing a bank, Harry said flatly. I'm robbing the mob's bank, important distinction. The money's already stolen, I'm just re-stealing it, practically a public service. He winked, which was deeply disturbing. Bats will show up, he always shows up, that's the real event, the money's just motivation. You want me to watch you fight Batman? I want you to watch Batman, the way he moves, the way he thinks, the things he can do and the things he won't do. Because if you're going to survive in this city, and I think you are, Harry, I really do, you need to understand the single biggest obstacle you'll face. Not the cops, not the mob, not me, him. They arrived at the bank at 10. It was closed, obviously, but the Joker's crew had planned for that. Charges on the side entrance, the security system hacked, or more precisely, replaced with a dummy system 2 weeks ago by a crooked technician who was probably, Harry reflected, already dead. The whole operation had the practiced efficiency of a military assault, which was jarring coming from a group of men in clown masks. Harry stayed outside in the shadows of a building across the street watching. The Joker had given him a small radio tuned to the crew's frequency, and through it he could hear the operation unfold in real time, the clipped commands, the countdown, the muffled crump of the charges blowing the door. Then alarms, not the banks, those had been disabled, but something else, something deeper, resonating through the street like a subsonic growl. Harry felt it in his chest. On the radio, one of the crew said, "Boss, he's here." Already? The Joker sounded delighted. Someone's eager tonight, Harry saw him. A shadow moved across the rooftop of the building next to the bank, barely visible against the dark sky, and if Harry hadn't been looking for it, hadn't been told to look for it, he would have missed it entirely. A shape. Man-shaped but wrong, too fast, too fluid, with a silhouette that flared at the shoulders into something that looked, impossibly, like wings. Batman dropped from the rooftop like a stone. No parachute, no rope, just a controlled fall that ended with the crack of boots on concrete and a movement so fast Harry's eyes couldn't track it. One of the clown-masked crew members was standing guard at the door. He had a gun, an automatic weapon of some kind, and he started to raise it. He didn't finish. Batman closed the distance in 2 steps, caught the gun barrel with one hand, twisted it out of the man's grip, and drove an elbow into his jaw in a single motion so smooth it looked choreographed. The guard dropped. The gun clattered. Batman didn't even slow down. He stepped over the unconscious body and went through the door like a shadow swallowing light. Harry stood very still in the darkness across the street and thought, oh, because this, he understood. This wasn't magic. This wasn't metahuman power. This was something purer and in some ways more frightening. This was a human being who had pushed his body and his mind to the absolute ragged edge of what human beings could do and then pushed further. Harry had grown up around wizards. He'd seen Dumbledore duel Voldemort, seen Snape move with the liquid grace of a striking snake, seen McGonagall transform reality with a flick of her wrist. But he'd never seen a Muggle move like that. On the radio chaos, gunfire grunts, the wet sounds of fists hitting flesh. The Joker's crew was losing badly quickly, and through it all, the Joker's voice high and bright and laughing. "There you are, Batsy, right on schedule. Did you miss me? I missed you. Well, I missed it, you." A crash, more laughter. "But it's the thought that counts." Harry listened, watched, processed. The fight lasted 4 minutes. In the end, the crew was down, the money was still in the vault, and Batman had the Joker by the collar, pressing him against the bank's marble wall. Harry could see them through the shattered front window, the Bat dark and looming, radiating controlled fury from every line of his body, the Joker pinned and grinning, blood from a split lip painting his teeth red. "What's the angle, Joker?" Batman's voice was gravel filtered through steel. Even from across the street it carried. "This wasn't about the money. Everything's about the money, darling. That's capitalism. You tipped off the police before we got here. You wanted this to fail." "Did I?" "That doesn't sound like me. What are you planning?" "Right now, dental work. You hit me very hard just then, you know. Might have loosened a molar." Batman pulled him off the wall and slammed him back into it. "What are you planning?" The Joker laughed. Blood bubbled between his teeth. "Oh, Batsy," he said. "I'm not planning anything. I'm just introducing someone to the stage, setting the scene, you know, mood lighting." His eyes shifted just for a second and found Harry across the street, in the dark, in the shadows where nobody should have been able to see him, but the Joker saw him, and he winked. Batman followed his gaze. For one terrible, crystallized moment, Harry felt those eyes, white lenses in a dark cowl, inhuman and penetrating, lock onto him. Across the street, through the shadows, past every concealment. "He sees me." Harry didn't move, didn't run. Every instinct screamed at him to disappear, to apparate impossible without a wand, to do something. But the stubborn, stupid Gryffindor core of him, the part that had faced a basilisk at 12 and a dragon at 14, refused to flinch. For 3 seconds the Batman stared at him. Then the Joker bit him. Literally bit him, sank his teeth into Batman's armored wrist, which couldn't have done much damage but accomplished the goal of redirecting attention. Batman cursed, actually cursed, a short, sharp word that proved there was a human being under the cowl, and in the moment of distraction the Joker twisted free, produced a small sphere from his pocket and slammed it on the ground. Green gas erupted in a thick cloud. When it cleared, the Joker was gone. A grate in the floor sewer access hung open. Batman didn't pursue. He stood in the dissipating gas, looked toward Harry's position one more time, and then did something that made Harry's blood run cold. He pulled something from his belt. Small, dark, mechanical. He aimed it at Harry and a red light blinked on. A photograph, Harry realized, or a scan. "He's recording me." Then Batman fired a grappling line at the roof and was gone, pulled upward into the darkness like a puppet yanked off stage. Harry stood in the shadows for a long time after that. His heart was hammering and his broken arm ached, and the magic under his skin was churning like a stormy sea, responding to the adrenaline and the fear and the absolutely bonkers situation he'd just witnessed. Then a manhole cover 20 feet to his left lifted from the inside, and the Joker's painted face emerged, grinning red. "So," the Joker said cheerfully, "what did you think?" Harry looked at him, looked at the bank, looked at the sky where Batman had vanished. "He's fast," Harry said, "the fastest. Insanely smart. Arguably the smartest man alive, but he's not magic." The Joker pulled himself out of the manhole with a flourish, dusting sewer muck off his purple suit with the dignity of a man brushing lint off a tuxedo. "Number he is not. He saw me. He sees everything. That's his gift and his curse. He took a picture or scanned me something. He'll run your face through every database on the planet." The Joker's grin widened, "and he won't find a single match. Because you don't exist in this world, Harry. You're not in any system, any record, any file. You're a ghost." Harry processed this. A ghost. Invisible to every tracking system, every database, every institutional mechanism of control. In his own world, the Ministry tracked every witch and wizard from birth, the trace on underage magic, the registration of wands, the monitoring of fluke connections and apparition points. He'd never been truly invisible. Even as a baby locked in a cupboard under the stairs, the wizarding world had known where he was. Here no one knew, no one could know. He was, for the first time in his life, truly off the grid. It should have been frightening, it was frightening. But it was also, and Harry hated himself a little for thinking this, exhilarating. "He'll find me eventually," Harry said. "A man that smart. Eventually, probably, but by then." The Joker put an arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry shrugged it off immediately and the Joker let him, raising his hands in mock surrender. "By then you'll be ready." "Ready for what?" "For whatever you decide to be." The Joker started walking. "That's the beautiful thing about Gotham, Harry. Nobody here is who they started as. The Bat was a little boy who watched his parents die. I was. Well, that's a long story and none of the versions are entirely accurate. But the point is, this city doesn't care who you were, it only cares who you are. And who you are right now tonight in this moment is entirely up to you. They walked back through the alley maze. The sirens were converging on the bank behind them. Harry's mind was racing, turning over everything he'd seen, everything he'd learned, everything he'd felt since landing in this impossible city 36 hours ago. The boy who lived, the chosen one, Dumbledore's soldier, Voldemort's target, every title, every role, every identity assigned by someone else, every single one. I need to practice more, Harry said. The Joker glanced at him. The wandless magic. It's coming back faster than I expected. The rules are different here, or maybe there are no rules here. I don't know yet, but I need space to practice. Not just the basement, somewhere open. I know a place, Old Steel Mill, edge of the Narrows, condemned, big enough to blow things up without anyone caring. Good, and Harry, what? You said you wanted to find a way home. Harry walked in silence for a few steps. The Narrows closed around them, narrow streets, dark buildings, the constant distant soundtrack of a city eating itself alive. I do, he said, but I don't know how, and until I figure it out. He looked at the Joker, held that painted, scarred, grinning gaze. I'm going to learn everything I can about this place, about its people, about him. And I'm going to make sure that if anyone in this city tries to put me in a cage, anyone, whether they're wearing a mask, a badge, or a smile, they regret it. The Joker was quiet for a moment, and then very softly he began to laugh. It wasn't the wild cackle or the theatrical shriek. It was a laugh of pure, genuine, almost paternal pride. And it was the most unsettling sound Harry had ever heard because it made him feel, against every rational judgment, understood. They returned to the hideout. Harry went to his corner. He'd set up a sleeping area with blankets and a pillow stolen from God knows where, and lay down on his back, staring at the ceiling. The Joker puttered at his workbench, humming. Harry held up his hand, concentrated, and in his palm a flame appeared, not wild and uncontrolled like before, but small, steady, perfectly contained. A blue-white flame the size of a marble, hovering an inch above his skin. He held it for a full minute, then let it die. Hey, Joker, he said. The Batman, he has rules, right? He doesn't kill. That's the rumor, personally confirmed on multiple occasions. Do you have rules? A pause. The humming stopped. No, Harry, I don't have rules. Rules are for people who are afraid of what they'd do without them. Harry considered this. My old headmaster had rules, lots of them. Rules about what magic was acceptable. Rules about who deserved help. Rules about when to tell the truth and when to lie. He put me with people who starved me and beat me for 10 years because his rules said it was necessary. Silence from the workbench. I don't think I want rules anymore, Harry said quietly. I think I just want to be able to decide for myself. The Joker turned around. For once, the grin looked secondary, like the face behind it was doing something more important, something more serious than the Joker usually allowed himself. That, the Joker said, is the first step. First step toward what? Freedom, Harry, real, actual, no-strings-attached freedom. And I'll tell you a secret, lean in close, this is important. He didn't lean in, he just pointed at Harry from across the room. Freedom is the most terrifying thing in the world. More terrifying than the bat, more terrifying than me, more terrifying than whatever monster you left behind in your dimension. Because when you're truly free, when you have no rules, no master, no destiny, the only person responsible for what you become is you. Harry looked at the flame he could still feel tingling in his palm, thought about Hogwarts, about Dumbledore's gentle manipulation, about the prophecy neither can live while the other survives that had hung around his neck since birth like an invisible noose, about Cedric lying in the grass with empty eyes, about the green flash that had killed his parents, about every single moment in his life that had been orchestrated, arranged, predetermined by someone else for purposes he was only beginning to understand. Good, Harry said, and he meant it. The Joker grinned. But for the first time, Harry noticed something in those dark eyes that wasn't calculation or amusement. It was recognition. One damaged, dangerous creature looking at another and seeing its own reflection. And somewhere above them, on a rooftop across the city, Batman sat in front of the Bat-computer and stared at a blurry infrared image of a teenage boy standing in shadows. Alfred, he said, sir, run this face through every database we have. Interpol, FBI, CIA, Argus, DEO, missing persons, juvenile records, immigration, everything. Certainly, sir, may I ask the context? Batman zoomed in on the image. The face was obscured by a hood, but the eyes were visible, and even in infrared, even through the digital grain, there was something about those eyes that made the Dark Knight's jaw tighten. The Joker has a new associate, Batman said. Young, 15, maybe 16. No weapons, no obvious enhancements, but the Joker staged an entire bank robbery just to show him off. Show him off, sir. He wanted me to see this kid, Alfred. He planned for me to see him. That means either this boy is a weapon the Joker wants me to know about. Batman paused, stared at the image, or a message. What sort of message? Batman didn't answer. but his hand, resting on the console, tightened into a fist. Alfred Pennyworth, who had served Bruce Wayne for 30 years and understood him better than any human being alive, looked at the image on the screen and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: unease. Because the eyes in that photograph, even blurry, even half-hidden, didn't look afraid. They didn't look confused or coerced or drugged or broken. They looked calm. And in Alfred's experience, a calm person in the Joker's orbit was either already dead or about to become the most dangerous thing in Gotham City. Back in the basement, Harry Potter closed his eyes and slept. He didn't dream of Cedric this time. He dreamed of flying, not on a broom, on nothing. Just himself and the air and the vast, open, uncharted sky. And below him, a city of gargoyles and neon and smoke stretching to every horizon like a wound in the earth. His city, not yet, but soon. Chapter 2, Unchained. The steel mill smelled like rust and old fire. Harry stood in the center of what had once been the main foundry floor, a cavernous space 100 yards long and 60 wide, open to the sky through holes in the corrugated roof where rain and pigeons came in with equal enthusiasm. The floor was pitted concrete, cracked and stained with decades of industrial abuse, and the walls were lined with dead machinery. Furnaces gone cold, conveyor belts frozen mid-rotation, overhead cranes hanging from their tracks like metal skeletons. It was perfect. He'd been here every day for a week. 7 days since the bank. 7 days since Batman's camera had captured his face. 7 days of sleeping in the Joker's basement and eating bodega food and walking the Narrows until he knew every street, every alley, every rooftop access point, and most importantly, every escape route. 7 days of letting the magic inside him stretch and wake and grow in ways that would have given his Hogwarts professors simultaneous heart attacks. Harry raised both hands, took a breath, and pushed. A wave of force rippled out from his palms and hit one of the dead furnaces like a freight train. The furnace, 8 tons of cast iron and firebrick, slid backward across the concrete floor with a shriek of metal on stone, throwing up sparks, and slammed into the far wall hard enough to crack the brick. The impact echoed through the mill like a thunderclap, sending pigeons screaming into the sky through the holes in the roof. Harry lowered his hands, breathing hard, sweat running down his temples. Then he did it again. The second furnace flew sideways this time, not pushed, but lifted, wrenched off its foundations and hurled like a toy. It hit the crane overhead, and the two met in an explosion of rust and metal that rained debris across the foundry floor. Harry threw up a shield, a shimmering, translucent dome that appeared above him without a word, without a wand, just pure will and instinct, and the debris bounced off it like hail off a windshield. He held the shield for 10 seconds. 20, 30, dropped it, still breathing, still standing. His arm was healed, not through medical science but through magic. A concentrated burst of healing energy that he'd spent 2 full days figuring out, pushing through the pain barrier until the bone knit and the swelling died, and he could make a fist without wincing. Madame Pomfrey could have done it in a minute with a wand. Harry had done it in 2 days with raw willpower and a stubbornness that bordered on psychosis. But he'd done it without a wand, without help, without anyone's permission. Again, he said to the empty room, he'd started a routine. Mornings were for combat magic, offensive spells stripped of their incantations and rebuilt from first principles. He couldn't say stupefy and expect results. The word was just a trigger, a training wheel, and without a wand to channel through, the trigger didn't fire. So he went deeper. What was a stunning spell? Energy, directed, calibrated, targeted at the nervous system. What was a cutting curse? Force applied along a molecular edge. What was a blasting hex? Kinetic energy, compressed and released. Once he understood the physics of magic, the actual mechanical reality beneath the Latin and the wand-waving, everything changed. He could throw force-like punches, blades of compressed air that sliced through steel beams, concussive blasts that cratered concrete, fire that he could shape and direct with his thoughts, not the wild, uncontrolled eruptions of his first night, but surgical flames, precise as a scalpel. He could heat the air around a target until it ignited, or drain the heat until ice crystallized on every surface within 20 feet. Afternoons were for subtlety, transfiguration, charms, the delicate work, turning concrete to glass, steel to water, air to stone. He'd spent an entire afternoon turning a section of the foundry floor into a mirror-smooth sheet of obsidian just to prove he could. He'd transmuted a handful of iron bolts into gold coins, and unlike his prediction, they hadn't reverted. Not after an hour, not after a day. The magic was sticking. Whatever was different about this world, the absence of competing magical fields, maybe, or the raw potency of being the only wizard in a dimension without any, his transfigurations were holding in ways they shouldn't have been able to. He didn't tell the Joker about the gold. Evenings were for the mind arts. Occlumency and legilimency, the magical disciplines of mental defense and mind reading that Snape had tried and failed to teach him in 5th year. Snape's method had been brutal, battering ram attacks against Harry's consciousness, demanding he build walls while simultaneously tearing them down. It had been like trying to learn to swim while someone held your head underwater. Without Snape, without the antagonism and the hatred and the sabotage, Harry found that occlumency was almost easy. It was about structure, organizing the mind, filing memories, building partitions. He'd always been good at compartmentalizing. The Dursleys had taught him that, if nothing else. The ability to lock away pain and fear and loneliness in a box and function despite them. All occlumency did was formalize the process. And legilimency, the ability to read thoughts, to slip past mental defenses and see what someone was hiding, that came naturally once occlumency was in place. Like learning to build a house also taught you how to break into one. He tested it on a rat he found in the mill. The rat's mind was small and simple, hunger, warmth, fear, territory, but he could see it. Could feel the tiny electrical impulses that constituted the animal's thoughts. Could nudge them, redirect them. The rat stopped being afraid of him, came and sat on his hand. Ate crumbs from his fingers. He didn't test it on a person, not yet. You're getting stronger. Harry turned. The Joker was leaning against the mill's doorframe, arms crossed, watching. He'd been doing that more and more, showing up unannounced, observing from the edges, that analytical gleam in his eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Dumbledore. How long have you been standing there? Harry asked. Long enough to see you throw an 8-ton furnace across a room with your brain. The Joker sauntered in, stepping over debris with his long-legged, loose-limbed gait. You know, when I was your age, I could barely throw a baseball. Then again, I grew up in. He trailed off, waved a hand. Never mind, point is impressive, very impressive, but I have a question. Go ahead. What are you training for? Harry paused, a piece of rebar hovering in midair beside him. What do you mean? I mean you've been at this for a week, every day, dawn to dark, pushing harder, and I respect the work ethic truly, but you said you wanted to go home. None of this, he gestured at the destroyed furnaces, the cratered floor, the scorch marks. Looks like finding a way home. This looks like someone preparing for a war. Harry let the rebar drop. It clanged on the concrete and rolled to a stop against a pile of rubble. Maybe both. Maybe I need to be strong enough to survive until I figure out how to get back. Maybe. The Joker picked his way across the debris field and perched on a twisted beam, crossing his legs like a spider settling into its web. Or maybe you're enjoying this. Maybe for the first time in your life, nobody's telling you to stop, and you're discovering that the boy who was always held back was never actually meant to be held back. And maybe the idea of going home to a world where they shackle you again is starting to feel less and less appealing. Harry said nothing, because the Joker was right and they both knew it. I have a job for you, the Joker said. I told you I'm not your. Not for me, for you. He pulled a folded newspaper from his jacket pocket and tossed it. Harry caught it telekinetically, plucked it out of the air without moving his hand, just a flicker of will, and floated it to his grasp. The headline read, FALCONE family moves on narrows, dozen businesses hit in protection shakedown. The Falcons, the Joker said. Old money mob, they've been top of the food chain in Gotham since before my time, and my time stretches back further than most people think. Carmine Falcone, the father, he's mostly retired. His daughter Sophia runs the day-to-day, and Sophia's decided the Narrows is ripe for the picking. Why do I care? Because the Narrows is my territory. And by extension, since you're living in my basement and training in my steel mill and eating food paid for with my money, it's yours. The Joker's eyes glittered. 12 businesses, Harry, corner stores, laundromats, a diner, a barbershop. Little places run by little people who can't afford protection and can't fight back. Sophia's goons come in, smash some things, rough up the owner, demand 30% of gross. Textbook stuff, and if anyone goes to the cops. He mimed a throat-cutting gesture. Harry read the article. It was dry and factual and buried on page 6, the way Gotham buried everything that happened to poor people. 12 businesses. Names listed, addresses listed, damage estimates that were probably lowballed. He looked at the Joker. You could handle this yourself. I have in the past, but the Falcons and I have a détente. I don't touch their rackets, they don't touch my operations. If I hit Sophia's crew, it's a declaration of war, bodies everywhere, very messy, bad for business. But if someone else does it, someone new, someone they've never heard of, then it's a mystery. The Joker spread his hands. An enigma, a riddle wrapped in a conundrum, and don't use that last word around Eddie Nigma or he'll never leave you alone. The point is, the Falcons get pushed back, I maintain my position, and you get to test your abilities against something a little more challenging than scrap metal. Harry folded the newspaper, stood there feeling the weight of it, not the paper but the decision. This was the line, wasn't it? Everything up to now had been preparation, practice, theory. This would be action, using magic against people. Not in self-defense, not in a sanctioned duel, not in a war against an acknowledged dark wizard, but in a criminal context, in a city where he had no legal standing, no authorization, no justification beyond the Joker told me to. Except that wasn't quite right. The Joker had told him about the Narrows businesses. He hadn't told Harry to do anything. And Harry had walked those streets for a week. He'd bought hot dogs from the cart on Miller Avenue. He'd got his boots, proper ones now, bought with cash from the shop on Grundy. He'd nodded to the old woman who swept the stoop of the laundromat every morning at 7, and the barber who stood in his doorway and surveyed the street with the weary vigilance of a man who'd seen too much. These were the people the Falcons were squeezing, his people, in the small, provisional way that a week of proximity could create attachment. "Where are Sophia's crew operating out of?" Harry asked. The Joker grinned. Not the wild, theatrical grin, the small, sharp, satisfied one, the one that meant a plan was coming together. "Warehouse on the waterfront, Pier 12. They use it as a staging ground, weapons storage, meeting point, intimidation venue. Sophia keeps a crew of about 20 there most nights. Armed to the teeth, handguns, shotguns, a few submachine guns. They're not subtle. Metahuman support. Number the Falcons are old school. They think metahumans are freaks. Ironic, given that their main rival dresses like a clown." He paused. "That rival is me, by the way. I don't want you to miss the joke." "I got the joke." "Good, so?" Harry looked down at his hands. The hands that could throw fire, bend steel, reshape matter. The hands that a week ago couldn't produce a steady light without shaking. "Tonight," Harry said. The Joker hopped off his perch, clapped his hands together once, and headed for the door. "I'll have Harley bring you a car." "Who's Harley?" The Joker paused. A complicated expression crossed his face. Something between possessiveness, annoyance, and a flicker of what might have been genuine affection, though Harry wasn't sure the Joker was capable of genuine affection. "You'll see," was all he said and left. Harley Quinn arrived at the steel mill 2 hours later in a cherry-red Corvette that had definitely been stolen and was covered in bumper stickers that said things like "Clown Princess on board" and "Honk if you've committed a felony." She was not what Harry expected. He'd built a mental image based on the Joker, someone angular, menacing, draped in theatrical darkness. What he got was a woman in her mid-20s with blonde hair pulled into messy pigtails, wearing denim shorts and a baseball tee that read "Daddy's Lil Monster," and carrying a baseball bat over one shoulder with the casual ease of someone carrying an umbrella. Her face was heart-shaped and pretty, with blue eyes that sparkled with what Harry initially mistook for innocence. It took him about 4 seconds to realize the sparkle wasn't innocence. It was mania, controlled, channeled, and wearing a very convincing disguise. "So you're the magic kid." She bounded out of the car and circled him like a shopper examining a new dress. "Mr. J's been talking about you non-stop. Harry did this, Harry did that, Harry blew up a furnace with his brain." "I was startin' to get jealous." She stopped in front of him, hands on hips, and looked him up and down. "You're shorter than I expected." "I'm 15. And British." "He didn't mention you were British." "That's adorable." "I'm not adorable. You're a little adorable." She poked his shoulder with the bat, not hard but not gently either. "Relax, kid, I'm Harley Quinn, the Joker's." She paused, something shifted behind her eyes. "Associate. He said you'd bring a car." "I brought the car, big difference, this is my baby." She patted the Corvette's hood. "Built in the engine, replaced the transmission, reinforced the frame. She'll do 160 on a straightaway and take a bullet without flinching." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You did all that?" "Shocked? Don't be. I got a PhD in psychiatry from Gotham University. I specialized in criminal psychology before I..." She twirled the bat. "Changed career paths. Point is, I'm not just a pretty face, kid. I'm a pretty face with a doctorate and a deep understanding of how engines work. And you're with the Joker." The sparkle dimmed, just for a second, just enough for Harry to see what was underneath, something tired and bruised and much, much older than 25. "Yeah," she said. "I'm with Mr. J." She said it the way someone says, "I have cancer," not with fear, but with the weary acceptance of someone who's already fought the battle and lost and decided to make peace with the diagnosis. Harry filed that away, said nothing, changed the subject. "I need you to drive me to Pier 12 tonight." "Yeah, Jay told me the Falcon warehouse." She twirled the bat again. "Want some backup? I'm pretty handy in a fight. No offense, but I'm going against 20 armed men. What's a baseball bat going to do?" Harley's grin sharpened. "You'd be surprised, kid, but fine, I'll drive. You do the magical mayhem. Just try not to bleed on my seats." She opened the driver's side door and paused. "Oh, and Harry, what? Mr. J says this is your audition, your chance to show what you can do." "I'm not auditioning for the Joker." "Number," she looked at him with those blue eyes that saw more than they let on. "You're auditioning for yourself, you just don't know it yet." She slid into the car. After a moment, Harry got in the passenger side. The Corvette's engine growled to life. Harley hit the gas and the tires screamed on the mill's concrete floor, and they shot out into the Gotham night like a red bullet. Pier 12 was a squat, ugly building at the end of a long concrete dock, surrounded by chain-link fence and a parking lot full of black SUVs. Harry counted them from the shadows of a shipping container 50 yards away. 7 vehicles, lights on inside the warehouse. Shadows moving past the windows. Harley had parked the Corvette 3 blocks back, engine idling. Radios on Channel 4, she'd told him, tapping the earpiece she'd given him. I'll be listening. Things go sideways, I'll come in. If things go really sideways, I'll bring the car through the front wall. It wouldn't be the first time. Harry crouched behind the container and studied the warehouse. The practical part of his brain, the part that had planned the DA sessions, that had navigated the Triwizard tournament, that had led a group of teenagers into the Department of Mysteries, was already mapping entry points, guard positions, sight lines. Front door guarded. 2 men, both armed, both bored. The boredom was good, bored guards were slow guards. Side door, unguarded but visible from the parking lot. Risky. Roof, holes and vents, access from the fire escape on the building's east side. Harry didn't take any of them. He walked to the front door, not sneaking, not creeping, walking straight across the parking lot, feet crunching on gravel, hands in the pockets of his hoodie. The 2 guards saw him coming from 40 yards out. One nudged the other. They watched him approach with the confused, vaguely amused expressions of large men confronted by something too small to be a threat. Hey, the first guard said. He was big, 6'2", maybe 6'3", with a neck like a tree trunk and a handgun on his hip. The hell you doing here, kid? Harry stopped 10 feet away. I need to talk to whoever's in charge. The guards looked at each other. The second one, leaner, meaner, with a scar across his chin, laughed. You need to talk to who the fuck are you? My name's Harry, I'm new in town, and I'm here to tell you that the Narrows is off limits. Silence. Then both guards started laughing. The big one shook his head, the way you shake your head at a child who said something amusingly wrong. Kid, you got about 5 seconds to turn around and walk away before I put you in the hospital. No, Harry said, you don't. He raised his hand. The big guard reached for his gun, he never touched it. The gun flew out of the holster, ripped free by an invisible hand, and hurtled end over end into the harbor 20 yards away. The second guard's weapon followed a heartbeat later, yanked from his belt and flung into the darkness. Both men staggered, off balance, eyes wide. Harry flicked his wrist. The chain-link fence behind him tore itself free of its posts and wrapped around both guards like a metal blanket, pinning their arms, lifting them off their feet, and slamming them against the warehouse wall with a clang that echoed across the pier. They hung there 3 feet off the ground, bound in chain-link, mouths open, eyes bulging. Harry walked past them and kicked the front door open. The warehouse interior was roughly what he'd expected. A large, open space with concrete floors and metal walls, lit by hanging fluorescent fixtures. Tables along one side covered in weapons, drugs, cash, the tools of organized crime, laid out with the casual orderliness of a business that had nothing to fear. A poker game in the center of the room. Men in suits, men in track pants, men in leather jackets, a cross-section of the Falcon operation, maybe 18 of them, all armed, all turning to look at the teenager who just kicked in their front door. The poker game stopped. Evening, Harry said. For 3 seconds, nobody moved. 18 men stared at a 15-year-old boy in a black hoodie and borrowed boots, standing in their doorway with his hands in his pockets and no visible weapon. Then someone laughed. It started a chain reaction, nervous chuckles, incredulous headshakes, the universal response of dangerous men confronted by something they didn't understand and therefore categorized as non-threatening. A man stood up from the poker table. Tall, dark-haired, expensive suit, gold watch. He had the air of authority that came from being obeyed and the cold, flat eyes of someone who had personally killed people and slept well afterward. Who the fuck are you? He asked. Same question as the guards. Gotham's criminal element was not known for its verbal creativity. Harry, I'm here about the Narrows. The Narrows. The man exchanged glances with the others. What about it? You've been shaking down businesses there, corner stores, laundromats, a diner, 12 establishments, 30% of gross, smashed property, broken bones. I want you to stop. The laughter came back, louder this time. The man in the expensive suit, Harry assumed he was the crew leader, some kind of Falcon lieutenant, actually wiped his eyes. You want me to stop? That's rich, that's genuinely rich. He walked toward Harry, slow and confident, hands loose at his sides. Do you know who I am, kid? I know who you work for, I don't particularly care who you are. The lieutenant stopped 5 feet away. Up close he smelled like expensive cologne and cheap anger. I'm Vincent Falcon, Sophia's cousin, and you just walked into my place of business and made demands. He tilted his head. Give me one reason I don't put a bullet in your head and dump you in the harbor. Harry took his hands out of his pockets, slowly, letting the motion speak for itself. Because, he said, you can't. Vincent drew his gun, fast, practiced, the weapon up and aimed in a fraction of a second. The motion triggered every other armed man in the room. 18 guns, 20 if you counted the ones hidden, all pointed at a single teenage boy standing in a doorway. Harry smiled. And the guns turned to snakes, not metaphorical snakes, not snake-shaped. Actual living, hissing, furious serpents that writhed in their owners' hands, scales flowing like liquid metal, fangs bared, tongues tasting the air. The transmutation was total and instantaneous. One moment, 20 firearms, the next, 20 constrictors, vipers, and cobras, one of which immediately sank its fangs into Vincent Falcone's wrist. Vincent screamed, everyone screamed. The warehouse erupted into chaos, men flinging snakes away from them, crashing into tables, knocking over chairs, scrambling backward from the slithering mass that now covered the floor. Two men made for the door. Harry flicked a hand and the door slammed shut. Three more ran for the side exit. It sealed itself, the metal handle fusing into a smooth, featureless surface. Harry walked into the room. The snakes parted around his feet like water around a stone. Now, he said, and his voice carried over the screams without effort, without shouting, carried with a presence that Snape would have envied and Dumbledore would have recognized. Let me try this again. The Narrows is off limits. The businesses you've been squeezing, you're going to leave them alone. The money you've taken, you're going to give it back, every penny. And if I hear and I will hear that anyone from the Falcone family sets foot in the Narrows with bad intentions again. He held out his hand. A snake, a massive king cobra, 6 feet of gleaming black scales, slithered up from the floor, wound around his arm and draped itself across his shoulders like a living scarf. Its hood flared. Its eyes, yellow and slit-pupiled, fixed on Vincent Falcone. I'll come back, and next time I won't turn the guns into something that can be survived. Vincent was on his knees, clutching his bitten wrist. The cobra venom, conjured venom Harry had made sure it was real, was already doing its work. His hand was swelling, the skin mottling purple and black. Who? Vincent gasped. Who the fuck? I told you, my name's Harry. He turned and walked toward the door, paused, looked back over his shoulder. I'd get that looked at, by the way. You've got about 30 minutes before the venom hits your heart. He opened the door, it obeyed him, because everything in this building obeyed him now, and walked out into the night. Behind him, the snakes shimmered and dissolved, reverting to guns that clattered to the floor in a rain of steel. The venom in Vincent's veins, however, did not dissolve. It was real, Harry had made sure of that. Harley's voice crackled in his earpiece. Holy shit, kid, you could hear that? The earpiece has a pretty good mic. Did you really turn their guns into snakes? Yes, like actual snakes, living snakes? Yes. A pause, then. That is the sexiest thing I've ever heard, and I've dated the Joker. Harry walked back to the Corvette, got in. Harley was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read, somewhere between awe, amusement, and something much softer. Something maternal almost, though she'd probably deck him if he said that out loud. You didn't kill anyone, she said. Number you could have. Yes. But you didn't. She started the car, the engine purred. That's interesting, is it? Mistage would have killed them all, wouldn't have even thought about it. Pop, 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 done, let's get tacos. She pulled out of the side street and onto the main road, driving with one hand, the other resting on her baseball bat. The bat wouldn't have killed them either, but he'd have broken a few jaws, left them tied up for the cops. You did something different. You scared them, like really scared them. That guy's gonna have nightmares about snakes for the rest of his life. Good. See, that's what I mean. That's what makes you different from both of them. The Joker kills because he thinks it's funny. Batman doesn't kill because he thinks it's wrong. You didn't kill because... She glanced at him. Why didn't you kill them? Harry watched the Gotham streets slide past. Neon and shadow, sirens in the distance, the endless churning, awful vitality of a city that refused to die no matter how many times it was murdered. Because dead men don't talk, he said, and I want them to talk. I want them to go back to Sophia Falcone and tell her exactly what happened. I want the story to spread. I want every gang, every crew, every criminal in this city to know that there's someone in the Narrows who can do things they can't explain, can't fight, and can't survive. Harley was quiet for a long moment, then she let out a low whistle. Damn kid, that's cold. Is it? Ice cold, calculated, strategic, she grinned. I love it. They drove in silence for a while. Gotham unspooled around them, the bridge over the Gotham River, the towering spires of the financial district, the crumbling facades of old Gotham. Harry watched it all with the hungry attention of someone memorizing a battlefield. Harley, he said. Yeah. How did you end up with him? Her hands tightened on the steering wheel, barely perceptible, but Harry noticed. He noticed everything now. That's a long story, kid. I've got time. No, I mean it's a long story and not a particularly fun one. She was quiet for a moment. The streetlights painted stripes across her face, light, shadow, light, shadow. I was a psychiatrist, Arkham Asylum, assigned to evaluate the Joker. Classic setup, right? Young, idealistic doctor goes into the monster's cell and the monster gets inside her head instead. He manipulated you. He destroyed me, and then rebuilt me, and the version he built. She gestured at herself, the pigtails, the bat, the stolen Corvette. This is what came out. Harley Quinn, named after a harlequin, his little joke. Do you regret it? She laughed, but it had an edge. Every day and never, both at the same time. That's what he does to people, Harry. He gets inside you and rewires the circuit so you can't tell which feelings are yours and which ones he put there. She glanced at him. That's why I'm worried about you. I'm not. I know you're not like me. You're not falling for his charm, if you can call it charm. You're not being manipulated, or at least you think you're not. But Harry. She stopped at a red light and turned to face him fully. He's doing it differently with you. He's not trying to break you. He's trying to grow you like a plant, giving you sun and water and space and watching you bloom. And the flower he's growing, it's gonna be beautiful, sure, but it's gonna be his. Nothing about me is his. That's what I said 3 years ago when I still thought I was making my own choices. The light turned green. She drove. Just be careful, okay? I know you're powerful. I know you're smart. But the Joker's been playing this game for a long time, and the scariest thing about him isn't the killing or the chaos. It's that he knows people. Better than any psychiatrist, better than the Bat, better than anyone. He looks at you and sees all the broken places, and he knows exactly which ones to press. Harry absorbed this. Let it settle alongside everything else he'd learned in the past week, a growing file in his organized mind labeled Joker Threat Assessment. I appreciate the warning, he said, but you're not gonna leave. Where would I go? Harley sighed. The car pulled up outside the Monarch Theater. She put it in park but didn't turn off the engine. For what it's worth, she said, you remind me of someone. Who? Me before, she tapped the steering wheel. The me that still believed she could outsmart him, that me was wrong. I hope you're not. Harry opened the door, then stopped. Looked at her, really looked past the pigtails and the baseball bat and the manic sparkle down to the woman underneath. The doctor, the person who'd walked into Arkham Asylum with a dream of helping people and walked out as a monster's accessory. Harley, he said, if he hurts you, if he ever lays a hand on you, tell me. She blinked. Something cracked in her expression just for a second, and Harry saw the rawness underneath. The bruises that makeup covered and the scars that nothing could. Kid, you don't want to get between me and Mistage, trust me. I'm not asking about what I want, I'm telling you what I'll do. He held her gaze. I've spent my whole life watching people get hurt by people who were supposed to care about them. I'm done watching. He got out of the car and closed the door. Harley sat in the idling Corvette for a long time, staring at the spot where he'd been, and when she finally drove away, she was crying. She didn't know why. Or rather, she did, and it was the simplest reason in the world. No one had offered to protect her in a very long time. The Joker was waiting in the basement. He always already knew, through whatever network of informants and surveillance he maintained, and he was practically vibrating with glee. Snakes, he crowed. Snakes, you turned their guns into snakes. That's poetry, Harry, that's art. The look on Vincent's face, oh, I wish I'd been there. How do you know what happened? I have eyes everywhere, ears too, a few noses, though those are less useful. He was pacing, gesturing wildly, his painted face alight with that terrifying enthusiasm. The Falcons are in an uproar. Sophia's called an emergency meeting. Nobody knows what hit them. The guards on the gate are babbling about ghosts and demons, and Vincent's in a private hospital getting pumped full of antivenom. You, Harry Potter, have officially introduced magic to Gotham's criminal underworld. That was the idea. And the Bat, the Joker's grin sharpened. The Bat will have heard about it too. By morning, he'll have pulled the security footage. Oh yes, there were cameras. The Falcons film everything and he'll have seen it. A teenage boy turning metal into living creatures. No technology, no chemicals, no metahuman explanation that fits. It'll eat at him. He'll spend days trying to figure it out, weeks. And he won't be able to because it's magic and magic doesn't exist in his worldview. Harry sat down. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep tiredness and a strange, buzzing satisfaction. He'd done it. Not just the magic, he'd done magic 1,000 times. He'd acted. Independently, decisively, on his own terms. No one had told him to, no one had given him permission. He'd seen a problem, formulated a solution, and executed it, and it had worked. The money, Harry said, the Falcons take from the Narrows businesses. I told Vincent to give it back. He won't. Then I'll take it and give it back myself. The Joker stopped pacing, looked at Harry with an expression that was half amusement, half genuine puzzlement. You're serious? You actually care about those people? They're on my streets. I've been walking those streets for a week. The woman who runs the laundromat gave me a cup of tea when she saw me shivering. The barber offered me a free haircut. They're not rich. They're not powerful. They're just people trying to survive in a city that's designed to crush them. Harry's jaw tightened. Sound familiar? Something flickered across the Joker's face. Not guilt. Harry didn't think the Joker was wired for guilt, but recognition. The Joker had been someone else once, before the acid or the madness or whatever had created him. He'd been someone powerless, someone crushed. Harry could see the ghost of it in those dark eyes. You're a strange kind of criminal, Harry, the Joker said softly. I'm not a criminal. You assaulted 20 men, poisoned one, destroyed property, and made terroristic threats. By any legal definition, I didn't say I was legal. I said I wasn't a criminal, there's a difference. The Joker studied him, then laughed, the quiet one, the warm one that Harry was learning to be most wary of because it was the laugh that meant the Joker was genuinely invested. Yes, the Joker said, there absolutely is. Harry slept. Not well, the buzzing satisfaction had a dark undertow, a current of what have you become that pulled at him in the quiet moments, but enough. He dreamed in fragments. Hogwarts, the Great Hall at breakfast, Ron laughing with his mouth full, Hermione rolling her eyes. It felt impossibly distant, like a story someone had told him rather than a life he'd lived. He woke to the sound of the Joker arguing with someone on the phone. Snatches of conversation drifted across the basement. Told you she's not available, don't care what Penguin thinks. Well, tell Crane to mind his own business or I'll mail him his own kneecaps. Harry sat up, rubbed his eyes, the clock on the wall, a novelty clock shaped like a grinning clown face because of course it was red 8:17 a.m. Crane, Harry said when the Joker hung up. You mentioned Crane. Scarecrow, the fear toxin man. Jonathan Crane, professor technically, though I doubt Gotham University wants him back. He heard about last night. The Joker's expression soured slightly. Word travels fast in this city's criminal circles. The story's already mutating. By the end of the week you'll have turned 100 men into snakes and eaten 3 of them alive. But the core details are intact. A kid with impossible abilities is operating in the Narrows, and Crane is intrigued. Why? Because Crane's obsession is fear, not just using it, understanding it. He's spent his career studying the neurochemistry of terror, developing compounds that weaponize it, testing them on anyone unlucky enough to cross his path. And the idea that someone out there might be immune to his toxin or worse, might have better fear manipulation than his, that's the kind of thing that makes Jonathan Crane forget about safety and common sense. I'm not immune to his toxin, I've never encountered it. But you're a wizard, you fought things, what were they called? The dark creatures that feed on fear, Dementors. Dementors, you fought Dementors, beings that produce genuine supernatural terror. And you can fight them off with that silver light thing, the Patronus. So if Crane hits you with a chemical that induces fear that's manufactured, artificial, a fraction of what your Dementors produce, what happens? Harry thought about it, really thought. The fear toxin, from what he'd read, worked by overstimulating the amygdala, flooding the brain with fight-or-flight chemicals. It was chemistry. Sophisticated, devastating chemistry, but still chemistry. And Harry's mind was now a clumsy reinforced, structured and partitioned and defended in ways that no chemical should be able to penetrate. I don't think it would work on me, Harry said slowly. And that, the Joker said, pointing at him, is why Crane will come for you. Not to fight you, he's not that stupid. To study you, to understand why his greatest weapon doesn't work. And Jonathan Crane in study mode is more dangerous than Jonathan Crane in attack mode because in study mode he doesn't care about collateral damage. I'll deal with Crane if and when he becomes a problem. He's already a problem. He's a problem by existing. That man, the Joker's voice dropped, and Harry was startled to hear something that sounded almost like genuine contempt. That man thinks fear is a science, a tool, something you can quantify and control. He has no idea what fear really is. He's never faced it, not the real thing. Not the kind that eats your soul and leaves you hollow. Harry looked at him. Have you? The Joker met his eyes, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second, the grin dropped. Not physically, the scars held it in place, a permanent rictus that couldn't be unsmiled. But behind the paint, behind the performance, something else looked out at Harry. Something old and hurt and fundamentally, irreparably broken. Then it was gone. The grin reasserted itself, broader than ever. Every day, kiddo, the Joker said lightly. Every single day. 2 days later, the Falcone money came back. Not through official channels, the Falcones didn't do official channels. A black SUV pulled up in front of each of the 12 Narrows businesses at 3 in the morning, and a man in a suit deposited an envelope of cash on the doorstep. The exact amounts taken plus 10%. No note, no threat, no contact information. Harry watched from a rooftop, lying flat on the tar paper, tracking the SUV's route with a pair of binoculars he'd transfigured from a tin can. The money was delivered silently, efficiently, and without incident. Sophia Falcone was cutting her losses. For now. He climbed down and walked the streets as the sun came up. The Narrows in the early morning had a fragile beauty. The light caught the puddles just right, turned the grime to gold for about 20 minutes before the gray sky reasserted itself. Harry passed the laundromat and the old woman was already there, sweeping her stoop. She saw him, smiled, waved. Good morning, love, she called. You look tired. Long night. You young people, always burning the candle at both ends. She leaned on her broom. Strangest thing, someone left an envelope on my doorstep. Cash, exactly what those Falcone thugs took from me last month plus a little extra. That is strange. Almost like someone took care of it. She looked at him with eyes that were old and sharp and missed absolutely nothing. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Harry shrugged. I'm just a kid, Mrs. Chen, MMHMM. She went back to sweeping, and Harry could have sworn she was smiling. Well, if you see whoever did it, tell them Mrs. Chen says thank you and that they should eat more, they're too skinny. Harry walked on, hands in pockets, and felt something he hadn't felt in weeks. It took him a moment to identify it. Warmth, not heat, not the burning satisfaction of power or the cold thrill of combat, just warmth. The simple human glow of having done something good for someone who needed it. He tucked the feeling away carefully, filed it in his occlumency structures alongside the harder, colder files, the tactical assessments, the power inventories, the threat analyses. He couldn't afford to be ruled by warmth, but he could afford to remember what it felt like. Batman found him 3 days later. Harry was on a rooftop, his favorite one, atop the old Narrows water tower, high enough to see the whole district and most of downtown. He came here at midnight most nights, sitting on the tower's rusted catwalk with his legs dangling over the edge, practicing fine control magic. Tonight he was working on conjuration, creating matter from nothing, the hardest branch of transfiguration and the one that required the most raw power. He was conjuring glass marbles and floating them in elaborate patterns above the Narrows rooftops, a constellation of tiny spheres catching the moonlight. A shadow moved on the adjacent rooftop. Harry didn't turn his head, didn't change his breathing, just kept floating his marbles and said in a conversational tone, "You can come out." "I felt you arrived 2 minutes ago." Silence. Then from the darkness, "How magic." Harry let the marbles dissolve, turned his head. Batman was standing on the next rooftop, 20 feet away, cape wrapped around him, a gargoyle made flesh. "I can sense, intent I suppose, directed attention. You've been watching me for 3 minutes and thinking very loud thoughts." Batman said nothing for a moment. Then he crossed the gap between the rooftops in a single, fluid leap, landing on the water tower's platform with barely a sound. Up close he was bigger than Harry had expected, taller, broader, radiating a physical presence that was almost gravitational. The suit was matte black, absorbing light, and the cowl's white lenses reflected the city's glow. "You're the boy from the bank," Batman said, that gravel voice. Up close it was even more impressive, not just deep but controlled, every word placed with precision. "And the warehouse." "I'm Harry. I know," a pause, "I know everything about you, which is to say nothing. You don't exist in any database on the planet, no birth certificate, no school records, no medical records, no digital footprint of any kind. It's as if you materialized out of thin air." "That's not far from the truth." Batman moved closer, not threatening, assessing. "The way a general surveys a battlefield. I watched the Falcone warehouse footage. I've watched it 43 times. I've had it analyzed by the best forensic scientists in the world, run through every digital filter available, and submitted to experts in metahuman abilities, advanced technology, and applied physics. And none of them can explain what you did. The guns didn't transform through any known chemical or technological process. The chain-link fence moved without any visible mechanism. Your body produced no detectable energy signature, no electromagnetic field, no radiation, no thermal anomaly. By every measurable standard, what you did should be impossible." Harry stood up. He was shorter than Batman by nearly a foot, but he didn't look up. He looked forward directly into those white lenses and let his magic pulse once, a single deliberate flare that made the air crackle and the water tower's metal frame groan. "It's magic," Harry said. "Actual, genuine, not a metaphor magic. I'm a wizard from a parallel dimension. I was transported here by accident and I can't get home. I can manipulate matter, energy, and the fundamental forces of reality using nothing but my will. And I know that everything in your worldview says that's impossible. But I don't care about your worldview. I care about what I can do, and what I can do is anything." The marbles he dissolved reformed, 50 of them, then 100, then 200, rising from nothing, materializing in the air around them like a galaxy forming from cosmic dust. They orbited the water tower in slow, perfect spirals, catching the moonlight, filling the night with a soft, crystalline ringing that was almost music. Batman didn't flinch. Harry gave him that. The man had extraordinary self-control. His heart rate hadn't changed, Harry could feel it, the steady thump of a cardiovascular system trained to near-superhuman efficiency. His breathing was even. His posture was alert but not defensive. He was scared. Harry could sense it, a deep, tightly controlled fear buried under layers of discipline and will. But he didn't let it show and he didn't let it control him, and in that moment Harry felt something he hadn't expected: respect. "You're living with the Joker," Batman said. "Temporarily. There's no such thing as temporarily with the Joker. He doesn't take in strays out of kindness. He takes them in because he sees something he can use." "I know. Do you know what he's done? How many people he's killed? What he did to Jason Todd?" Batman's voice tightened just barely on that name, and Harry filed it away. "He is the most dangerous person in this city, and you're sleeping in his basement." I know what he is. I've known since the first night. I read the newspapers. I'm not naive, I'm not brainwashed, and I'm not his weapon. Harry let the marbles drift higher. I'm using him the same way he's using me. The difference is I know it and he thinks I don't. Batman studied him. The lenses of the cowl were probably feeding him data, heart rate, pupil dilation, microexpressions, but Harry's occlumency was airtight. Whatever the man's sensors were reading, they were reading exactly what Harry wanted them to read. Come with me, Batman said. I can help you. I have resources, technology, contacts, safe houses. I can protect you from the Joker and help you find a way home. In exchange for what? A pause, just slightly too long. No exchange, you're a child, you need help. That pause told me everything, Harry said. You want to study me, understand what I can do, assess the threat level, contain it if necessary. He shook his head. I've had people try to contain me my entire life. An old man with a long beard and a lot of secrets kept me locked in a cupboard under some stairs for 10 years because his rules said it was necessary. I'm done being contained. Batman's jaw tightened. I'm not Dumbledore. Harry went still. I never told you that name. You mentioned a headmaster in your conversation with the Joker. I've had listening devices in his hideout for years. The marbles stopped orbiting, hung motionless in the air. Harry felt his magic surge, hot and dangerous, pressing against his control like water against a dam. You've been listening to me. I've been monitoring the Joker. You happened to be there. You heard everything, my world, my powers, my… Harry cut himself off, took a breath, released it. The marbles began to glow, faintly blue-white, responding to his emotional state. Destroy the recordings. I can't do that. That wasn't a request. Batman held his ground. I need to understand what you are. This city is not your property, Harry said, and his voice carried something that made the water tower vibrate, a harmonic that buzzed in the bones. You don't own Gotham, you patrol it, you protect it, and that's admirable, I mean that genuinely, but it doesn't give you the right to spy on a 15-year-old and record his private conversations. I spy on everyone, that's how I keep this city safe. And that doesn't strike you as problematic. Everything I do is problematic. The suit, the mission, the methods, all of it, I do it anyway because the alternative is worse. Batman stepped closer. You're powerful. More powerful than anything I've encountered, and I've encountered a great deal. That makes you dangerous, not because of what you are, but because of who you're with. The Joker will corrupt you, it's what he does, and when he does, you'll be the most dangerous weapon this city has ever seen. Harry looked at him, took a long, steady breath, and made a decision. I'm going to show you something, Harry said, and then you're going to leave, and then you're going to destroy those recordings. Not because I'm threatening you, though I could, but because after you see this, you'll understand that the recordings are useless anyway. You can't prepare for what I am. You can't contain it, can't counter it, can't build a contingency for it. All you can do is trust me when I tell you, I am not your enemy, not unless you make me one. He raised his hand, not at Batman, at the sky. And he poured magic upward, a torrent of raw power that screamed through the air like a comet in reverse. The clouds above the Narrows split open, driven apart by force, revealing a circle of clear sky. Stars appeared, real stars, visible for the first time through Gotham's permanent haze. Then the stars moved, rearranging themselves into patterns, constellations that Harry remembered from a sky that existed in another universe. Orion, Cassiopeia, the Great Bear, his sky. His home, the light intensified. The constellation became a projection, a hologram of pure magical energy hanging above the Narrows like a chandelier, illuminating the district in soft silver light. For 30 seconds, the darkest neighborhood in Gotham City was bathed in starlight. And the people below, the ones still awake, the insomniacs and the shift workers and the kids who shouldn't have been up, stepped out of their apartments and looked up and saw something impossible and beautiful. Then Harry let it fade, the clouds closed. The darkness returned, he looked at Batman. The Dark Knight hadn't moved, hadn't spoken. But behind the lenses, Harry knew could feel that something had shifted, not the fear. The fear was still there, maybe stronger than before, but alongside it something else, something that tasted like awe. I could have destroyed those buildings, Harry said quietly, every one of them. Could have leveled this district, this city, this continent. I have that power right now tonight with no wand and a week of practice, and instead I showed them stars. He sat back down on the catwalk. Dangled his legs over the edge. So no, Batman, I'm not coming with you. I'm not going to be studied or contained or saved. I'm going to stay in this city and I'm going to figure out what I want to be, and I'm going to do it on my own terms. And you can watch, you can monitor. You can build your files and your contingencies and your little contingency plans for the contingency plans. But understand this, the only reason you're standing on this rooftop right now, having this conversation, is because I'm allowing it. And the only reason I'm allowing it is because I think, underneath the cowl and the paranoia, you're a good man who's trying to do the right thing. He looked up. Don't make me change my mind. Batman stood there for a long, silent moment. Then he spoke and his voice was different, not the gravel, not the performance, something rower. What's your name, your full name? Harry James Potter. Harry, Batman nodded once like he was filing it away. The Joker will betray you, it's not a question of if, it's when, and when he does, I'll be here. I know. I'm not your enemy either, remember that. He fired his grappling line and was gone, pulled upward into the dark, a shadow absorbed by shadow. Harry sat alone on the water tower and listened to the city breathe. His earpiece crackled, Harley's voice, sleepy and curious. Was that you, the stars, Mrs. Chen's going nuts on the community Facebook page? Harry smiled. Go back to sleep, Harley. Did I just imagine it, or did the sky open up over the Narrows? You didn't imagine it. Hot damn, a yawn, you're something else, you know that, so I've been told. Night kid, night Harley. He sat on the tower for another hour, alone with the wind and the city and the slow, deep pulse of magic in his veins, thinking about Batman's warning, about Harley's warning. About the photograph of Ron and Hermione that he'd found in his jeans pocket 3 days ago, crumpled, water-damaged, barely recognizable, but there. He carried it everywhere. Touched it sometimes in quiet moments, feeling the glossy paper between his fingers. He didn't take it out tonight. Tonight he just sat and looked at Gotham and thought about choices. In his old life, every choice had been made for him. Where to live, the Dursleys, where to learn, Hogwarts, who to fight, Voldemort, what to be a hero, the Chosen One, a weapon aimed at a single target with everyone around him acting as handlers and guides and occasionally human shields. Here the choices were his, all of them. And the weight of that freedom, the sheer, dizzying, terrifying weight of being able to go in any direction, was either the most liberating thing he'd ever experienced or the most dangerous. Both, probably, like everything else in Gotham. He went back to the hideout at 3 a.m. The Joker was asleep, actually asleep, sprawled in his armchair with his mouth open and his face paint smudged, looking almost human. Harry stood over him for a moment and thought about how easy it would be, a sleep charm to deepen the unconsciousness. A legilimency probe to strip every secret from the man's mind. Or simpler, a transfigured blade, a quick strike, and Gotham's greatest monster would be gone. He didn't do any of those things, not out of mercy, not out of loyalty. But because the Joker, for all his horror, had given Harry something no one else ever had, the space to become whatever he wanted. Dumbledore had shaped him into a soldier. The Dursleys had tried to crush him into nothing. The wizarding world had built him into a symbol. The Joker had just let him grow, like Harley said, sun and water and space. And the fact that the Joker's motives were selfish and possibly psychotic didn't change the result. Harry pulled a blanket over the sleeping clown, a gesture so incongruously domestic that it would have broken anyone's brain who knew either of them, and went to his corner and slept. The next morning, everything changed. Harry woke to the sound of the Joker laughing, which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the quality of the laughter, high, sharp, almost panicked, with an edge of genuine surprise that Harry had never heard from him before. He sat up. The Joker was at his workbench, hunched over a laptop, stolen obviously, and the screen was showing what looked like a security camera feed. Grainy, green-tinted, but clear enough to see. Harry, the Joker said, and his voice was wrong, too bright, too tight, vibrating with something that might have been excitement or might have been fear. Come look at this. Harry crossed the room, looked at the screen. The feed showed a warehouse, not the Falcon warehouse, somewhere else, industrial with high ceilings and heavy equipment. And in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by what appeared to be GCPD tactical officers, a man in a burlap mask was standing very, very still. Scarecrow. He turned himself in, the Joker said. Walked into the GCPD's Narrows precinct 20 minutes ago, hands up, no weapons, no toxin, asked to speak to the wizard, specifically, by name. He doesn't know my name. He asked for the Narrows wizard, close enough. The Joker turned to face him, and for the first time, Harry saw something in those painted features that looked almost like concern. Harry Crane doesn't surrender. He doesn't turn himself in. He doesn't cooperate with police. In all the years I've known him, and I've known him longer than most, he has never once voluntarily walked into a police station. Whatever he wants from you, it's important enough to risk imprisonment. Harry watched the feed. Crane was talking to the officers, hands raised, head tilted in a posture of absolute calm. Even through the low-resolution footage, there was something deeply unsettling about that calm. It wasn't the calm of surrender. It was the calm of a man who was exactly where he wanted to be. He wants to be arrested, Harry said. Obviously, he wants to be put in a cell. In the Narrows precinct, where he knows I operate. Also obvious. He's baiting me. Very obvious. The Joker leaned back. The question is, are you going to take the bait? Harry studied the screen. Crane had removed the burlap mask now. Underneath was a thin, sharp-featured face with ice-blue eyes and the hollow cheeks of a man who forgot to eat when he was working. He was smiling. It was a terrible smile, not manic like the Joker's but clinical, the smile of a man who viewed other humans as data sets. What does Crane know about me? Harry asked. What everyone knows, that a kid with impossible abilities took down a Falcon crew using methods nobody can explain. The snake story has gone viral in the underworld. Crane's a scientist at heart. He can't resist an unexplained phenomenon. And his fear toxin, his pride and joy, the thing that makes him relevant, and if there's someone out there who might be immune. The Joker drew a finger across his throat. His whole identity crumbles. He needs to know if you're immune, and if you are, he needs to know why. Harry made a decision. Quick, clean, the way he'd been making decisions since he arrived in Gotham, without the endless agonizing that had characterized his old life, where every choice was weighed against Dumbledore's approval and the wizarding world's expectations. I'll go see him, Harry said, in a police station. I'll walk in, talk to him, and walk out. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll handle it. That's insane, says the man in clown makeup. The Joker opened his mouth, closed it, then laughed, the genuine one, the warm one. Fair point, but Harry, Crane is dangerous, not in the way I'm dangerous, not in the way the bat is dangerous. In a specific way, he'll study you, map you, find your weaknesses. And then he'll exploit them with a precision that makes my chaos look like finger painting. Then I'd better not have weaknesses. He pulled on his hoodie, laced up his boots, and headed for the door. The Joker didn't try to stop him. He just sat in his chair and watched. And his expression, Harry caught it in the reflection of the dead TV screen, was something complicated. Something proud and worried and hungry and afraid all at once. The Narrows precinct was a squat, ugly building on the corner of Miller and Grundy, and Harry walked through the front door like he owned it. The desk sergeant, a tired woman in her 40s with a coffee stain on her uniform, looked up, looked at him and said, "Help you." "I'm here to see the man who turned himself in this morning, the one in the mask." "Crane," she frowned. He asked for wait. "Are you the—" She stopped, her eyes widened. Harry realized with a combination of amusement and alarm that his reputation had preceded him. Even the GCPD had heard about the Narrows wizard. "I'll need to see some ID. I don't have any." "Then I can't let you." Harry looked at her, just looked with the full weight of his attention and let a whisper of magic touch her thoughts. Not a command, not a compulsion, just a gentle nudge, the legilimency equivalent of a tap on the shoulder that said, "This is fine. He's supposed to be here." "Let him through," the sergeant blinked. "Actually, you know what, go ahead, interview room 3, down the hall, second door on the left." "Thank you." He walked down the hall. Officers passed him, they glanced, looked away, forgot they'd seen him. A subtle notice-me-not charm, wandless, wrapped around him like a cloak. Not invisibility, just irrelevance, the magical equivalent of being so boring that the eye slid right past. Interview room 3 was small, gray, and smelled like bad coffee and desperation. Crane was sitting at a metal table, hands cuffed in front of him, still wearing that terrible clinical smile. Up close he was even thinner than he'd looked on camera, almost skeletal, with skin stretched tight over sharp bones and those ice-blue eyes that never stopped analyzing. Harry sat down across from him and dropped the notice-me-not charm. Crane's eyes locked onto him instantly. "The wizard," Crane said. His voice was soft, precise, with the deliberate enunciation of an academic. "Younger than I expected. You turned yourself in to meet me. I turned myself in to study you. Meeting you is a pleasant side effect." He tilted his head. "You're not what the stories describe. The criminals in the Narrows talk about you like you're a demon, a monster, but you're just a boy. A boy who turned 20 guns into snakes." "Yes, that." Crane leaned forward, the cuffs clinked. "How? And I don't mean the mechanics, I mean the principle. What force allows the transmutation of inorganic matter into living organisms? What energy source powers the process? What are the thermodynamic implications? The conservation of mass alone should—" "Magic." Crane's eye twitched. "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. I'm a wizard. Magic is what I do. I don't have a periodic table for it or a set of equations. I have talent, training, and will." "That's unacceptable." Real heat in his voice now, the first crack in the clinical facade. "Every phenomenon has a mechanism. Every effect has a cause. The universe operates on rules. Yours does, mine doesn't." Crane sat back. Those blue eyes bored into Harry, and Harry felt it, not magic, just pure, focused, predatory intelligence trying to peel back his skin and look at the machinery underneath. "I have a proposition," Crane said. "I assumed you did. I want to study you, in a controlled environment with proper instrumentation over a period of number. You haven't heard the terms. I don't need to, I'm not a lab rat. I wasn't offering you a cage, I was offering you knowledge." Crane leaned forward again, and his eyes were alight now, burning with the fever of genuine scientific obsession. "I've spent my career studying fear. The neurochemistry, the psychology, the evolutionary biology. My fear toxin is the most sophisticated psychoactive compound ever created. It targets the amygdala with a precision that makes LSD look like aspirin. And the reports from the warehouse suggest that you, boy, might be resistant to it. You want to test your toxin on me? I want to understand what makes you different." And in exchange, I'll share everything I know about dimensional theory, parallel universes, and the work I did at Gotham University on cross-dimensional energy transfer before they terminated my position. Harry paused. You studied dimensional theory, a secondary interest. My doctoral thesis was on the neurological effects of dimensional displacement, hypothetical, obviously, since no confirmed cases existed at the time. But the mathematics are sound, and the theoretical framework suggests that traversal between parallel dimensions is possible under specific conditions. He tilted his head. Conditions that might include, say, a magical transport device malfunctioning catastrophically. Crane knew more than he should. Harry's expression didn't change, occlumency guaranteed that, but inside his mind was racing. How had Crane learned about the portkey? The Joker's conversations monitored by Batman, who might have shared intelligence with number Batman wouldn't share with Crane. But Crane had his own networks, his own intelligence sources, his own ways of extracting information from people who didn't want to give it. Here's what's going to happen, Harry said. You're going to give me everything you have on dimensional theory, every paper, every equation, every note, and in exchange I'm not going to do to you what I did to the Falcons. Threats. How pedestrian, Harry held up his hand. A flame appeared, small, blue-white, perfectly controlled. It cast stark shadows across the interview room, and in its light Crane's face looked like a skull. Professor Crane, Harry said, I've faced things that would break your mind. I've looked into the eyes of creatures that are fear, not chemical approximations, not neurological simulations, but the real thing, the primal thing, the dark that was dark before the universe had light. Your toxin is a child's party trick compared to what I've survived. He let the flame grow. It rose from his palm like a living thing, twisting, shaping itself into a form, tall, hooded skeletal that Harry pulled from his deepest memories. The temperature in the room plummeted. Frost crystallized on the table, on the cuffs, on Crane's thin, clutching fingers. The lights flickered and died. And in the darkness, lit only by the cold blue flame, a Dementor stood behind Harry's chair. Not real, a magical construct, a memory given form and presence, but the effect was real. The despair. The cold. The crushing, suffocating certainty that happiness had never existed and never would. Crane's clinical mask shattered. His eyes went wide and white. His hands gripped the table hard enough to whiten the knuckles. And a sound came out of his mouth that Harry had never heard from a grown man. A high, thin, animal whine of pure, unprocessed terror. The sound of a man who had spent his life studying fear, encountering it for the first time. Harry held it for 5 seconds. Then he dissolved the construct, relit the flame, and let the temperature normalize. The lights flickered back on. Crane was shaking, full-body tremors, teeth chattering, eyes still locked on the space behind Harry where the Dementor had been. His composure was gone. His clinical detachment was gone. He looked exactly like what he was, a man who had just been shown with brutal clarity the limits of his expertise. That, Harry said calmly, is fear, not your version, not the chemical shortcut, the real thing. A shadow of the creatures I fight have fought since I was 13 years old. And I beat them every time with a spell that requires me to focus on my happiest memory and project it outward as a shield. He stood up. So no, Professor, I won't be your test subject, I won't let you study me, and I strongly suggest you rethink your career because if that, he nodded at the space behind his chair, is what real fear looks like, then your toxin is a joke. A bad, cruel, pointless joke that only works on people who have never faced the real thing. He walked to the door, opened it, paused. Your dimensional theory research, send it to the Monarch Theater basement level, you know where it is. Everyone does, he looked back, and Crane, stay out of the Narrows. He walked out. Through the precinct, past the confused officers, out the front door and into the Gotham morning. The notice-me-not charm fell away and he was just a teenager again, unremarkable, invisible, walking the streets of a city that was slowly, inexorably becoming his. Behind him in the interview room, Jonathan Crane sat in his cuffs and shook. He didn't stop shaking for a very long time. Word spread. Of course it did, this was Gotham, where information was the most valuable currency and secrets had the half-life of a fruit fly. Within 48 hours, the story of what had happened in the Narrows precinct had filtered through every layer of the criminal underworld. The details mutated with each telling. By the time it reached the Penguin's operation in the Iceberg Lounge, Harry had supposedly summoned an actual demon and made Crane cry blood, but the core remained consistent. The Narrows wizard was real, he was powerful beyond anything Gotham had seen, and he was not to be fucked with. The Joker was delighted. Harry could tell because the man was humming constantly, little snatches of show tunes and nursery rhymes, punctuated by random giggles, the soundtrack of a psychopath in a good mood. He didn't say much about the Crane incident directly, just nodded, hummed, and occasionally muttered things like the look on his face and fear of fear itself. There's a beautiful irony there. Harley was more direct. You scared the scarecrow, she said, sitting on the Corvette's hood outside the steel mill eating a candy bar. Like actually scared him, scared the guy whose whole thing is scaring people. Do you know how hard that is? Not very, apparently. Don't be modest, it's annoying. She bit into the candy bar. So what now? Harry was standing in the mill's doorway, leaning against the frame, watching the sunset paint the Gotham skyline in shades of orange and purple. The colors reminded him of the Joker's suit, which was a deeply unsettling association. Now, he said, I have a reputation. The Falcons know about me, Crane knows about me, Batman knows about me. The Joker has been using me as his pet project for 2 weeks, and I've been letting him because I needed the shelter and the information, but I don't need him anymore. Harley stopped chewing. What are you saying? I'm saying it's time to stop being the Joker's experiment and start being my own thing. He turned to look at her. The Narrows, the people there, Mrs. Chen, the barber, the kids I see playing in the street every afternoon. They're living in the worst part of the worst city in the world and nobody's helping them. Not Batman, he shows up, punches someone, leaves. Not the police, they're either corrupt or scared. Not the Joker, he uses the Narrows as his personal playground and doesn't give a damn about the people who live there. And you do? Yeah, Harley, I do. He said it simply, without drama. I know that makes me a bad criminal. I know the Joker would laugh, but I didn't come to this world to be a villain. I came here by accident, and while I'm here, I might as well do something that matters. Harley was quiet for a long time. The candy bar drooped in her hand, forgotten. You know, she said finally, before I was Harley Quinn, I wanted to help people. That was the whole point of the psychiatry degree. I wanted to understand broken people and put them back together. She looked at the candy bar, wrapped it up, put it away. The Joker broke me instead, and I let him because by the time I realized what was happening, I'd already forgotten what it felt like to want something good. She looked at Harry. Don't forget, kid. Whatever happens, whatever you become, don't forget what it feels like to want something good. I won't. Promise me. I promise. She nodded, slid off the car hood, picked up her baseball bat, twirled it once and pointed it at him. Then I'm in. In what? Whatever you're building, the Narrows thing, the protection thing, I'm in. She grinned, not the manic grin, the real one, the Harleen Quinzel grin that still existed somewhere underneath the pigtails and the paint. And before you ask about J, let me worry about J. I've been managing that particular disaster for 3 years. I can handle it. Harry looked at her. This woman who'd been broken and rebuilt and broken again, who carried a baseball bat and a doctorate and a heart that refused to die no matter how many times it was crushed. Okay, he said, you're in. Great, she clapped her hands. So what's the plan? Harry looked at the Narrows. At the maze of streets he'd memorized. At the buildings where people lived their difficult, ordinary, extraordinary lives. At the district that Gotham had abandoned and the criminals had claimed and nobody had ever tried to actually protect. The plan, he said, is to make it mine. That night, Harry didn't go back to the Joker's basement. He went to the rooftop of the Narrows water tower, sat cross-legged on the catwalk and worked magic until dawn. Not combat magic. Not destruction, wards. He'd studied them at Hogwarts, the ancient protective enchantments that guarded the castle, layer upon layer of spells woven over centuries that made the school the safest place in the wizarding world. He didn't have centuries, he didn't have a wand, but he had raw power and he had will and he had something that no previous wardcaster had ever had, the total, uncontested magical monopoly of an entire dimension. He was the only wizard in this reality. Every drop of ambient magical energy, and there was ambient energy, thin and unfocused, the background radiation of a universe that had magic in its DNA, even if no one here could access it, was his to claim. So he claimed it. He reached out with his mind further than he'd ever reached before and pulled. Drew the scattered, dilute magic of this dimension toward him like a fisherman hauling in a net. It came slowly at first, then faster, a gathering current that flowed through the streets and the walls and the earth and the air, converging on the Narrows like water flowing downhill to a lake. And he shaped it, wove it into barriers and boundaries, alarms and protections. Not visible, not even detectable unless you knew what to look for. But there, a membrane of magical energy draped over the Narrows like a net, sensitive to hostile intent, responsive to threat. By dawn, the wards were in place. They were crude by Hogwarts standards, a first draft, a sketch, something he'd refine and strengthen over weeks and months. But they were functional. If someone entered the Narrows with the intent to harm its residents, Harry would know. Would feel it like a vibration on a spider's web, a gentle tug on his consciousness that said, here, this person, this place, this moment. He sat on the water tower as the sun came up, exhausted, drained, trembling with magical fatigue, and watched the Narrows wake. Watched Mrs. Chen sweep her stoop. Watched the barber open his shop. Watched the kids pile out of an apartment building and chase each other down the sidewalk laughing, and for just a moment, just one crystal-clear, perfect moment, the Narrows looked like a place worth protecting. His earpiece crackled, the Joker's voice light and curious and just slightly dangerous. Harry, you didn't come home last night. Harry touched the earpiece. I moved out. A long, long pause. Did you? The Joker said, not a question. I appreciate what you've done for me. The shelter, the information, the introduction to this city. But I'm not your project and I'm not your experiment and I'm not sleeping in your basement anymore. Silence. Then a giggle. Then a laugh. Then the full unhinged roller coaster cackle that Harry had learned to associate with the Joker, being simultaneously furious and fascinated. "Oh, Harry," the Joker gasped. "Harry, you beautiful, ungrateful, magnificent little monster, you're leaving the nest, flying the coop, spreading your wings." The laughter subsided into something quieter. "Harder, you know I can't let that stand, right? Appearances, reputation. If my people think I got dumped by a teenager, I'm not dumping you. I'm graduating." Harry watched a pigeon land on the water tower railing. It looked at him curiously. He looked back. "You wanted to see what I'd become. You wanted to watch the experiment play out. Well, here's your result. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your successor. I'm not your punchline." He paused. "I'm the Narrows wizard and the Narrows is mine." The Joker was quiet for so long that Harry checked to make sure the earpiece was still working. Then very softly, almost gently, the Joker said, "I'm so proud of you, Harry, and I'm going to destroy you for this." The line went dead. Harry sat on the water tower, alone with the pigeons and the sunrise and the sleeping wards that hummed beneath him like a heartbeat, and smiled. Not the Joker's grin, not Batman's grimace. Something else entirely, something fierce and free and just a little bit wild. Let them come, he thought. All of them, the Joker, the Bat, the Scarecrow, the mob, let them all come, I'll be ready. Below him the Narrows stirred to life. And the wards hummed and the magic pulsed, and somewhere in the distance, a man in a purple suit was laughing, and somewhere else a man in a dark cowl was watching, and the city, the beautiful, terrible, endless city, kept spinning on its axis of corruption and hope and madness. Harry Potter pulled the crumpled photograph from his pocket. Ron and Hermione, waving, grinning, frozen in a moment from another life. He looked at it for a long time, then he tucked it away, stood up, and got to work. Chapter 3, The Wizard of Gotham. 6 weeks in, Harry Potter owned the Narrows, not on paper. Paper was for people who trusted institutions, and Harry had learned in 2 worlds now that institutions were just power wearing a polite mask. He owned the Narrows the way a river owns its banks, through constant presence, through shaping the landscape around him, through being so fundamentally part of the place that removing him would mean destroying it. It started small. The wards were the foundation. That invisible lattice of protective magic draped over 37 city blocks like a grandmother's hand on a fevered forehead. Harry refined them daily, adding layers, increasing sensitivity, weaving in subtleties that would have impressed Professor Flitwick. Muggle-repelling charms tuned to hostile intent. Gang members crossing into the Narrows with weapons found themselves suddenly, inexplicably convinced they'd left the stove on. Drug dealers approaching their usual corners experienced a crushing certainty that the police were watching, not paranoia, just a gentle magical suggestion that made them turn around and find somewhere else to peddle. Muggers reached for their knives and their hands went numb. Carjackers sat behind stolen wheels and forgot how to drive. Nobody in the Narrows understood what was happening, but they felt it. The neighborhood gossip networks, Mrs. Chen's laundromat, the barbershop on Grundy, the diner where the night shift workers gathered at 6 a.m. buzzed with stories. Crime was down, way down, 40% in the first week, 60 in the second, 80 by the end of the month. The GCPD's Narrows precinct filed bewildered reports about criminals who turned themselves in unprompted, weapons that malfunctioned inexplicably, and a general, pervasive calm that settled over the district like fog. The police didn't investigate too hard. In Gotham, you didn't question good news. You just cashed the check and hoped it didn't bounce. Harry did the visible work too. The wards were invisible, operating in the background like a city's plumbing, essential but unseen. But the Narrows needed more than magical security. It needed infrastructure. And Harry, it turned out, was very good at infrastructure. The streetlights he destroyed on his first night were the starting point. He fixed them not with bulbs and wiring, but with permanent light charms anchored to the lamp housings, cold white luminescence that never flickered, never burned out, never cost a penny in electricity. The Narrows, for the first time in a decade, was properly lit. Dark alleys became merely dim. Shadowed corners became merely shady. The geography of fear that had defined the neighborhood, don't walk there, don't go down that street, never take that shortcut after dark, eroded in a matter of days. Then the buildings. The Narrows' housing stock was a disaster, crumbling facades, leaking roofs, broken pipes, wiring that was a fire code violation and an active fire hazard simultaneously. Harry walked the streets at night, touching buildings as he passed, pushing magic into their bones. Strengthening foundations, sealing cracks, mending pipes. He couldn't rebuild them, not entirely, not without drawing too much attention, but he could heal them the way you'd heal a sick animal, carefully, gradually, targeting the worst damage first. Mrs. Chen woke up one morning to find that the persistent leak in her laundromat ceiling had stopped. Just stopped. The water stain was still there, but the dripping that had been driving her mad for 3 years had ceased. She called her landlord, who sent a maintenance worker who stared at the ceiling for 10 minutes and said, "Looks fine to me." "It looks fixed," Mrs. Chen corrected. "It was not fine yesterday." The maintenance worker shrugged and left. Mrs. Chen stood in her laundromat and looked at the ceiling and thought about a skinny British teenager who always looked tired and never carried an umbrella. Harry didn't claim credit, didn't need to. The Narrows knew. Not consciously, not explicitly, nobody walked up to him and said, "Hey, are you the wizard who's been fixing our neighborhood?" But the unconscious knowledge was there, a collective understanding that operated below the level of language. When Harry walked the streets, people nodded to him. Made room on the sidewalk. The bodega owner on Miller started leaving a hot coffee on the counter every morning, refusing payment. The kids, always the kids, because children saw what adults had trained themselves to ignore, followed him in small, chattering packs, asking questions he couldn't answer and demanding demonstrations he wouldn't provide. "Do the light thing," demanded a girl named Maya, 7 years old, missing 3 teeth, fearless as a honey badger. She'd attached herself to Harry like a barnacle during his second week in the Narrows and showed no signs of detaching. "What light thing?" "The light thing with your hands." "Danny said you can make lights come out of your hands." "Danny's lying." "Danny's always lying, but he's right about this. I saw the stars." "That night when the sky opened up and there were stars, that was you." Harry looked at her. At her fierce little face and her absolute, unwavering conviction. She'd seen the constellation projection, his display for Batman, and she'd remembered it, held on to it, built a mythology around it the way children do when they encounter something magical in a world that insists magic doesn't exist. He crouched down, held out his hand, and produced in his palm a tiny glowing butterfly made of pure light. It lifted off his skin, fluttered around Maya's head, and dissolved into sparkles that caught in her hair. Maya's face split into a grin so wide it rivaled the Joker's. She shrieked a sound of pure, uncomplicated delight and ran to tell her friends. Harry watched her go and felt that warmth again, the simple human glow that no amount of power or strategy or territorial ambition could replicate. He tucked it away carefully, filed it in the same protected corner of his mind where he kept the photograph of Ron and Hermione and the memory of Mrs. Weasley's hugs and the sound of Hogwarts' Great Hall at breakfast. Not yet, not time to be soft yet, but someday. The Narrows transformation didn't go unnoticed. Batman came first, of course. Not in person. After their rooftop conversation, the Dark Knight maintained a careful distance, observing from Gotham's skyline like a hawk watching a territory it couldn't quite control. But his drones appeared small, silent, nearly invisible surveillance devices that circled the Narrows' perimeter and occasionally ventured inside. Harry let them. The wards detected them, flagged them, could have destroyed them with a thought. But there was no point in antagonizing Batman over surveillance. He was going to conduct regardless. Instead, Harry modified the wards to create a dead zone, a bubble of magical interference that scrambled the drone's recording equipment whenever they crossed the Narrows' boundary. Batman could fly as many robots as he wanted. All he'd get was static. Harry imagined the man in the Batcave, watching screen after screen of white noise, jaw clenched, that brilliant mind grinding against a problem it couldn't solve. It was, he had to admit, a little bit funny. The GCPD came second. Commissioner Gordon, a tired, honest man in a city that punished both qualities, dispatched a plainclothes team to investigate the Narrows' sudden and inexplicable drop in crime. Harry knew about the investigation within an hour because the wards registered the detective's presence, intent, observation, assessment, mild suspicion, and because Harley's network of street-level contacts reported the unfamiliar faces. He let them investigate. They found nothing. How could they? The wards were invisible. The repairs were subtle. And the residents of the Narrows, who had spent generations distrusting the GCPD for very good reasons, told the detectives precisely nothing. "Nice neighborhood," Detective Montoya told her partner as they left, looking over her shoulder at streets that were cleaner, brighter, and safer than they'd been in living memory. "When did that happen?" "No idea," her partner said, "but I'm not filing a complaint." The mob came third. Sophia Falcone had not forgiven the warehouse incident. The money had been returned to the Narrows businesses. Sophia was practical enough to cut that particular loss, but the humiliation burned. Vincent was still in the hospital, his bitten hand permanently damaged, his status in the family hierarchy irreparably diminished. And the story was the worst part. Every crew chief, every underboss, every two-bit hustler in Gotham's underworld knew that a teenager had walked into a Falcone stronghold and walked out untouched. Sophia Falcone's authority rested on the understanding that crossing the family meant death. Harry had crossed the family and nothing had happened. Something needed to happen. Harry felt the incursion at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. A sharp twinge in the wards, not the gentle tug of a mugger or drug dealer, but a spike, multiple points of hostile intent entering the Narrows simultaneously from 3 directions. He was on the water tower, his unofficial headquarters where he spent most nights, and he was on his feet before the sensation had fully registered. 12 men, professional. Armed not with handguns but with military-grade hardware, body armor, night vision, suppressed submachine guns. They moved in 3 teams of 4, converging on a central point that Harry realized with a cold lurch was Mrs. Chen's laundromat. They're making a statement, he thought. They're going to burn it down. Burn the businesses I protected to show that protection means nothing. He didn't take the stairs. He stepped off the water tower's catwalk and fell, 3 stories, straight down, and caught himself 6 inches from the pavement with a burst of wandless magic that displaced the air hard enough to crack the sidewalk. He landed softly, already moving, already pulling magic around him like armor. The first team was on Miller Avenue, moving in a tactical column, night vision down, weapons up. Professional, ex-military maybe, or private contractors. Sophia had the money to hire the best. Harry stepped out of the alley in front of them. Evening, he said. The point man opened fire. The bullets stopped. Not slowed, stopped. Hung in the air 6 inches from Harry's chest, frozen in place by a shield that was invisible until the impacts lit it up. A shimmering curtain of force that rippled like water with each hit. The point man emptied his magazine. 30 rounds, every one of them caught and held, floating in a neat cluster like a deadly constellation. The team stared. Harry could feel their fear through the wards, sharp, primal, the ancient terror of something that violated the rules of the universe they understood. He flicked his hand. The bullets reversed course. Not at the men. Harry aimed high, sending the cluster screaming over their heads and into the brick wall behind them, punching a neat line of holes at exactly head height. A warning. A demonstration of what he could have done. Drop your weapons, Harry said, or the next volley goes lower. 3 of them dropped their weapons. The point man, bigger, older, harder, swung his empty gun like a club. Harry caught him telekinetically, lifted him off the ground, and pinned him to the wall 10 feet up. The man dangled, legs kicking, hands clutching at the invisible force around his chest. I said drop it. The gun clattered to the pavement. Harry dealt with the other 2 teams in under 4 minutes. The second team he found on Grundy Street, already at the laundromat's door with a breaching charge. He dissolved the charge, transmuted the explosive compound into sugar, which was chemically hilarious, and then wrapped the entire team in chain-link fence ripped from a nearby lot, the same technique he'd used on the Falcone guards. The third team he simply scared. A wall of conjured fire across the street, 15 feet high, roaring and crackling and hot enough to blister paint, that appeared out of nowhere and blocked their path. They ran, he let them run. Runners carried stories. The point man was still pinned to the wall. Harry floated up to his level, actual levitation, his feet leaving the ground, rising smoothly until they were eye to eye. He'd been working on flight for 2 weeks and had cracked it 3 days ago. It was exhausting, burning through magical energy at a prodigious rate, but the effect, the sheer psychological impact of a person hovering in the air like a god, was worth every drop. What's your name? Harry asked. Fuck you. Your name or I drop you. The man looked down, 12 feet to concrete. Martinez. Martinez, you work for Sophia Falcone. I work for whoever pays. Good, then you'll appreciate efficiency. Harry leaned in. You're going to go back to Sophia. You're going to tell her what happened here tonight. And you're going to deliver a message. The Narrows is mine, not the Joker's. Not Batman's, mine. Anyone who comes here with hostile intent will be dealt with. Not killed, I don't kill, but dealt with in ways that will make death look comfortable. He released Martinez. The man fell, hit the pavement, rolled, staggered to his feet, looked up at Harry hovering against the Gotham sky, silhouetted by the fading fire wall. What are you? Martinez whispered. I'm the Warlock, Harry said. And he rose higher, up above the rooftops, up above the Narrows, up into the haze and the dark, and the last thing Martinez saw before he ran was a figure hanging in the sky like a dark star, ringed in faint blue light. The Warlock. He hadn't planned the name. It came out of his mouth fully formed, as if it had been waiting there since he arrived, and it felt right in a way that the boy who lived and the chosen one never had. Those names had been given to him. This one he'd chosen. By morning, every criminal organization in Gotham knew it. Harley found him on the water tower at dawn, climbing the ladder with a bag of bagels and 2 coffees and the kind of expression that said she was trying very hard not to look impressed. The Warlock, she said, handing him a coffee. Really? It fit the moment. It's dramatic. I was hovering in the air surrounded by fire. The moment was dramatic. She sat down beside him, legs dangling over the edge. They ate bagels in silence for a while, watching the Narrows wake up. It had become a routine. Harley came most mornings, bringing food and gossip and the particular kind of companionship that Harry hadn't realized he needed until he had it. She'd fully extricated herself from the Joker's hideout a week ago, moving into a small apartment above a tattoo parlor on Grundy Street. The Joker had not taken it well, but Harley, for once, had stood her ground. "He'll come for you," she'd warned Harry the day she moved. "Not today, not this week, but he's planning something. I can tell because he's being patient, and the Joker is never patient unless he's building something big." Harry had nodded. Filed it away, let it sit alongside every other threat in a city that produced them like a factory. "So," Harley said around a mouthful of everything bagel, "the Falcon Hit Squad, you stopped 12 armed professionals with military training." "Yes, by yourself. Yes, in 4 minutes. Closer to 3, she whistled. "Kid, I gotta be honest, when you first showed up, skinny British teenager with a broken arm, I gave you about a week before Gotham chewed you up. Now you're flying around, stopping bullets and picking a street name." She shook her head. "You're something else, you know that. I've heard. I mean it, though." In a different way, she turned to face him, cross-legged on the catwalk, coffee in both hands. "You're growing, Harry, every day, not just the magic you, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you look at people. You're not the scared kid who landed in that alley anymore." "I was never scared." "You were terrified, you just didn't show it, that's a different thing." Harry sipped his coffee. She was right, of course. She was usually right about the emotional stuff. The psychiatry degree wasn't just decoration. "I'm not terrified anymore. I know, that's what worries me." "Why?" "Because fear is a leash, it keeps you connected to reality. It reminds you that you're mortal, that there are consequences, that actions have costs." She looked at her coffee. "The Joker has no fear, that's what makes him the Joker. Batman has fear, lots of it, and that's what keeps him human. She shrugged, "You're somewhere in between, and I don't know which way you're going to tip." Harry thought about this, thought about the Dementor construct he'd shown Crane, about the bullets he'd stopped, the fire he'd conjured, the man he'd pinned to a wall. About the ease of it, the terrifying, intoxicating ease with which he now wielded power that should have taken decades to develop. "I'm not becoming the Joker," he said. "I didn't say you were. I said you're losing your fear, and a powerful person without fear is." She searched for the word dangerous, unpredictable. They sat with that for a while. The sun climbed, the Narrows hummed beneath them, 37 blocks of life and mess and hope, protected by wards that nobody understood and a teenager that nobody could explain. "Crane sent the research," Harry said, changing the subject. "The dimensional theory stuff, 3 boxes, showed up at the water tower yesterday. No note, no signature, but I checked it for toxins, traps, tracking devices, and biological agents. Clean. And..." Harry pulled a notebook from his hoodie pocket, Muggle notebook, spiral-bound, filled with his cramped handwriting. "Crane's a lunatic, but he's a brilliant lunatic. His theoretical framework for cross-dimensional transit is actually pretty good. The math checks out as far as I can verify, and his hypothesis about the conditions needed for a dimensional breach, massive energy, sympathetic resonance between realities, a catalyst event, matches what happened with the portkey. So you can get home." Harry was quiet for a beat. "The theory suggests it's possible, but the energy requirements are astronomical. In my world, a portkey uses the ambient magical field, the collective energy of centuries of wizards channeled through ministry infrastructure. Here I'm the only source, I'd have to generate the equivalent of..." He consulted his notebook. "Roughly 50,000 wizards casting simultaneously to punch through the dimensional barrier alone." Harley stared at him. "Can you do that?" "Number not yet, maybe not ever." He closed the notebook. "But the rift, the one that brought me here, it didn't close cleanly. Crane's research includes sensor data from the night I arrived. There was an energy spike in the electromagnetic spectrum that corresponds to his theoretical model of a dimensional breach, and the data suggests the breach left a residue, a thin spot in the barrier between realities. Where? The alley where I landed, the Narrows, right in the middle of my territory." Harley absorbed this. "So the door home is in your backyard and you just need to figure out how to open it. Essentially, but you need more power than you have. Or a different approach. Crane's math suggests several possible methods, but they all require either massive energy or exotic materials that don't exist in this dimension." He tucked the notebook away. "I'm working on it. But it's a long-term project." "How long-term?" Harry looked at the Narrows. At the streets he'd claimed, the people he'd protected, the life he was building in a city that wasn't his, in a world that wasn't his, as a person who was increasingly different from the boy who'd left. "I don't know," he said honestly. "Months, years, maybe never." "And you're okay with that?" The question sat between them, heavy and honest. Harry turned it over in his mind the way he turned over spells, examining it from every angle, testing its weight. "I don't know," he said again. "Ask me tomorrow." Harley nodded, didn't push. That was one of the things Harry liked best about her. She knew when to probe and when to leave alone. The psychiatrist in her could read the room better than anyone he'd ever met, including Dumbledore. "Speaking of tomorrow," she said, brightening, "Catwoman wants to meet you." Who? Selina Kyle, Catwoman, cat burglar, cat enthusiast, general cat-themed person. She operates in East Gotham mostly, high-end theft, art, jewels, the glamorous end of crime. She and the Bat have a thing. Harley waggled her eyebrows. A thing. A complicated, emotionally constipated rooftop rendezvous thing. It's the worst-kept secret in Gotham. Point is, she heard about you, she's curious, and she reached out through my network to request a sit-down. Why would a cat burglar want to meet me? Because you can turn ordinary objects into other objects, including, presumably, ordinary objects into extraordinary objects. Harley grinned. Think about it, Harry, you can create perfect replicas of anything. Jewelry, art, artifacts. You could make a copy of the Mona Lisa that would fool every expert on Earth. In the world of high-end theft, that's not just useful, it's revolutionary. Harry considered this. The criminal implications were obvious. But Selina Kyle was also, according to Harley, one of the few people in Gotham who operated in the gray space between hero and villain, stealing from the rich, occasionally helping the poor, maintaining relationships with both Batman and the underworld without fully belonging to either. Set it up, Harry said. Somewhere neutral. And Harley, yeah, tell her if she tries anything cute, I'll turn her cat suit into an actual cat. Harley burst out laughing. Oh, she's gonna love you. The meeting with Selina Kyle happened 2 nights later, on the roof of the Gotham Museum of Art. Neutral ground, Harley had insisted, technically Batman's turf but also Selina's preferred hunting ground, which gave neither party a home field advantage. Harry arrived first, floating up from the street in a controlled ascent that was getting easier every day. He landed on the museum's flat roof, between the air conditioning units and a decorative gargoyle, and waited. She came from the east, a dark shape flowing across rooftops with a fluid grace that was fundamentally different from Batman's. Where Batman moved like a weapon, precise, forceful, every motion calculated for maximum efficiency, Selina Kyle moved like water. She crossed gaps that should have required a running start with a lazy, almost contemptuous ease. Her silhouette was sleek and dark, cat-eared cowl framing a face that Harry could tell, even at a distance, was extraordinarily beautiful. She landed on the roof without a sound, stood 20 feet away, hands on hips, head tilted, studying him with the unhurried appraisal of a woman who was used to being the most interesting person in any room. "You're shorter than I expected," she said. "I get that a lot. Younger too." Harley said you were 15. I assumed she was exaggerating. Harley doesn't exaggerate, she embellishes. There's a difference. Selina smiled. It was a good smile, warm but guarded, inviting but defensive, the smile of someone who'd learned to charm as a survival mechanism and had never quite stopped. "I like you already. Most of Gotham's criminals can't string 3 words together without threatening someone. I'm not a criminal. You live in the Narrows, you're associated with the Joker, you assaulted 20 Falcone soldiers, and the underworld calls you the Warlock. By any definition, I'm an independent operator with a territory and a code. That's not the same as a criminal. In Gotham, it kind of is." She walked closer, movements fluid, each step deliberate and graceful. Up close she was even more striking, dark hair, green eyes, a face that mixed elegance with a hard edge. The suit was practical despite its theatricality, reinforced material, utility belt, clawed gloves. "But I didn't come here to debate semantics. I came here because you can do something nobody else in this city can do. Transform matter. Transform matter." She reached into a pouch on her belt and produced a small object, a ring, gold, set with a deep red stone. She held it out on her palm. "This is a replica, cubic zirconia in a gold-plated setting, worth about $30. The real one, a Burmese ruby in a 24-carat band, 16th century, once owned by a Medici duchess, is in a private collection in Gotham Heights behind 12 inches of reinforced glass, 3 laser grids, and a security system that costs more per month than most people make in a year." Harry took the ring, turned it over in his fingers. "You want me to make this into the real thing? I want you to make this better than the real thing. The real one has a microscopic flaw in the ruby, a tiny inclusion visible only under magnification. The collectors know about it. It's part of the provenance. If I steal the original and replace it with a copy, they'll notice the flaw is missing. But if you can replicate even that, you swap the fake for the real, nobody knows the difference. The real one goes to a buyer and you walk away clean." Harry looked at her. "Clever. I have my moments. What's in it for me? 20% of the sale price. The ruby alone is worth $4 million. The provenance adds another 2. Your cut would be over $1 million. I don't need money, I can make gold." Selina blinked. It was the first time her composure had cracked. "You can what?" "Transmute base metals into gold. It's basic alchemy where I come from." That's. She stopped, regrouped. Harry could practically see her recalculating. "Okay, so money's off the table. What do you need?" "Information, contacts, access to parts of Gotham I can't reach from the Narrows." Harry set the ring on the roof's ledge. "You move between worlds, the underworld, the upper world, Batman's world. You know things, you hear things. That's more valuable to me than money." Selina studied him with those green eyes, and Harry felt the assessment not magical, just human, the cold calculation of a woman who'd survived by reading people accurately. "You're building something," she said. "Not just the Narrows, something bigger, maybe, and you need eyes and ears in places your magic can't reach." "My magic can reach anywhere, but subtlety sometimes requires a human touch." She laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. "God, you sound like Bruce." "I'll take that as a compliment." It wasn't one, but she was smiling. She picked up the ring and tossed it to him. "Deal, I'll be your eyes and ears, you make my replicas, and we don't ask each other questions we don't want answered." Harry caught the ring, held it in his palm, closed his eyes. The transformation took 30 seconds. He felt the ring's structure, every atom, every bond, every molecular arrangement, and changed it. The gold plating thickened, densified, became real gold, 24 karat, with the specific isotopic signature of 16th century Italian metallurgy. The cubic zirconia compressed, restructured, its carbon lattice reorganizing into the crystalline geometry of a natural ruby, deep red Burmese, with the precise inclusion pattern that Selina had described. He even aged it, micro scratches on the band, a patina of centuries, the subtle wear that distinguished a genuine antique from a reproduction. He opened his eyes and held it out. Selina took it, produced a jeweler's loop from her belt, because of course she carried one, and examined it for a full minute. "That's impossible," she said flatly. "You keep using that word, I don't think it means what you think it means." "This is perfect. The inclusion, the specific inclusion, is exactly right. The gold composition, the aging, She lowered the loop, stared at him. "What are you?" "I'm a wizard. People keep asking me that and the answer never changes." "I need to sit down." She didn't sit down. She pocketed the ring, removed the loop, and looked at Harry with an expression that blended professional admiration with genuine unease. "Do you understand what this means? You could disrupt every luxury market on the planet. Art, jewelry, precious metals, rare materials, all of it becomes worthless if you can create perfect duplicates on demand." "I'm not interested in disrupting markets. I'm interested in protecting the Narrows and finding a way home." "Home, right, the other dimension thing." She shook her head. "Harley told me, I thought she was joking." "Harley doesn't joke about me." "Number she doesn't." Selina crossed her arms, leaned against the gargoyle. "She's protective of you, you know, like a mother bear. Showed up at my place with a baseball bat and told me that if I tried to screw you over, she'd rearrange my bone structure." Her exact words. Harry felt a surge of something, gratitude, affection, the fierce warmth of being cared about by someone who chose to care rather than being obligated. "That sounds like Harley. She's changed since she started hanging around you, lighter, sharper, more like the person she was before the Joker got his hooks in her." Selina uncrossed her arms. "That's worth something, Harry. Whatever else you are, wizard, warlock, whatever, you gave Harley Quinn her spine back, and in this city that might be the most impressive thing you've done." Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he said nothing, and Selina didn't push, and they stood on the museum roof in comfortable silence while the city hummed below them. "One more thing," Selina said as she prepared to leave. "Bruce knows about you." "Batman, yes, we've spoken." "I know. He told me." She paused at the roof's edge, one foot on the ledge, perfectly balanced. "He's building a file, contingency plans, you know how he is if it breathes, he's got a plan to stop it. But Harry," she looked back, "he also told me something he's never said about anyone else." "What?" "He said he's not sure his contingencies would work." She dropped off the roof and was gone, swallowed by the night. Harry stood alone on the museum roof and processed that. Batman, the man who'd planned for the defeat of Superman, who had contingencies for every member of the Justice League, who had never encountered a problem he couldn't solve with enough preparation, wasn't sure he could stop Harry Potter. The thought should have been comforting. Instead, it sat in Harry's chest like a cold stone, because if Batman couldn't stop him, then who could? "You," a voice in his head answered. "You could stop you. That's the point. That's what Harley was trying to tell you. The only leash on your power is the one you choose to wear." Harry looked at his hands. The hands that could unmake matter and reshape reality and hold the stars in their palms. The hands that had conjured butterflies for Maya and fixed Mrs. Chen's ceiling and turned the Narrows into the safest neighborhood in Gotham. The same hands that could, if he chose, burn this city to ash. He closed them, made fists, held them tight. "I choose," he thought. "Every day I choose, and today I choose this." He flew home to the Narrows. The wards hummed beneath him, warm and welcoming, a magical heartbeat that matched his own. He landed on the water tower, wrapped himself in a conjured blanket, and slept. He dreamed of Hogwarts. Of the Great Hall at Christmas, candles floating in the air, snow falling from the enchanted ceiling, Ron and Hermione on either side of him, and for the first time in weeks the dream didn't hurt. It just felt far away. The attack came on a Wednesday. Not the Joker that was still building, a slow-motion catastrophe that Harry could feel approaching through the wards like a distant thunderstorm. Not the Falcons Sophia had for the moment accepted her losses and redirected her operation to more cooperative neighborhoods. Not Batman, who maintained his watchful distance like a dark, brooding satellite. Scarecrow, Harry should have expected it. Crane had sent the research, a peace offering or so it seemed, but Crane's mind didn't work in terms of peace. It worked in terms of data. And Harry, by rejecting Crane's proposal to study him, had denied the man the data he craved. For Jonathan Crane, being denied data was worse than being denied air. The wards detected it at 11:23 p.m., not a person, a substance, something airborne drifting into the Narrows from the southeast, carried on the wind from the industrial district. The wards flagged it as hostile, which told Harry it was designed to cause harm but couldn't identify its composition, which told him it wasn't ordinary. Harry was on the water tower. He stood, lifted his face to the wind, and tasted the air with his magic. Fear toxin, not the standard formulation, something new, something refined, with a molecular structure that was subtly different from the samples described in the GCPD files Harley had stolen for him. Crane had been busy, cooking up a new batch engineered specifically. For what? Harry's eyes narrowed. The wind was carrying the toxin toward the Narrows residential blocks. If it reached the apartment buildings, the laundromats, the shops, hundreds of people would be exposed. Hundreds of people experiencing their worst fears simultaneously in the middle of the night with no warning and no protection. This wasn't an attack on Harry. This was an attack on Harry's territory. Crane was testing him, not his immunity to the toxin, but his response. How fast could the warlock react? How far did his power extend? What would he sacrifice to protect his people? Data collection, Harry thought grimly. I turned down his lab, so he turned my neighborhood into one. He didn't hesitate, didn't plan, didn't calculate, he just acted. Harry rose off the water tower. Not the slow, controlled ascent of his usual flight, but a vertical launch, magic pouring from him in a raw torrent that left a scorch mark on the catwalk where his feet had been. He shot upward until the Narrows was spread below him like a circuit board, every streetlight a node, every block a component, and the approaching cloud of fear toxin was a dark smear on the southeastern wind, invisible to the eye but screaming against his magical senses. He spread his arms, drew a breath, and pushed. The ward network, his creation, his web, the magical infrastructure he'd spent 6 weeks building, flared. Every node, every connection, every thread of enchantment lit up simultaneously, and the Narrows blazed beneath him like a city made of light. The wards formed a dome, a shimmering, translucent hemisphere that rose from the district's boundaries and arched overhead, sealing the Narrows in a bubble of purified air. The fear toxin hit the dome and stopped, not deflected, dissolved. The ward's enchantments broke down the toxin molecule by molecule, stripping it apart, neutralizing the psychoactive compounds, converting the whole cloud into harmless vapor that dissipated in the night wind. It took 9 seconds. 9 seconds from detection to neutralization. The Narrows slept on, unaware, protected by a shield they'd never see and a wizard they'd never fully understand. Harry hung in the air, breathing hard, watching the last traces of the toxin evaporate. The ward dome faded, its emergency activation draining back to normal levels. Below, not a single person had woken, not a single nightmare had been triggered, not a single child had screamed. Good, Harry thought. And then, where is he? He reached out with his legilimency, not searching for specific thoughts, but for the particular texture of Jonathan Crane's mind. He'd touched it once in the interview room and the impression had stuck. Cold, precise, obsessive, with an architecture like a filing cabinet made of razors. A mind organized around the singular pursuit of understanding fear, every other human quality, empathy, warmth, connection stripped away and discarded as irrelevant. He found it. A quarter-mile southeast on the roof of an abandoned chemical plant surrounded by equipment that Harry could sense even at this distance, tanks, dispersal mechanisms, monitoring stations. Crane wasn't hiding, he was observing, recording data, measuring Harry's response time, response method, power output. Harry flew toward him. He covered the distance in seconds, decelerating only at the last moment, touching down on the chemical plant's roof with enough force to crack the concrete beneath his feet. Crane was there, no burlap mask, just the man himself, thin and sharp and clinical, hunched over a bank of monitoring equipment that blinked and hummed with data. He looked up at Harry's arrival. Those ice-blue eyes were alight with something that wasn't quite madness and wasn't quite sanity, the fever of a man in the grip of an obsession so total it had consumed every other aspect of his personality. 9 seconds, Crane said. Remarkable. The toxin was engineered to resist atmospheric degradation for a minimum of 48 hours. You neutralized it in 9 seconds. He checked a readout. And the energy signature, the scale of the energy signature, suggests your ward network is capable of protecting approximately 1.2 square miles, far more than the Narrows requires. You're operating at a fraction of your capacity. You tried to gas my neighborhood, Harry said. His voice was quiet, flat, the kind of quiet that preceded storms. I tried to collect data. The toxin was dispersed at a concentration calculated to cause anxiety responses, not psychotic breaks. No one would have been permanently harmed. Anxiety responses, in the middle of the night, in a neighborhood full of children. The scientific method requires. The scientific method requires a consenting population, Harry snarled, and his magic surged, and the monitoring equipment on the rooftop sparked and shorted and died in a cascade of electrical failure. Screens cracked, hard drives fried. Weeks of data, Crane's precious data, reduced to junk in an instant. Crane's composure broke, not into fear, into rage. His face contorted, the clinical mask shattering, and underneath was something ugly and desperate. Do you have any idea what you just destroyed? Crane hissed. Months of calibration, months of shut up. The words carried weight. Actual physical weight, a pulse of magic that pressed Crane down, bending his knees, forcing his shoulders toward the ground. Not enough to injure, enough to remind him of the power differential between them. Listen carefully, Professor. Harry walked toward him, and with each step the air grew colder. Frost crystallized on the rooftop. Crane's breath came in white plumes. You are alive right now because I choose not to kill you. You are sane right now because I choose not to break your mind. These are choices, and I make them fresh every time we meet. Don't make me reconsider. Crane was on his knees now, the magical pressure bearing down on him. His hands were braced against the frozen rooftop, his body trembling not from fear, though there was fear, Harry could feel it, but from the strain of resisting an invisible force he couldn't understand or combat. The Narrows is mine, Harry continued. The people who live there are under my protection, and the next time you aim your chemicals at my territory or any civilian population, I will do something much worse than destroy your equipment. He crouched in front of Crane. Met those blue eyes and let his legilimency brush against Crane's mind. Just a touch, just enough for Crane to feel it. The whisper of an alien intelligence moving through his thoughts like a ghost through walls. I'll take your knowledge, Harry said softly. Every formula, every theory, every memory of every experiment you've ever conducted. I'll reach into your brain and erase the science of fear from your mind. You'll wake up knowing nothing, remembering nothing. You won't even know what you've lost. Crane's eyes went wide. Real fear now, not the chemical approximation, not the Dementor shadow, but the genuine human terror of a man threatened with the one thing he valued more than life. You wouldn't, he whispered. Try me. Harry released the pressure, stood up. Crane collapsed forward, gasping, hands flat on the frozen concrete. Go home, Professor, Harry said, and stay out of the Narrows. He rose into the air. The wind caught his hoodie, whipping it around him, and for a moment, suspended against the Gotham sky, he looked less like a teenager and more like something old and terrible and inevitable. Crane watched him go, watched until the figure was a dark speck against the clouds, and then very slowly he stood up, brushed ice crystals from his coat, looked at the ruined monitoring equipment, the cracked screens, the dead hard drives, and smiled. Not the clinical smile, something worse, something hungry. Because Jonathan Crane had spent his life studying fear, and he had just discovered the most fascinating subject he'd ever encountered. Not because Harry was immune to fear, Crane could see now that he wasn't, not entirely, that there were cracks in the armor, vulnerabilities hidden behind the power and the confidence. But because Harry's relationship with fear was unique. He didn't suppress it, he didn't deny it. He used it, transformed it, channeled it, made it fuel rather than obstacle, and that, in Crane's professional opinion, was worth any amount of destroyed equipment to understand. The game was far from over. It had barely begun. Harry flew back to the Narrows. The wards settled around him as he descended, warm and familiar, and he landed on the water tower feeling wrung out and wired simultaneously. The toxin neutralization had cost him, not dangerously but noticeably. His reserves were lower than they'd been since the first week. His earpiece crackled, Harley awake worried. Harry, I felt something like a hum. The whole neighborhood hummed for a second. What happened? Crane tried to gas the Narrows. I stopped it. You what? Are you okay? I'm fine. Everyone's fine. The wards caught it. A long pause. Harry, he gassed the whole neighborhood. That's mass assault. That's domestic terrorism. We need to, it's handled. Handled how? Crane and I had a conversation. He understands the boundaries now. Another pause, longer this time. When Harley spoke again, her voice was careful, measured, the psychiatrist's voice. Harry, what did you do to him? Nothing permanent. I destroyed his equipment and delivered a warning. What kind of warning? Harry closed his eyes. The memory of Crane's face, that flash of genuine existential terror when Harry threatened to erase his mind, flickered behind his lids. He'd meant it. In that moment, he'd absolutely meant it. And the cold precision of his own ruthlessness didn't disturb him as much as it should have. The effective kind, he said. Go back to sleep, Harley. Harry, good night. He pulled the earpiece out, set it on the railing. Sat in the dark with the city spread below him and the wards humming in his bones and the distant, fading pulse of Crane's fearful mind echoing in his legilimency like a dying note. The photograph of Ron and Hermione was in his pocket. He didn't take it out. Instead, he held up his hand and conjured a flame, small, steady, blue-white, and watched it burn. The same flame he'd conjured in the Joker's basement a lifetime ago. The same power, the same will, but different. Stronger, colder, more controlled. I threatened to erase a man's mind, he thought, and I meant it. He waited for the guilt, for the horror, for the internal recoil that should have accompanied the realization that he'd threatened to commit what was, in wizarding law, the equivalent of murder, the destruction of a person's identity, their knowledge, their self. The guilt didn't come. Instead, there was clarity. Hard, clean, crystalline clarity, like looking through a window that had finally been cleaned. Crane had tried to poison his neighborhood. His response had been proportionate, targeted, and effective. No one had been hurt. The threat had been neutralized. The message had been delivered. And Crane, a man who had spent decades inflicting terror on innocent people, had for the first time in his miserable career experienced a taste of his own product. Justice, Harry thought, not Dumbledore's justice with its second chances and its noble suffering and its belief that everyone deserves redemption. Not Batman's justice with its rules and its restraint and its refusal to do what needs to be done. My justice. Direct, honest, proportionate. Mine, the flame danced in his palm. He closed his hand and extinguished it, and the darkness that replaced it felt like armor. 2 days later, the Joker made his move. Not directly. The Joker never did anything directly when indirection was more entertaining. But Harry felt it in the wards, a subtle shift, a pattern change, like noticing that the current in a river had reversed without any visible cause. People were moving differently in the streets around the Narrows, new faces in old places, unfamiliar vehicles parked in spots that had a clear line of sight to Harry's most frequent locations. Surveillance. Professional, careful, patient. The Joker was mapping Harry's routines, his habits, his blind spots. Harry let it happen, not out of carelessness, out of strategy. The Joker expected him to react, to close the borders, to tighten security. Instead, Harry went about his days exactly as before. Morning training at the mill, afternoon walks through the Narrows, evening practice on the water tower. He even added a new routine, a visit to the diner on Grundy for pie and coffee at 9 p.m., sitting in the same booth, same time, every night. Predictable, vulnerable, bait. You're poking the bear, Harley said. She'd noticed the surveillance too. Her street contacts had reported the new faces, and she'd identified 2 of the Joker's known operatives among them. You're deliberately poking the bear. I'm inviting the bear to make a move. Why? Because waiting is worse. The Joker is patient when he wants to be, and a patient Joker is a planning Joker, and a planning Joker is exponentially more dangerous than an impulsive one. I'd rather force the confrontation now on my terms than let him choose the time and place. And if he brings everything he's got, then I deal with everything he's got. Harley chewed her lip. Harry, you don't know what everything looks like with him. I do, I've seen it. When the Joker decides to burn something down, really burn it, not the performative stuff, not the theatrical attacks, he is thorough. He plans for contingencies. He has backup plans for his backup plans. And he never ever attacks a target he hasn't already compromised from the inside. From the inside, Harry repeated, and something cold touched the back of his mind. Inside people, inside organizations, inside trust. That's how he got to me, remember, not with bombs or guns, with words, with patience, with the slow, careful erosion of everything I thought I knew about myself until I couldn't tell where I ended and he began. Harry looked at her. Are you telling me he might have gotten to someone in the Narrows? I'm telling you he's had 6 weeks. 6 weeks to watch, to listen, to identify the people you care about and the pressure points they represent. Mrs. Chen. The barbershop guy, the kids, she swallowed. Maya, the cold feeling deepened. Harry's magic stirred, dark and protective, the warding instinct rising like hackles on a wolf. He wouldn't hurt a child, Harry said, and heard the uncertainty in his own voice. Harry, Harley's eyes were steady and sad. He's hurt lots of children, that's who he is, that's what I've been trying to tell you. The Joker isn't a criminal with a gimmick, he's a force of nature, and forces of nature don't care about innocence. Harry stood up, walked to the edge of the water tower platform, looked out over the Narrows, his domain, his territory, the 37 blocks of city that he'd claimed and protected and without entirely meaning to come to love. Then I need to end this, he said, before it starts. I need to go to the Joker on his turf and make it absolutely clear that attacking the Narrows, attacking anyone in the Narrows is a line he cannot cross. And if he crosses it anyway, Harry's hands tightened on the railing. The metal groaned under his grip, not from physical strength but from the telekinetic force bleeding through his skin. Then I stop him. How? Harry turned, looked at Harley. And his eyes, green, bright, burning with a light that wasn't entirely natural, held something that made her breath catch. However I have to, he went that night. Not to the Monarch Theater. The Joker had moved operations, Harley reported after Harry's departure. The new base was in an abandoned amusement park on Gotham's industrial waterfront, a place called Amusement Mile. All rusting roller coasters and collapsed fun houses, and the particular melancholy of joy turned to decay. Harry approached from the air, flying high above the city, invisible behind a layered concealment charm that bent light and sound and radar around him like water around a stone. He circled the park once, scanning it with his magical senses, building a three-dimensional map in his mind. 14 people inside, 13 with the dull, anxious signatures of hired muscle. One at the center in what had once been the park's main performance hall that blazed like a bonfire of chaos and intelligence, and something Harry could only describe as anti-sanity. The Joker. Harry dropped out of concealment and landed in the amusement park's central plaza, between the remains of a carousel and a cotton candy stand. The impact crater was deliberate, a small one, just enough to crack the concrete and announce his arrival. Subtlety was for people who wanted to avoid confrontation. The reaction was immediate. Doors burst open. Armed men poured out of the surrounding buildings, guns up, spreading into a semicircle around his position. Harry counted them, 13 as expected, wearing the Joker's trademark clown masks, carrying an assortment of weapons ranging from handguns to a grenade launcher that made Harry raise an eyebrow. He didn't move, didn't raise a shield, just stood in the crater he'd made and let them point their weapons at him. The performance hall's doors opened. The Joker emerged, and Harry was struck, not for the first time, by the man's presence. Tall, thin, impeccably dressed in his purple suit and green vest, moving with that loose-limbed, predatory grace that made him look like he was dancing to music nobody else could hear. The paint was fresh. The grin was razor-wide. "Harry," he called, spreading his arms. "What a surprise, and by surprise, I mean inevitable. I've been timing it. You lasted 6 days longer than I predicted," he tusked. "I owe Harley $20 if she were still speaking to me, which she isn't because of you." "Call off your men," Harry said. "Why would I do that?" "Because they can't stop me and we both know it, and having them here just makes this conversation awkward." The Joker considered this. Then he waved a hand. "Boys, take 5, go get a coffee. There's a Starbucks 3 blocks north. Get me a latte, oat milk, no foam, the last person who brought me foam." He drew a finger across his throat and giggled. "Well, no foam." The clown-masked men hesitated. The Joker's wave became a shooing gesture and they retreated reluctantly, weapons still half-raised, until it was just the two of them in the ruined plaza, surrounded by the skeletal remains of rides that would never spin again. "So," the Joker said. He strolled forward, hands in pockets, perfectly relaxed. "You've come to draw a line. I've come to deliver a fact. A fact, how boring. I prefer opinions. Opinions can be changed. The Narrows is mine. The people in it are under my protection. If you attack them, threaten them, poison them, use them as leverage, experiment on them, or harm them in any way, you'll what? Kill me?" The Joker's grin widened. "You don't kill, Harry. That's one of the things I like about you. It shows restraint, self-control, a moral compass that still points somewhere, even if the somewhere has gotten a bit wobbly. I won't kill you. I'll do something worse." "Oh, I've heard this speech. You told Crane you'd erase his mind." "Yes, I know about that. I have people everywhere, Harry. I've always had people everywhere. Very dramatic, very effective. But here's the thing." He stopped 5 feet away, close enough to touch, close enough for Harry to smell the grease paint and the chemical tang of whatever the Joker used to bleach his skin. "I don't have a mind, not in the way that matters. You can't erase what isn't organized. It's like trying to burn down a forest fire. There's nothing there to destroy that isn't already destruction. Everyone has something they're afraid of losing." "Do they? What am I afraid of losing, Harry? Tell me. You're the wizard." "The Legilimens, the boy who can read minds. Read mine, tell me what I'm afraid of." It was a dare, a challenge, and Harry, against every instinct, took it. He reached out with his legilimency, not the gentle brush he'd used on the precinct sergeant or the threatening whisper he'd shown Crane. A full probe, a deep scan. He pushed through the Joker's surface thoughts and into the layers beneath. What he found made him stagger. There was no structure, no organization. No filing cabinet, no architecture, no partitions or walls or any of the mental framework that defined every other mind Harry had touched. The Joker's consciousness was a maelstrom, a whirling, screaming, kaleidoscopic chaos of images and sounds and sensations and memories that contradicted each other and overlapped and dissolved and reformed in patterns that had no logic, no sequence, no meaning. Harry saw 100 different origin stories, each one vivid and complete and utterly incompatible with the others. A failed comedian, a mob enforcer, a chemical engineer, a child soldier, a priest, an accountant. Each memory was real, emotionally real, experientially real, and each one was false, and the Joker didn't know which was which and didn't care, because in the chaos, in the beautiful, screaming, impossible chaos, truth and fiction had merged into something that was neither and both. And underneath it all, at the very center of the maelstrom, Harry found the Joker's one constant, the single fixed point in a mind that had no fixed points. Batman, not as a person, not as an enemy, as a concept. The Joker's entire identity, every version, every origin, every contradictory memory, orbited Batman like planets orbiting a sun. Without Batman, the Joker was nothing. Without the opposition, the game, the eternal push and pull of chaos versus order, the Joker would simply dissolve, fly apart, scatter into the void like confetti in a hurricane. Harry withdrew, gasped. The legilimency probe snapped back like a rubber band, and he was himself again, standing in the ruined amusement park with the taste of madness in his mouth and the Joker watching him with those dark, glittering, endlessly amused eyes. "Well," the Joker said softly, "what did you find?" Harry took a breath, then another. "Nothing." "Exactly," the Joker spread his hands. "Nothing to erase, nothing to threaten, nothing to take away. I am what I am, Harry, and what I am is nothing, and you can't destroy nothing. You can't scare nothing, you can't leverage nothing." He stepped closer. "That's why I always win, not because I'm smarter or stronger or crazier, because I have nothing to lose, and a man with nothing to lose is pathetic," Harry said. The Joker blinked. "You're pathetic," Harry repeated, and his voice was cold and clear and carried the weight of absolute certainty. "You think having nothing to lose makes you powerful. It makes you empty, a void wearing a suit. You don't choose chaos, you default to it because you're incapable of building anything real. You can't love, you can't create, you can't connect. All you can do is tear down what other people have built and call it philosophy." The Joker's grin didn't waver, but something behind it shifted, a tectonic movement in the void Harry had just explored. "I built you," the Joker said quietly. "Number you found me, I built myself, you just happened to be holding the door open." Silence. The wind blew through the amusement park, spinning a rusted carousel horse with a soft, rhythmic creak. Somewhere in the city, a siren wailed. "The Narrows is mine," Harry said again. "Touch it and I won't erase your mind. I won't need to. I'll just take away the only thing that matters to you." The Joker's eyes narrowed. "And what's that?" "The game," Harry held his gaze. "I'll end Batman for you, not kill him. Worse, I'll reveal his identity, break his mystique, turn the Dark Knight into a man in a costume, just a man in a costume, and once the world sees what's under the cowl, the game is over. No more cat and mouse, no more eternal dance, just a billionaire with issues and a clown with no one left to play with." The Joker didn't speak. For the first time since Harry had known him, since their first meeting in that Gotham alley, when the world was new and Harry was broken and the Joker was God, the clown prince of crime had nothing to say. His mouth worked. The grin twitched. The painted face cycled through expressions like a slot machine that couldn't land on a result. And Harry saw it, deep in those dark eyes, beneath the chaos and the madness and the bottomless void of a mind that had no fixed points. Fear. "We understand each other," Harry said, and he turned and he walked away, and the Joker let him go. He flew home, landed on the water tower. The wards hummed, welcoming him back, and the Narrows stretched below in its patchwork of light and shadow, alive and ordinary and his. Harley was on the catwalk waiting. She had 2 coffees and a bag of something that smelled like cinnamon rolls. She didn't ask how it went. She just handed him a coffee and sat beside him, and they watched the city together in silence. After a while, Harry said, "I think I scared the Joker. Impossible, I've been trying for 3 years. I threatened to expose Batman's identity." Harley choked on her coffee. "You what?" "I don't actually know his identity, but the Joker doesn't know that." She stared at him. Then she started laughing, the real laugh, the Harleen laugh, the one that sounded like sunshine and sanity and everything the Joker had tried to stamp out. "Harry Potter," she said, wiping her eyes, "you magnificent, terrifying, ridiculous child. I'm 15, not a child. You're a child, a very dangerous child. The most dangerous child in the world, probably, but still a child." She bumped his shoulder with hers. "Eat a cinnamon roll, you're too skinny." He ate a cinnamon roll. It was good. They sat on the water tower and watched the stars, real stars tonight, visible through a rare break in Gotham's perpetual overcast, and Harry thought about the Joker's void and Batman's fear and Crane's obsession and Selina's pragmatism and Harley's warmth. He thought about Ron and Hermione, about Hogwarts. About a world where magic had rules and adults had answers and destiny had a plan. He didn't miss the rules. He didn't miss the answers. He didn't miss the plan. But he missed the people. God, he missed the people. "Harley," he said, "thank you for being here." She leaned her head against his shoulder. It was a small gesture, brief and human, and it meant more than all the magic in the world. "Nowhere else I'd rather be, kid." The next morning, Harry stood on the water tower and surveyed his domain. The Narrows hummed below, 37 blocks of life and chaos and hope, warded and guarded, and his. The sun came up over Gotham, orange through the smog, casting long shadows through the canyon streets, and for the first time since he'd landed in this world, Harry felt something he'd never felt before. Not peace. Not happiness. Not the clean, simple emotions he'd felt at Hogwarts, before the war, before the prophecy, before the world decided he was a weapon. Ownership. The bone-deep, unshakable certainty that this place, this people, this life, it was his. He'd built it, he'd chosen it. And no one, not the Joker, not Batman, not the Scarecrow, not the entire machinery of Gotham's corruption and cruelty could take it from him. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, Dumbledore's soldier, Voldemort's target, the warlock of Gotham, stood on his tower and watched the sun rise over his kingdom. And somewhere across the city, in the ruins of an amusement park, the Joker sat alone in the dark and did something he hadn't done in a very, very long time. He thought about the future, and he was afraid. Chapter 4. No more games. The explosion woke the Narrows at 4:17 a.m. Not inside the wards, Harry's protections held as they always held, but right at the edge. The old footbridge connecting the Narrows to the Bowery district disintegrated in a fireball that turned the pre-dawn sky orange, and Harry was airborne before the sound finished echoing off the buildings. He reached the site in 6 seconds. The bridge was gone, nothing left but twisted steel and burning timber hanging from the anchor points like broken teeth. The water below churned with debris. No one had been on the bridge at 4 in the morning, which meant no casualties, which meant this wasn't an attack. It was a message. Harry hovered above the wreckage, magic thrumming in his veins, scanning the area with every sense he had: physical, magical, legilomantic. The wards fed him data. No hostile presences inside the perimeter, no secondary devices, no chemical agents. Clean, surgical, professional. He looked east, toward the Bowery, and saw it. Spray-painted on the wall of the nearest building in letters 10 feet tall, glowing faintly green in a way that suggested the paint was mixed with something luminescent. Ha 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 ha. Below it, smaller, neater, almost polite. Miss me yet? Harry stared at the message for a long time. Then he descended, landing on the narrow side of the ruined bridge, and pulled out his earpiece. Harley. I heard it, I'm up. What happened? The Joker blew the footbridge. The which one? The Bowery crossing. Yes. No casualties, it's a provocation. Harry, that bridge is how half the Narrows gets to work. The bus route goes over it. Without it, people have to detour 40 minutes through Crime Alley to reach the Bowery. Harry hadn't thought of that. He'd been thinking tactically: message, threat, response, and he'd missed the human dimension. The footbridge wasn't a military asset, it was a commuter route, a lifeline. Hundreds of people used it every day to get to jobs they couldn't afford to lose. The Joker hadn't attacked Harry, he'd attacked Harry's people. And he'd done it in a way that couldn't be fixed with a ward or a warning or a midnight confrontation. He destroyed infrastructure. Real, physical, necessary infrastructure that magic could protect but couldn't replace. Or could it? Harley, how long before the city repairs the bridge? She laughed, hollow and bitter. In the Narrows, you could file the request tomorrow and maybe they'd start work in 18 months. This is Gotham. The city doesn't fix things in poor neighborhoods. They just close them off and pretend they don't exist. Harry looked at the ruined bridge. At the gap between the two anchor points, maybe 80 feet of empty air over black water. At the twisted steel and the burning debris and the spray-painted laughter on the wall. Give me an hour, he said. For what? To build a bridge. He started at dawn. The residents of the Narrows woke to a sight that none of them would ever fully be able to explain, and most of them would remember for the rest of their lives. Harry Potter stood at the edge of the ruined crossing, feet planted on the shattered concrete anchor point, arms raised, face taut with concentration, and built, not with tools or cranes or construction crews, with magic, with will. With the raw, terrifying, magnificent power of a wizard who had spent 7 weeks unchaining himself from every limitation his old world had imposed. He started with the supports. Stone, real stone, not conjured illusion, transmuted from the bedrock beneath the river. He reached down through the earth with his magic, found the granite layer 40 feet below the surface and pulled. Columns of dark gray stone erupted from the riverbed, rising through the water in slow, grinding, impossible pillars that shed mud and silt as they climbed. 2 of them, then 4, then 6. Each one 10 feet in diameter, solid granite anchored in bedrock and rising 60 feet above the waterline. Then the span. Harry couldn't conjure steel, not in the quantities needed, not with the structural integrity required, but he could transmute it. The twisted wreckage of the old bridge was still there, hanging from the anchor points, tons of scrap metal and burnt timber. Harry reached out with his mind, grabbed every piece of it and pulled it toward him. The metal screamed as it moved, the sound of stress and deformation amplified to an almost musical pitch. Pieces flew in from both sides of the river, converging in midair, and Harry caught them, held them, and began to reshape. Girders straightened, plates flattened, rivets formed from stray bolts. The scrap metal flowed like liquid under his will, bending and joining and fusing into the skeletal framework of a bridge that grew from the center outward, reaching toward both banks simultaneously. A crowd gathered. Of course it did. The Narrows was not a neighborhood that slept through miracles. Mrs. Chen was there, and the barber, and Maya with her mother. and dozens, then hundreds of people who stood on the bank and watched the impossible happen and said nothing because there was nothing to say. Harry worked for 47 minutes. The last 20 were the hardest: the decking, the railings, the fine detail work that turned a structural framework into a usable bridge. He transmuted the surface from raw steel to textured concrete, adding drainage channels and expansion joints from memory. He'd read 3 engineering textbooks in the Gotham Public Library last week, speed reading with an occlumency-enhanced memory that made the information stick like glue. The railings were wrought iron, elegant and strong, with a pattern that Harry, in a moment of exhausted whimsy, modeled after the Hogwarts balustrades. He finished, stepped back, and nearly fell over. The magical expenditure was enormous. His vision swam, his knees buckled, and for a terrifying moment he thought he was going to pass out in front of 300 people. He caught himself, locked his knees, straightened his spine, breathed through the dizziness, and turned to face the crowd. They were silent. 300 people standing in the cold morning air, staring at a bridge that hadn't existed an hour ago. Then Maya started clapping. It was a small sound, a 7-year-old's hands pattering together like rain, but it broke the spell. Others joined. Slowly at first, then faster, and then the Narrows was cheering, a roar of 300 voices that echoed off the buildings and carried across the water and sounded to Harry's exhausted ears like the most beautiful thing in the world. He didn't wave, didn't bow, didn't make a speech. He just nodded once briefly and walked through the crowd. People parted for him, reaching out to touch his arm, his shoulder, his back. Mrs. Chen grabbed his hand and squeezed it, tears streaming down her face, saying something in Mandarin that Harry didn't understand but felt in his bones. He made it 2 blocks before his legs gave out. He sat down heavily on a stoop, head between his knees, and breathed. Harley found him 3 minutes later, arriving at a dead sprint with a water bottle and a protein bar and an expression that was equal parts awe and fury. "You built a bridge," she panted, shoving the water bottle into his hand. "An actual bridge out of nothing in less than an hour. Out of the wreckage of the old one, technically. Harry, you built a bridge. I heard you the first time." "No, you're not." She crouched in front of him, grabbed his face with both hands, and made him look at her. "You built a bridge for them, for people who can't fight back and can't fix things themselves and have been forgotten by every institution in this city. You could have flown away. You could have responded to the Joker with violence, which is what he wanted by the way he was baiting you into a fight, and instead you built a goddamn bridge." Harry looked at her. At the tears she was trying to hide and the fierce, almost maternal pride she wasn't. "They needed one," he said simply. Harley let go of his face, sat down next to him on the stoop, put her arm around his shoulders, and this time he let her. "You're a good person, Harry Potter," she said quietly. "Don't let anyone, especially yourself, convince you otherwise." They sat there for a while, the two of them on a stoop in the Narrows, while 300 people walked back and forth across a bridge made of magic and stubbornness and the particular kind of love that expresses itself through infrastructure. The news covered it. Of course it did. A bridge appearing overnight in the Narrows was the kind of story that even Gotham's jaded media couldn't ignore. GCPD engineers inspected it, declared it structurally sound by every measurable standard, and constructed using materials and methods we cannot identify, and then quietly filed the report in a cabinet that Harry suspected was labeled "Things We Don't Talk About." The Gotham Gazette ran the story on page 1. "Mystery Bridge appears in Narrows, residents credit the Warlock." The article was surprisingly sympathetic, quoting Mrs. Chen, "He's a good boy, very skinny, eats too much bodega food," and the barbershop owner, "I don't know how he did it and I don't care, it's the first time this city has built something for us instead of tearing something down." Batman came that night. Harry sensed him on the adjacent rooftop before he appeared, the familiar signature of controlled fear and burning determination. "The bridge," Batman said. "What about it?" "It shouldn't be possible. Stone columns grown from bedrock, steel restructured at the molecular level, concrete with a compression strength 3 times the industry standard." A pause. "It's the safest bridge in Gotham." "Good, it's also the only one the city didn't pay for." "Harry," Batman stepped closer. "What you did today was extraordinary, but it's also a declaration. You're not just protecting the Narrows anymore, you're building it, replacing city infrastructure with your own. Establishing yourself as the district's government, its police force, its construction crew. Every service the city should be providing, you're providing instead. Because the city isn't providing them. Number it isn't, and that's a failure I'm aware of and working to address. But what happens when you leave, when you go back to your world? The Narrows will have grown dependent on a protector who vanishes. The wards disappear. The bridge is real, physical, permanent. It won't disappear when I do." Harry turned to face him. "And the wards, I'm working on anchoring them, making them self-sustaining, independent of my presence." "You can do that. I'm figuring it out." Batman was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, there was something different in his voice, not the gravel, something underneath it. The Joker blew the old bridge. I know, he's escalating. The bridge was a test, a probe to see how you'd respond. Now he knows you respond by building, not by fighting, which means his next move will target something you can't rebuild. Harry's jaw tightened. People, Batman's voice was flat, final. He'll take hostages, it's his pattern. When conventional attacks fail, he goes after human beings. Civilians, the most vulnerable ones he can find. Because he knows that heroes and whatever else you are, Harry, you act like a hero when it counts, will sacrifice strategy for people. I'm not a hero. You built a bridge for 300 commuters. You warded 37 blocks against crime. You returned stolen money to small businesses. You conjured butterflies for a 7-year-old. Batman's white lenses caught the moonlight. You can call yourself whatever you want. The evidence speaks for itself. Harry didn't know what to do with that. Filed it alongside the rest of the things he didn't know what to do with: the warmth, the gratitude, the photograph of Ron and Hermione, the memory of Maya's face when the butterfly landed in her hair. If the Joker takes hostages, Harry said slowly, what do you recommend? We work together. Together. Temporarily, tactically. His hostage scenarios follow a pattern. I know the pattern, and your abilities offer options I don't have. Batman crossed his arms. I'm not asking you to join me. I'm not asking you to follow my rules. I'm proposing a temporary alliance against a specific threat. What's in it for you? Saved lives. And the opportunity to see what you can do in a controlled situation, to understand your capabilities, to build a better contingency. Silence, long, uncomfortable silence. Yes, Batman said, that too. Harry almost laughed, almost. The man's honesty was either admirable or suicidal, telling a wizard who could reshape reality that you were trying to find ways to defeat him. But there was something about Batman's directness that Harry respected. No manipulation, no hidden agenda. Just, I'm going to prepare for the worst and I'm telling you to your face. All right, Harry said. If the Joker takes hostages, I'll work with you on one condition. Name it. You stop trying to save me. I don't need rescue. I don't need rehabilitation. I don't need a father figure or a mentor or a safe house. I am exactly what I've chosen to be, and that choice was made with full awareness and clear eyes. Treat me like an ally, not a project. Batman studied him. The lenses, Harry knew, were feeding data. Heart rate steady, pupil dilation minimal, micro-expressions consistent with genuine conviction. Whatever algorithms the Batsuit ran, they were confirming what Harry already knew. He meant every word. Agreed, Batman said, then more quietly, for what it's worth, I stopped trying to save you 2 weeks ago. What changed? The bridge. People who need saving don't build bridges for strangers. He fired his grappling line. Stay sharp, Harry, the Joker won't wait long. He was gone. Harry stood on the rooftop and watched the grappling line retract into the darkness and thought, did Batman just give me a compliment? Wonders never ceased. 3 days of quiet. 3 days of the Narrows humming along, the wards steady, the bridge carrying commuters, the neighborhood settling into the new normal of being protected by a wizard nobody fully understood. Harry used the time to train, to refine, to push his magic into new territories. He cracked apparition. Not the full, instantaneous teleportation of his old world that required a wand and a magical infrastructure that didn't exist here, but a version of it. A short-range displacement, jumping from one point to another in a blink of compressed space, covering up to 200 yards in a single step. The sensation was vile, worse than portkey travel, like being squeezed through a drinking straw by a giant, but it worked. And it was fast. Faster than flight, faster than Batman's grappling line, faster than anything in this world had a right to be. He practiced in the steel mill, blinking from one end to the other until he could do it without the nausea, without the momentary disorientation, without the half-second of vulnerability that followed each jump. By the third day, he could chain 3 jumps in rapid succession, appearing, disappearing, reappearing, and the effect from an observer's perspective was genuinely terrifying. A person who could be anywhere, instantly, without warning. He also worked on something he'd been avoiding. Something that sat in the dark corners of his magical education, filed under things Dumbledore wouldn't approve of, and techniques Snape would have killed to master. The Imperious Curse. Not the full unforgivable. Harry had no desire to strip someone's will and turn them into a puppet. That was Voldemort's magic, Death Eater magic, the magic of control and domination. But the principle behind the Imperious, the ability to project one's will into another mind, to suggest and influence and guide, that was just legilimency taken one step further. And in a world where his enemies included a mass-murdering clown, a fear-obsessed scientist, and the most dangerous human alive, Harry couldn't afford to leave tools in the toolbox because someone once told him they were dark. Dark magic. The concept felt ridiculous now. Magic was magic. Intention determined morality, not technique. A killing curse used to end a suffering animal was mercy. A cheering charm used to keep a prisoner compliant was torture. The spells themselves were neutral. It was the wizard who chose. He practiced on pigeons first, then rats, then very carefully on one of the Joker's surveillance operatives who he caught skulking at the edge of the wards. Harry didn't compel the man, just nudged. A gentle push toward a different decision. You don't want to be here, you want to go home. You want to tell the Joker the Narrows is boring and not worth watching. The man turned and walked away, and Harry watched him go and felt the power of it. The quiet, invisible, absolutely terrifying power of being able to reach into someone's mind and redirect their course, settle into his magical repertoire like a key fitting a lock. He didn't like it. Didn't enjoy it the way he enjoyed flight or conjuration or the clean, honest physicality of combat magic. But he recognized its necessity, the way a surgeon recognizes the necessity of a scalpel, not pleasant but essential. The Joker made his move on a Saturday night. Harry felt it through the wards at 9:14 p.m., sitting in his usual booth at the Grundy Street Diner, eating pie. Not a subtle incursion this time, a stampede. Dozens of hostile signatures pouring into the Narrows from multiple entry points, overwhelming the ward's gentle deterrence through sheer numbers and pharmacological enhancement. The signatures were wrong, jittery, spiked, the mental signature of people operating under chemical influence. Joker toxin, Harry realized, not the lethal variety, the compliance variant. The one that didn't kill you but made you laugh and obey and lose every inhibition and every moral restraint. 50 people, maybe 60, pumped full of Joker toxin, armed with whatever the Joker had handed them, bats, pipes, chains, and pointed at the Narrows like a weapon. He's using civilians, Harry realized with a cold lurch. He dosed random people with the toxin and aimed them at my territory. They're not criminals, they're victims, and I can't fight victims. The diner door burst open. 3 people stumbled in, a man and 2 women, laughing hysterically, eyes wide and rolling, faces stretched in the grotesque rictus grin of Joker toxin exposure. They were swinging a length of pipe and a kitchen knife, respectively, and the man in the lead made straight for the counter where the owner's daughter, 16, terrified, was backing away with her hands raised. Harry was between them before the pipe completed its arc. He caught the pipe telekinetically, stopped it in midair and pushed gently, carefully, barely enough force to move a grown man, and the laughing attacker slid backward across the diner floor like he was on ice. The women came next, knife first, and Harry caught the blade, transmuted it to rubber, and applied the same gentle push. All 3 ended up against the far wall, still laughing, still grinning, but pinned by invisible force that held them without hurting them. "Stay here," Harry told the owner's daughter. "Lock the door behind me." He stepped outside and into chaos. The Narrows was under siege, not a coordinated military assault, something worse, a riot. Dozens of toxin-dosed civilians streaming through the streets, laughing and screaming and destroying everything they could reach. Windows shattered, cars overturned, a fire started in a trash can and spread to an awning. The wards pulsed red in Harry's mind, a dozen alarms firing simultaneously, too many to process, too many to respond to individually. He needed to think, needed to plan. The toxin victims were innocents, he couldn't fight them the way he'd fought the Falcon soldiers. Couldn't use force, couldn't use fear, couldn't use any of the tools in his growing arsenal that were designed for enemies. These were people. People who'd been dosed against their will and turned into weapons. The Joker turned them into me, Harry thought suddenly, into what he wanted me to be. Weapons without will, tools of chaos. This is what he wanted from the start, not a wizard but an instrument, and when I refused, he made 50 of them instead. The fury that surged through him was white-hot and atomic, and he clamped down on it with every ounce of occlumency discipline he possessed. Fury wouldn't help. Fury would lead to power, and power applied without precision to a crowd of innocent people meant casualties. Think, what neutralizes Joker toxin? He didn't know. He'd never studied the compound, hadn't needed to, hadn't expected to face it. But he knew someone who had. He pulled out his earpiece. Batman, 3 seconds, then the gravel. I'm here, I'm monitoring. The Joker dosed civilians with the compliance variant, 50 to 60 people rampaging through the Narrows. I can contain them physically, but I can't cure them. Do you have an antitoxin? I have a standard Joker toxin antidote. I can deploy it aerially using the Batwing. But Harry, the compliance variant requires direct injection. Aerosol won't work. Then I need a different solution. Harry's mind was racing, flipping through magical possibilities at a speed that his occlumency-enhanced memory made almost physical. The toxin affects brain chemistry. It forces the production of specific neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, to override rational function. Correct, it essentially hijacks the limbic system. I can purge foreign chemicals from a human body. It's a medical charm, basic medical magic, something every field healer knows. But I'd have to do them one at a time, and there are 60 people. Can you scale it, apply it to multiple subjects simultaneously? Harry paused. He'd never tried. The purging charm was designed for individual use. A healer touching a patient, channeling magic through the contact point, flushing the offending substance from their system. Scaling it to 60 simultaneous targets would require. The ward's Harry breathed, "What? My ward network. It's already connected to every point in the Narrows. It monitors everyone inside the boundary, detects hostile intent, detects chemical agents. If I can push the purging charm through the wards, use the network as a delivery system, you'd be performing magic on 60 people simultaneously through a citywide enchantment network." Batman's voice was carefully neutral. "Is that possible? I don't know. Ask me in 5 minutes." He closed his eyes, reached for the wards. They were there, always there, humming in the back of his consciousness like a second nervous system. He could feel every node, every connection, every thread of magical energy that webbed through the Narrows. And he could feel the people inside the ward boundary, all of them, residents and invaders alike, their life signs and mental states and biochemistry readable through the network like data on a screen. 63 toxin-dosed individuals. He could see the contamination, a chemical signature that blazed in his magical senses like ink in water. The toxin was in their blood, their cerebrospinal fluid, their synaptic clefts. Pervasive, aggressive, designed to resist the body's natural detoxification. Harry took a breath. Drew magic from his reserves, deeper than he'd ever pulled, down past the easy surface power and into the bedrock of his magical core, the place where the accidental magic lived, the place where the boy who lived had survived a killing curse at age 1. He drew until his vision went white and his heartbeat stuttered and his body screamed at him to stop. He didn't stop. He pushed the magic through the wards, not as a wave, as a web. 63 threads of healing energy, each one finding its target, each one threading through the ward network's infrastructure and reaching out to touch a toxin-dosed mind. The threads connected simultaneously, and Harry felt 63 bodies open to him, 63 sets of hijacked neurotransmitters, 63 limbic systems screaming under chemical assault. He purged them. It was like pulling poison from 63 wounds at once. The magic surged through the ward network, found the toxin molecules and unmade them, broke the chemical bonds, neutralized the active compounds, flushed the metabolites through kidneys and livers, and the 1,000 ordinary biological processes that the toxin had been designed to circumvent. Across the Narrows, 63 people stopped laughing. It happened simultaneously, a wave of silence that swept through the district like a breeze. People who had been screaming and destroying and raging dropped to their knees, blinking, confused, suddenly and completely themselves again. The pipe fell from the man's hand in the diner. The fire stopped spreading as the woman who'd been feeding it with newspapers staggered away, staring at her hands. A man who'd been beating on a car with a chain sat down on the curb and started crying. Harry opened his eyes. The ward network was burning, not physically, but magically, the equivalent of a blown fuse in every circuit. He'd pushed too much power through too many channels too fast. The wards were alive but damaged, their sensitivity reduced, their protections weakened. It would take days to repair them. But 63 people were free. Harry's knees buckled. He caught himself on a lamppost, breathing hard, vision tunneling. The magical expenditure was catastrophic, worse than the bridge, worse than anything he'd done. He could feel his reserves scraping bottom, the magical equivalent of running on fumes. His earpiece crackled. "Harry, the toxin's signatures are gone. All 63 subjects are reading clean." A pause. "How? Magic," Harry croaked. And then, because his body was done negotiating, "I need to sit down." He sat on the curb. The Narrows was quieting around him, confused, disoriented people being helped to their feet by residents who'd come out of their apartments to find the chaos suddenly, inexplicably over. Emergency services were arriving, ambulances, police, the machinery of a city responding to a crisis that had already been resolved. And in the sky above the Narrows, hanging like a dark angel against the clouds, Batman's Batwing circled once, twice, and then banked toward the industrial waterfront. "He's going after the Joker," Harry murmured. Harley materialized beside him. She'd been in the thick of it, her baseball bat was dented, her shirt was torn, and she had a cut above her left eye that was bleeding freely, but she was grinning. "Damn right he is. That bridge stunt was one thing, but gassing civilians, even the Joker has to know it's what the Joker does," Harry said. "It's what he's always done. This isn't new, this isn't escalation, this is Tuesday for him." The bitterness in his voice surprised both of them. Harley sat down beside him, wiped blood from her eye, and said nothing for a moment. "Batman can't hold him," Harry said. "He'll arrest him, Joker will go to Arkham, he'll escape in a month, maybe 2, and then he'll do it again. And again, because the system, your system, this city's system, doesn't work. It contains him temporarily and then releases him back into the wild, and every time he comes back, more people die." "I know," Harley said quietly. "I know that better than anyone." "Then why does it keep happening?" "Because nobody's willing to do what needs to be done." She looked at him steadily, without blinking. "Until now." Harry met her eyes, understood what she was saying. What she was not saying because some things didn't need words. I'm not going to kill him, Harry said. I know, but I'm going to stop him permanently in a way that Arkham can't undo and a court can't reverse. How? Harry stood up, swayed, steadied. I don't know yet, but I will. After tonight, after he used innocent people as weapons against a neighborhood that never did anything to him, he's done. I'm done letting him operate. I'm done playing the game. He looked up at the sky where the Batwing was a fading silhouette against the clouds. Let Batman have him tonight, let the system do its thing. But when the Joker comes back, and he will, he always does, I'll be ready. Harley nodded. And what are you going to do in the meantime? Harry looked at the Narrows. At the dazed, freed civilians being loaded into ambulances. At the damaged buildings and the overturned cars and the broken windows that would need fixing. At the ward network battered and strained that needed repair. At the 300 people who'd crossed his bridge this morning going to work, living their lives, trusting, consciously or not, that the Warlock would keep them safe. Fix things, he said, and get stronger. The Joker went to Arkham. Batman caught him in an amusement mile warehouse, surrounded by the equipment he'd used to manufacture and deploy the toxin. The arrest was violent. The Joker never went quietly but brief. By morning, he was in a cell in Arkham Asylum's maximum security wing, and the Gotham media was running the story as evidence that the system works. Harry knew better. He'd seen the Joker's arrest record: 14 incarcerations in Arkham, 14 escapes. Average duration of containment, 47 days. The clock was already ticking. He spent the first week repairing the ward network. It was painstaking work, magical triage, essentially, identifying the blown connections and rebuilding them one by one. He sat on the water tower for hours at a time, eyes closed, hands resting on the railing, pouring slow, careful streams of magic into the infrastructure he'd built. Each repaired node hummed back to life like a lamp being relit, and slowly, gradually, the Narrow's protections returned to full strength. He added new features as he went. Toxin filters, enchantments specifically designed to detect and neutralize airborne chemical agents, keyed to the molecular signature of Joker toxin and Scarecrow's fear compound, and a dozen other substances he'd cataloged from GCPD files. Early warning systems that would trigger at the first sign of mass hostile incursion. Emergency response protocols that could activate the ward dome without requiring Harry to be airborne. The wards became less like a security system and more like a living thing. A magical immune system for an entire neighborhood, learning, adapting, growing more sophisticated with each refinement. He also repaired the buildings damaged in the riot. Did it the same way he'd repaired Mrs. Chen's ceiling quietly at night, touching walls and pushing magic into cracked foundations and shattered windows. By the end of the week, the physical damage was gone. The Narrows looked better than it had before the attack. Selina visited on the third day, landing on the water tower with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. I don't drink, Harry said. You're 15, I know. She poured herself a glass. But you look like you need one anyway. Rough week, I heard. Building bridges, curring mass chemical exposure. Regular Tuesday for the Warlock. She sipped. I also heard about your arrangement with Batman. He told you? We talk, among other things. She smiled into her wine. He's impressed by you. He won't say it. He won't say most things, but I know the signs. The way he talks about you has changed. Less potential threat and more unpredictable ally. High praise from a man who categorizes his relationships by threat level. The highest. She set down the glass. I brought you something, a gift. Consider it a token of our professional relationship. She produced a small velvet bag from her belt and held it out. Harry took it, weighed it in his hand, opened it. Inside was a ring, not jewelry, a plain band of dark metal, heavy, with a single small stone set into the surface. The stone was black with a depth that seemed to swallow the light around it. I found it in a private collection, Selina said. Estate sale in Gotham Heights, old family, old money, lots of weird artifacts in the basement. The catalog listed it as a curiosity of unknown origin. But when I picked it up, she paused. It hummed. Harry went very still. He held the ring up to the moonlight. The black stone caught the glow and refracted it, not in the normal spectrum, not in any way that physics could explain, but in a way that Harry's magical senses recognized instantly. The stone was magical, not just magical, enchanted. There was a spell woven into it, old, incredibly old, with a complexity that suggested centuries of layered enchantment. Harry couldn't read the spell's purpose, not yet, but he could feel its power. A deep, thrumming resonance that made his own magic vibrate in sympathy. Where did this come from? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The family was called Zatara, old Gotham bloodline. Lots of mysticism in the family history, stage magic mostly, but some of the older records mention. She trailed off. I did some research. The Zataras have been in Gotham for 300 years, and there are stories, rumors, legends, the kind of thing you find in archived newspapers and century-old diaries that some of them could do things, real things, not stage tricks. Harry stared at her. There were wizards here. Maybe, a long time ago. The line died out or went underground or left, but they left things behind, artifacts, objects, and that ring is one of them. Harry slid the ring onto his finger. The moment it settled against his skin, the enchantment activated. Not dramatically, no flash of light, no surge of power. Just a quiet, warm, almost welcoming pulse that traveled from the ring to his hand to his arm to his magical core, and suddenly his magic was sharper, clearer. The ambient noise that he'd learned to live with, the constant low-level static of being a wizard in a magicless world dampened, and his power moved more easily, more precisely, like a river finding a new channel. It's a focus, Harry breathed. Like a wand. Not as powerful, not as sophisticated, but it's a focus. It gives my magic a channel. He raised his hand, thought Lumos. And light blazed from the ring's stone, not the wavering, uncertain light of his wandless efforts, but a clean, brilliant, steady beam that cut through the Gotham dark like a searchlight. Selina, he looked at her. This is the most valuable thing anyone has ever given me. More valuable than a magic wand. Different, a wand is a tool, this is he searched for the word, a bridge between my magic and this world. It doesn't give me power, I have power, it gives me precision. The one thing I've been missing, Selina smiled. It was a different smile from her usual, less guarded, less calculated, almost shy. Then we're even for the ruby. We're nowhere near even, but it's a start. She finished her wine, packed the glasses, and stood to leave, paused at the edge of the tower. Harry, one more thing. Yeah, the Joker's not going to stay in Arkham, you know that. I know. When he gets out, he'll come for you, not for the Narrows, for you. What you've built here threatens everything he is. A neighborhood that doesn't need to be afraid, a community that has hope. That's the Joker's antithesis. He can't allow it to exist. I know, so what's the plan? Harry looked at the ring on his finger. At the black stone that caught the moonlight and turned it to something else. At the symbol of a magical heritage that had existed in this world before him and might, if he was careful and clever and lucky, exist after him. The plan, he said, is to be ready. Selina nodded, dropped off the tower, vanished into the night. Harry sat with his new ring and his old photograph in the quiet, steady hum of the wards below and began to plan. The days settled into a rhythm. Training in the mornings, now with the focus ring, which changed everything. Spells that had taken minutes of concentrated effort now took seconds. Transmutations that had been rough and approximate became surgical. His combat magic, already formidable, became devastating, focused beams of force that could punch through concrete. Shields that could stop anything short of a cruise missile, fire hot enough to melt steel, ice cold enough to crack it. He explored the Zatara ring's enchantment layer by layer, peeling back centuries of magical sediment like an archaeologist excavating a ruin. The ring had been a focus, yes, but also a key attuned to other Zatara artifacts, other magical sites in Gotham. It pointed him to hidden caches scattered through the city. A sealed room beneath Gotham Cathedral that contained a library of handwritten spellbooks in a language Harry didn't recognize but could feel. A warded vault under the Gotham Museum of Art that held 3 more focus stones, each tuned to a different magical frequency. A network of ley lines, natural channels of magical energy running through Gotham's bedrock like veins through a body. The ley lines changed everything. Harry had been operating on his own power, substantial, growing, but finite. The ley lines were infinite, thin streams of raw magical energy flowing through the earth, untapped, unused, waiting. All he had to do was connect his ward network to the ley line grid, and the Narrows' protections would draw on a power source that would never run dry. He did it on a Tuesday night, sitting cross-legged on the water tower with the focus ring glowing against the dark. The connection was like plugging a lamp into a generator. The wards flared, their power increasing tenfold in an instant, their range expanding beyond the Narrows' boundaries to encompass a full square mile of Gotham real estate. Harry gasped. The influx of power was overwhelming. A torrent of magical energy pouring through the network, lighting up every node, every connection, every thread of enchantment until the entire ward system blazed in his magical senses like a city scene from orbit. He pulled back, throttled the connection, reduced the flow to a manageable level. The ward settled into a steady, powerful hum, not the fragile handmade buzz of before, but the deep, confident resonance of a system running on industrial power. The Narrows was now the most magically protected location on the planet. And Harry, connected to the ley lines through the ward network, had access to a power source that made his own considerable reserves look like a candle next to the sun. He sat on the water tower and felt the power flowing through him and thought, very clearly, this changes things, not just the tactical calculus. not just his ability to defend the Narrows or fight the Joker or spar with Batman. This changed the fundamental equation of his existence in this world. With the ley lines, he had the energy he needed for dimensional transit. Not easily, not without tremendous skill and precise calculation, but the possibility was there. The door home, Crane's theoretical framework, the thin spot in the dimensional barrier where the portkey had torn through, all of it was suddenly, terrifyingly feasible. He could go home. The thought hit him like a physical blow. He swayed on the catwalk, gripped the railing, and stared at the Gotham skyline with eyes that were suddenly treacherously wet. Home, Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione, the Great Hall at breakfast, Quidditch on a Saturday afternoon. Hagrid's cabin and Dumbledore's office and the common room fire and the sound of the Weasley twins' laughter and all the thousand small, ordinary, irreplaceable things that made up a life he'd left behind. He could go home. He pulled the photograph from his pocket. Ron and Hermione waving, grinning. The image was water-damaged, creased, worn, soft at the edges from being handled too much. But their faces were clear. Their smiles were clear. And the ache of missing them, the ache he'd been suppressing with a clemency and purpose and the sheer relentless momentum of survival, broke through every wall he'd built and hit him full in the chest. Harry Potter, the Warlock of Gotham, the most powerful being in a world without magic, sat on a water tower in the Narrows and cried. Not for long, not dramatically, just a few minutes of quiet, honest grief for a boy who'd been ripped from his life and dropped into madness and had been too busy surviving to mourn what he'd lost. He wiped his eyes, folded the photograph, put it away. Okay, he said to nobody. Okay. He took a breath, another, let the magic settle, let the wards hum. Let the city breathe around him, this impossible, terrible, beautiful city that had become his whether he wanted it or not. He could go home. The power was there. The theory was there. The thin spot in reality was 50 yards from where he sat. But the Joker was in Arkham and the clock was ticking, and when it ran out, the Narrows would burn. The wards needed him. Harley needed him. Mrs. Chen and Maya and the barber and the 300 people who crossed his bridge every morning needed him. And Harry Potter, the boy who had spent his entire life being told to sacrifice himself for others, discovered something that Dumbledore had never anticipated and the Joker had never understood. He didn't want to sacrifice himself. He didn't want to leave because duty demanded it or prophecy required it or some old man with a long beard decided it was necessary. He wanted to choose freely, clearly, with full knowledge of what he was giving up and what he was gaining. And the choice when it came, when he sat with it, when he held it up to the light and examined it from every angle was not what anyone would have predicted. Not yet. The door home would wait, the ley lines would keep. The thin spot in reality would still be there tomorrow and next week and next month. First the Joker, first the Narrows. First, the life he'd built and the people he'd chosen and the version of himself that was, for the first time, entirely his own. Home could wait. This couldn't. Harry stood up. The ring pulsed on his finger, warm and bright. The wards hummed beneath him. The city sprawled around him, dark and vast and full of monsters. He smiled, not the Joker's grin, not Batman's grimace, just Harry's smile, tired and real and stubborn as hell, and got to work, because the Joker would be back. And when he came, Harry Potter would be ready, not with walls and wards and defensive magic, not with bridges and infrastructure and the quiet, steady work of protection, with something bigger. Something the Joker couldn't break because the Joker couldn't understand it. Something Harry was only beginning to understand himself. A home worth fighting for. Chapter 5, The Devil You Know 41 Days. That was how long the Joker stayed in Arkham. 41 days of quiet, not peace, because Gotham didn't do peace, but the specific kind of held breath stillness that came from knowing the worst was coming and not knowing when. Harry used every hour. The Narrows transformed, not slowly, not subtly, completely. Harry had stopped pretending he was temporary, stopped hedging his bets, holding back, building things that could be taken apart when he left. He committed. Fully, irreversibly, with the kind of ferocious dedication that had once earned him a spot on the youngest Quidditch team in a century, and now earned him something much bigger. The ward network, fed by the ley lines, became a living architecture of protection that covered every building, every street, every alley in the district. Harry refined it obsessively, adding layers of complexity that would have taken a team of Hogwarts professors years to develop. Wards against fire, not just magical fire, but the mundane kind that killed more people in the Narrows than guns did. Wards against structural failure, reinforcing load-bearing walls and crumbling foundations with a permanent web of magical support that turned condemned buildings into fortresses. Wards against disease, purifying water supplies and filtering air and subtly strengthening the immune systems of everyone within the boundary. The Narrows' infant mortality rate dropped 40% in a month. Nobody could explain it. Harry didn't try. He fixed the roads, not with magic that would have been too visible, too fast, too impossible to explain. Instead, he organized. Used the quiet influence he'd built in the community, the trust of people like Mrs. Chen and the barbershop owner and the diner waitress who slipped him extra pie, to create a neighborhood improvement committee that filed the right paperwork with the right city offices. And through a combination of legitimate civic action and Harry's subtle legislamantic nudging of a few key bureaucrats, secured a municipal road repair grant that had been collecting dust in some administrator's desk for 3 years. The roads got fixed by regular crews with regular equipment paid for with regular city funds. No magic involved. Just a wizard who understood that sometimes the most powerful thing you could do was make the existing system work the way it was supposed to. Selina helped. Her contacts in Gotham's upper echelon, the society dinners, the charity galas, the network of wealthy individuals who salved their guilt about Gotham's poverty by writing checks, proved invaluable. She steered donations toward the Narrows, a new community center funded by the Wayne Foundation, and Harry wondered, not for the first time, about the connection between Bruce Wayne's philanthropy and Batman's mission. New playground equipment for the park on Grundy Street, a health clinic staffed by volunteer doctors from Gotham General. "You're gentrifying the Narrows," Selina told him during one of their rooftop meetings, amused and slightly incredulous. "I'm improving the Narrows. Gentrification implies displacement. Nobody's being displaced. The drug dealers might disagree. The drug dealers can set up shop somewhere else, preferably in the river," she laughed. "You know, most vigilantes fight crime. You fight infrastructure decay. It's very unsexy. Functional, though, incredibly." She swirled her wine. "The property values are already climbing. Give it a year and the Narrows will be a real neighborhood again, not a war zone with apartments." Harry looked out over his district. Even at midnight, the Narrows looked different from what it had been 2 months ago. The streetlights burned steady and bright. The buildings stood straighter, their facades repaired, their windows intact. The streets were clean, not spotless. This was still Gotham, but clean, the accumulated garbage and neglect of decades slowly, steadily being pushed back. And the people, God, the people, they walked differently now, stood differently, looked up instead of down, made eye contact, smiled. Small changes, individually insignificant, but collectively they represented something enormous. The slow, fragile, incredibly precious return of hope to a community that had forgotten what it tasted like. Harry had done that. Not alone. Harley had organized, Selina had connected, the residents themselves had done the hard, daily work of rebuilding their own neighborhood. But the spark, the catalyst, the thing that had turned impossible into inevitable, that was him, his magic, his will, his stubborn, reckless Gryffindor refusal to accept that things couldn't be better. It was the best thing he'd ever done, better than surviving the Triwizard Tournament, better than casting his first Patronus. Better than any spell or feat of magic in either world. He'd built something, not a weapon, not a defense, a home. On the 39th day, Harry sat in the steel mill, still his training ground, still the place where he pushed his magic to its limits and then pushed further and did something he'd been avoiding. He opened Crane's dimensional theory research, not the surface-level material he'd already reviewed. The deep files, the mathematical frameworks and energy calculations and the terrifyingly detailed analysis of what it would take to open a stable portal between dimensions. The numbers had changed. Before the ley line connection, the energy requirements had been insurmountable. 50,000 wizards casting simultaneously, or the equivalent. Now with the ley lines feeding his ward network, the math was different. Not easy, not simple, but possible. Harry spread Crane's papers across the mill floor, surrounded himself with calculations and diagrams and the scribbled notes of a mad genius who had, almost accidentally, provided the theoretical roadmap for interdimensional travel. He worked through the equations for 6 hours straight, cross-referencing Crane's physics with his own magical understanding, building a model that combined both. The thin spot, the residual weakness in the dimensional barrier left by the portkey that had brought him here. It was still there. Harry had checked, probing it with delicate magical sensors. A flaw in the fabric of reality, no bigger than a doorway, stable but fragile, waiting. He could open it. With the ley lines providing power and the focus ring providing precision and his own magical ability providing control, he could tear that thin spot wide enough to step through. He'd calculated the energy requirements, the timing, the necessary magical geometry. It would take everything he had and everything the ley lines could give, and it would be dangerous. Dimensional transit was not a gentle process, as his broken arm and shattered glasses could attest, but it was possible. He could go home, tomorrow, tonight, right now if he wanted. Harry sat in the mill, surrounded by his calculations, and stared at the equation that represented the door to everything he'd lost. Then he stacked the papers neatly, put them in a waterproof folder, and locked the folder in a warded safe he'd conjured specifically for this purpose. Not yet. But knowing the door was there, knowing he could open it, knowing that his choice to stay was exactly that, a choice, changed something fundamental in the way he carried himself. The last trace of desperation, the buried frantic edge that had driven him since the alley, dissolved. He wasn't trapped anymore, he was choosing, and that made all the difference. Day 40. Harry was walking the Narrows at dusk, his daily circuit, the route that took him past every business and residence in the district, a combination of patrol and community engagement and the simple pleasure of seeing his work in action when his earpiece crackled. Harry, Harley's voice, tight, controlled, the voice she used when she was forcing herself not to panic. Turn on the news. He ducked into the diner on Grundy. The TV above the counter was tuned to GCN, Gotham's 24-hour news channel. The chyron at the bottom of the screen read, "Breaking. Mass breakout ATARKHAM asylum. Multiple high-profile inmates escaped." Harry watched. The anchor, a polished woman with the particular Gotham newscaster talent for delivering apocalyptic information in a calm, measured tone, reported the details as they came in. Explosion in the maximum security wing. Power grid failure across the facility. Guards overwhelmed. Multiple inmates confirmed escaped, names being withheld pending identification. But the camera footage told the story. Shaky helicopter shots of Arkham's Gothic facade lit by searchlights and emergency vehicles. A gaping hole in the west wall, where an explosion had blown through 3 feet of reinforced concrete. And figures, distant, indistinct, streaming through the breach into the darkness of Arkham Island's surrounding forest. How many? Harry asked. Reports vary, at least 20 inmates from the high-security wing, maybe more. Harley's voice cracked slightly. Harry, the high-security wing is where they keep everyone, Crane, Zass, Croc, and the Joker. Yeah. Harry stood in the diner, watching the news footage, feeling the familiar cold clarity descend. The calculation machine in his head, honed by occlumency, refined by 2 months of crisis management, spun up and began processing. 20 escaped inmates. 20 of Gotham's most dangerous individuals, released simultaneously, scattering into a city that was barely equipped to handle one of them at a time. Batman would be mobilizing, probably already was, probably had been since the first alarm, but even the Dark Knight couldn't be in 20 places at once. This wasn't an accident. Mass breakouts didn't happen at Arkham without inside help, and the scale of this one, the simultaneous failures, the precise placement of the explosives, the timing, pointed to meticulous planning. Someone had orchestrated this from inside. The Joker. Obviously, 41 days of patience, and this was the payoff. Not a simple escape, a catastrophe. A citywide crisis that would stretch every resource, overwhelm every response system, and create exactly the kind of chaos that the Clown Prince thrived in. And while Batman chased 20 different nightmares across Gotham, the Joker would be free to pursue his real objective. Me, Harry thought, or the Narrows, or both. Harley, get to the Narrows, stay inside the ward boundary, don't leave for any reason. I'm already here, Harry, what are you going to do? I'm going to do what needs to be done. He left the diner, stepped into the street, looked up at the Gotham skyline where the bat signal was already burning against the clouds, a yellow beacon of desperation cutting through the haze like a cry for help. His earpiece crackled again, a different frequency. Batman's encrypted channel, which Harry had tapped into weeks ago using a magical intercept that the Dark Knight almost certainly knew about but had chosen not to address. All points, Batman's voice clipped and taut. Arkham breach is confirmed. 23 inmates escaped from the high-security wing. I'm transmitting a priority list. Focus on the top 5, Joker, Scarecrow, Killer Croc, Victor Zass, and Poison Ivy. GCPD is handling perimeter containment on Arkham Island. I need— Harry touched his earpiece. Batman, a beat of silence, then you're on my channel. I've been on your channel for 3 weeks. Listen, this is the Joker's play. The breakout is his cover. While you chase 23 inmates, he's going to move on his real target. The Narrows. The Narrows, me, or something I haven't thought of yet. Agreed, my analysis matches yours. Keys clacking, the Bat computer running scenarios. I can handle the escapees. Nightwing is en route from Bloodhaven, and I've contacted the Justice League for secondary support, but I need you to hold the Narrows. I'll hold the Narrows. But Batman, when the Joker comes, I'm ending this. My way, silence, long, heavy, complicated silence. Your way, Batman repeated. I'm not going to kill him, I told you that and I meant it, but I'm going to do something that Arkham can't, something permanent. Harry, you've had him 14 times, 14 arrests, 14 incarcerations, 14 escapes. Hundreds of deaths between each cycle, hundreds. Children, families, innocent people who would be alive right now if the system you believe in actually worked. Harry's voice was steady, cold, not angry, certain. I respect you, I respect what you stand for, but your way has failed. And I'm not going to let more people die because of a principle that prioritizes a murderer's rights over his victims' lives. Batman said nothing for a long time. In the background, Harry could hear the Batmobile's engine, a deep thrumming growl that meant the Dark Knight was already in motion, already hunting, already doing the thing he'd built his entire existence around. "If you cross a line," Batman said quietly, "I will come for you. I know, and if I cross a line, I'll deserve it." The channel went silent. Harry flew. Not to the Narrows, the wards would alert him if anything crossed the boundary. He flew high above the city into the cold air above the cloud layer where the stars were visible and the noise fell away and he could think. The Joker was out. Crane was out. 21 other maniacs were out. Gotham was about to have the worst night in its considerable history of worst nights, and Harry was one person with a lot of magic and no idea where the Joker would strike first. He closed his eyes. Let the ley lines feed him. Let the power flow through the focus ring and into his senses, expanding his awareness outward like ripples in a pond. He could feel the city, all of it, not just the Narrows, the entire city spread below him like a living map. Millions of people, millions of minds, a sea of consciousness that was, at this moment, shifting from sleep to fear as the news spread. He couldn't scan them all, but he could look for one specific mind, one specific signature of chaos and brilliance and the void that wore a painted grin. He reached. Further than he'd ever reached, further than he'd thought possible, his legilimency amplified by the ley lines and the focus ring until his mental reach covered Gotham from shore to shore. He wasn't reading thoughts at this range, individual thoughts were lost in the noise. He was looking for patterns. The Joker's mind had a texture, that whirling maelstrom, that anti-structure, that screaming kaleidoscope of contradictions. If he was anywhere in the city, Harry would feel it there, southeast, Gotham Harbor, moving fast, a boat probably heading toward the industrial waterfront, heading toward. Harry's blood went cold, not the Narrows, not Harry's territory. The Joker was heading for the alley, the specific alley where Harry had landed, the thin spot in the dimensional barrier. He knows, Harry realized. Somehow he knows about the rift. Harry dove. Wind screamed past him, the city rushing up to meet him, and he poured every ounce of speed he could manage into the descent. The focus ring blazed on his finger, channeling power into his flight, and Gotham blurred beneath him, a smear of lights and shadows and the thousand ordinary tragedies of a city under siege. He reached the alley in 40 seconds, landed hard, cracking the pavement, and immediately threw up a shield, a dome of crackling blue-white energy that sealed the alley from both ends. The alley was empty. Harry stood in the place where his life in this world had begun, the same cracked concrete, the same crumbling brick walls, the same fire escapes and dumpsters, and the faint, invisible scar in reality where the portkey had torn through. Everything was still. Quiet. The shield hummed around him. He reached out with his senses. The Joker's signature was close, 2 blocks, maybe 3, but not approaching, stationary, waiting. "I know you're there," Harry said out loud. "Come out." Nothing, the alley breathed around him, a rat scuttled behind a dumpster. Then not from 2 blocks away, not from any distance at all, a voice came from behind him, inside the shield. Inside the sealed, warded, protected space that nobody should have been able to enter. Peekaboo, Harry spun. The Joker was leaning against the alley wall, 3 feet away, arms crossed, grinning. He was wearing his Arkham jumpsuit, orange, stenciled with his inmate number, and he looked thinner than Harry remembered, paler, the scars more prominent against the waxy skin. But the eyes were the same. Dark, glittering, impossibly alive. How? Harry started and then stopped because the answer was already forming in his mind. The signature he'd sensed 2 blocks away, it was a decoy, a device. Something the Joker had built in Arkham, designed to mimic his mental signature at range and draw Harry's legilimency like a moth to a flame. The real Joker had been here all along, waiting in the alley, inside the thin spot. "You've been here since before the breakout," Harry said. "I've been here for 3 days. The Joker pushed off the wall. 3 days in this miserable alley, eating granola bars and peeing in a Gatorade bottle, waiting for the fireworks to start and my very special boy to come running." He spread his arms. Surprise. The breakout was a distraction. The breakout was entertainment. 23 of my closest friends loose in the city causing havoc. It's like hosting a party and not having to do any of the work. Batman's going to have a terrible night. He giggled, "But you're right, the primary purpose was to get you here. Alone, without the bat looking over your shoulder." "I'm here, what do you want?" The Joker's grin faded. Not entirely, the scars held it in place, but the performance behind it dimmed, and what was left was something Harry had only seen once before, the real face, the one underneath. "I want to show you something," the Joker said, and he pulled a device from inside his jumpsuit. It was small, the size of a TV remote. Cobbled together from stolen parts, Harry recognized components from Arkham's security systems, from the asylum's medical equipment, from a dozen different sources that the Joker had apparently been cannibalizing during his 41 days of incarceration. It had a screen, a keypad, and a single red button. "Do you know what this alley is?" the Joker asked. "Really, no." It's where I arrived, the thin spot in the dimensional barrier. The thin spot, yes, the crack in the wall between your world and mine. The Joker held up the device. I've spent the last 41 days building this. Not easy, let me tell you. Arkham's workshop privileges are terrible, but I'm a resourceful fellow. This little gadget measures dimensional resonance, energy frequencies, the specific electromagnetic signature of the breach you created when you fell into my city. Harry's eyes locked on the device. Where did you get the theory? Crane's research. Same research he sent to you. Did you think you were the only one he shared with? The Joker's grin sharpened. Jonathan owed me a favor. Several favors, actually. I called them in. Crane. Harry felt a flash of fury at Crane, at himself for not anticipating this, at the whole tangled web of Gotham's criminal relationships that connected everyone to everyone in ways he was still learning to track. The breach is unstable. The Joker continued, moving deeper into the alley toward the spot where the dimensional barrier was thinnest. Harry could feel it, a subtle wrongness in the air, a place where reality hummed at a slightly different frequency. It's been degrading since the night you arrived, slowly, steadily, like a crack in a dam. And according to Crane's calculations, which I've verified independently, thank you very much, it's going to collapse within 6 months. After that, the door between your world and mine closes permanently. Harry went still. 6 months. Crane's research hadn't mentioned a timeline. Either Crane had discovered it later and shared it with the Joker, or the Joker had derived it independently. Either way, the implications were staggering. 6 months to go home or stay forever. But here's the fun part, the Joker said, and his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. The breach doesn't just go one way, it goes both ways, and as it degrades, it becomes more permeable, more susceptible to influence. With the right equipment or the right magic, you could widen it, stabilize it, turn it from a crack into a door. I know I've done the calculations. But have you done these calculations? The Joker held up the device. The screen displayed a series of numbers that Harry's occlumency-enhanced memory captured in a single glance. Energy readings, frequency analyses, and there, buried in the data, something that made Harry's heart stop. A signal coming through the breach. From the other side, someone in your world, the Joker said softly, is looking for you. Harry's breath stopped. His magic stuttered, the ley line connection flickering as his concentration shattered. The shield around the alley wavered, and for a moment the Gotham night leaked in, sirens, distant explosions, the sounds of a city tearing itself apart. You're lying, Harry said. His voice was barely a whisper. I'm many things, Harry, but I'm not a liar, not about this. The Joker turned the device so Harry could see the screen clearly. The signal has been building for 3 weeks. Intermittent at first, weak, scattered, barely detectable, but it's getting stronger. Someone on the other side of that wall is pushing against it, trying to open a door from their end. Dumbledore, Harry thought. Or Hermione, she'd figure it out. She's the smartest person I know. She'd tear apart every library in the wizarding world until she found a way. Now, the Joker said, pocketing the device, here's where it gets interesting. The breach can be opened from either side, but if it's opened wrong, too much energy, too fast, without proper stabilization, it won't create a doorway. It'll create a rupture, a tear in the dimensional fabric that will spread until it consumes both realities. I know the physics. Do you know the stakes? The Joker stepped closer. Your friends, whoever's pushing from the other side, they don't have Crane's research, they don't have ley lines. They're working blind, Harry, punching at a wall they can't see with tools they don't understand. And if they punch hard enough in the wrong spot in the wrong way, they could tear both worlds apart. Both worlds, yours and mine, every person in my reality, every person in yours gone, not dead, erased, unmade at the quantum level, dissolved into the void between dimensions. The Joker's grin had vanished entirely now. What was left was something raw and exposed and impossibly sincere. And that, Harry, is why I'm here. You want me to open the breach properly before they do it wrong. I want you to close it, permanently, seal the crack, heal the wound, shut the door forever. Because as long as that breach exists, it's a bomb. A dimensional bomb sitting in the middle of my city, and I am many things, Harry, murderer, terrorist, agent of chaos, but I am not interested in the end of existence. Chaos is only fun when there's an audience. Harry stared at him, the Joker stared back, and for the first time Harry saw what was underneath all of it, underneath the paint and the scars and the performance and the void, not emptiness, not madness, terror. The specific existential terror of a being confronting the possibility of total annihilation. The Joker was afraid, genuinely, deeply, fundamentally afraid. And he'd come to Harry, the boy he'd found, the wizard he'd tried to shape, the rival he'd tried to destroy, because Harry was the only person in either reality who could do anything about it. If I close it, Harry said slowly, I can never go home. Yes. If I open it properly, safely, I can go home, but the breach stays open, and someone else someday might use it wrong. Or your friends might keep pushing and break it open from their side, yes. And if I do nothing, the breach degrades and closes on its own in 6 months, but in the meantime, the signal from the other side might destabilize it. Also, yes. The Joker folded his arms. 3 options. Go home, stay here, or gamble on the clock running out, and the stakes are 2 realities worth of sentient life. Harry stood in the alley where his life in this world had begun and felt the weight of the choice settle on his shoulders like a mountain. Not the weight of duty, he'd carried that before and he was done with it. The weight of consequence. Real, personal, irrevocable consequence. Close the breach and stay forever. Lose Ron, Hermione, Hogwarts, the world he'd been born in. Keep the Narrows, keep Harley. Keep the life he'd built. Open the breach and go home. Leave the Narrows unprotected. Leave Harley alone. Leave the bridge and the wards and Mrs. Chen's fixed ceiling and Maya's butterfly. And risk the breach being misused by someone someday in ways that could end both realities. Do nothing and pray. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. The real reason, not the dimensional bomb reason. That's real, I believe you, but it's not why you came. You could have sent a message, left a note. You didn't have to be here in person in an alley in an Arkham jumpsuit 3 days ahead of schedule. The Joker was quiet for a long time. The alley breathed around them. Somewhere in the distance, a building was burning. Harry could see the glow above the rooftops, orange and angry. Because I wanted to see your face, the Joker said, when you realized you had to choose. That's it, entertainment. Number, that's the answer I'm supposed to give, the Joker answer. Chaos for chaos's sake, entertainment for entertainment's sake, watch the world burn and laugh. He paused. The silence was excruciating. The real answer is that I don't want you to go, Harry blinked. I don't want you to go, the Joker repeated, and his voice was strange, thin, almost fragile, stripped of every layer of performance until it was just a voice, just a man, just the broken creature underneath the paint. You're the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me, Harry Potter. More interesting than Batman, more interesting than this city, more interesting than chaos itself. You came into my world like a meteor and you changed things and I don't want, he stopped, swallowed. The scars pulled his mouth into a grin that had nothing to do with what he was feeling. I don't want to go back to a world without magic in it, he finished quietly. Even if the magic belongs to someone who hates me. Harry stood in the alley and looked at the most dangerous man in Gotham City and saw, with perfect clarity, the thing that everyone else had missed. The thing that Batman's files couldn't capture and Harley's psychiatry couldn't treat and Arkham's walls couldn't contain. The Joker was lonely. Not the normal human loneliness of someone who lacks companionship, a deeper loneliness. The loneliness of a mind so broken, so fundamentally other that it had never, not once in its entire fractured existence, found something it could connect with. Batman was the closest, the eternal opponent, the dark mirror, but Batman was a game, a function. Not a person, not to the Joker, just a role in the play. Harry was different, Harry was magic. Literally, physically, impossibly magic. The one thing in the Joker's reality that defied every rule, broke every expectation, existed outside every system. Magic was chaos made constructive, destruction made beautiful, and the Joker, who had spent his life worshipping chaos and finding only ugliness, had finally, for the first and maybe only time, seen what chaos could be. I don't hate you, Harry said. The Joker's eyes widened, just slightly, just enough. I think you're a monster, Harry continued. I think you've done unforgivable things. I think the world would be safer without you in it. And I think the fact that you're still alive is a failure of every system designed to protect innocent people from people like you. The Joker nodded. None of this was news. But I don't hate you, and I understand what it's like to be the only one of your kind, to look at the world and see something nobody else can see and have no one to share it with. Harry paused. That doesn't excuse what you've done, nothing excuses what you've done, but it makes me sad for you, for what you could have been. The Joker said nothing. His face was doing something Harry had never seen, cycling through expressions without landing on any of them, like a machine trying to process an input it wasn't designed for. I need time, Harry said. To think, to decide. The breach isn't going to collapse tonight. The signal from the other side isn't strong enough to destabilize it yet. I have time. How much? Days, a week maybe. The signal is building, but slowly I can monitor it. The Joker nodded. Then he reached into his jumpsuit again and pulled out something else, not a device this time, a photograph. He held it out. Harry took it. It was the photograph, his photograph, Ron and Hermione waving, grinning. The water-damaged, creased, worn-soft image that Harry carried everywhere, that he touched in quiet moments, that he held against his chest when the loneliness was too big for occlumency to contain. Harry's hand went to his pocket. Empty. The photograph was gone. The Joker had taken it, pickpocketed it, probably during one of their conversations, with the sleight of hand that came from decades of manipulation and misdirection. I took that from you the night of the bank robbery, the Joker said. The first time we went out together, I wanted leverage, something to hold over you, something personal. I was going to use it, threaten to destroy it, make you choose between the photo and some objective, the usual games. Harry stared at the photograph. At the faces of his best friends, at the smiles that still, after everything, made his chest ache. I never used it, the Joker continued. 3 months I've had it and I never used it. I've been trying to figure out why, and the truth is, he laughed, short and sharp and utterly devoid of humor. The truth is I couldn't. I looked at that photo and I saw 2 people who love you, and I couldn't use that against you. Me, the Joker, couldn't do it. He shook his head. You've ruined me, Harry Potter. You've made me feel things I haven't felt since before the acid, and I hate you for it. Harry pocketed the photograph. His hand was shaking. He clenched it into a fist and the shaking stopped. Go, Harry said, go back to Arkham, turn yourself in. And why would I do that? Because I'm asking you to, not threatening, not bargaining, asking, go back, sit in your cell. Give me time to figure this out. And when I've decided about the breach, about the Narrows, about everything, I'll come find you and we'll finish this, whatever this is. The Joker looked at him, long and searching and stripped of every defense. You know, the Joker said slowly, nobody's ever asked me before. They demand, they threaten, they lock me up, they fight me, they plead with me. Nobody ever just asks. I'm asking. The Joker reached into his jumpsuit one final time. Pulled out a small radio, pressed a button. Boys, he said into the radio, stand down, all operations stand down, return to base. And somebody call Arkham and tell them I'll be back in an hour. He released the button, looked at Harry. Happy? Not even close. Good, happy doesn't suit you. The Joker turned and walked toward the mouth of the alley, paused, looked back over his shoulder, and for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, the grin dropped, not because of the scars. The scars were still there, pulling the mouth into its permanent rictus, but the energy behind the grin died, and what was left was a face, just a face. Tired and old and impossibly sad. For what it's worth, the Joker said, if you do go home, I'm glad I found you in that alley on that night, I'm glad. He walked away. Harry stood in the alley surrounded by his shield, the thin spot in reality humming at his back, and watched the Joker disappear into the Gotham night. Then he sat down on the concrete, put his head in his hands, and stayed there for a very long time. Harley found him at dawn. She climbed over the rubble at the alley's mouth. The shield was down. Harry had dropped it hours ago and sat beside him without a word. The Joker turned himself in, she said after a while. Walked right up to Arkham's front gate. The guards nearly had a collective aneurysm. I know. Batman caught most of the others. Nightwing got Zsasz and Croc. Crane's still out there, but he's lying low. The cities. Well, the cities had better nights, but it survived. She paused. It always survives. Harley, I can go home. She went very still. The breach, the thin spot. I have the power now, the ley lines, the focus ring, the calculations from Crane's research. I can open a stable portal, step through, be back in my world in minutes probably. He stared at the opposite wall. Ron and Hermione are looking for me. Someone on the other side is pushing against the barrier. They're trying to find me. Harley was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was steady, but Harry could hear the cracks underneath. Then you should go. Harley, no, listen, you should go. You have a life there. Friends, a whole world that needs you. You're 15 years old, Harry. You should be in school, complaining about homework, not running a criminal territory in the worst city in America. It's not a criminal territory. Whatever it is, it's not yours, not permanently. You fell into this world by accident and you've done. God, you've done incredible things. You've changed this neighborhood. You've changed me. But it's not your home, and staying here because you feel obligated is exactly the kind of self-sacrificing bullshit you came here to escape. Harry looked at her. At the tears she was trying to hide, and the fierce, selfless love she was trying to express through anger. What if I don't want to go? He asked quietly. The tears stopped hiding. They rolled down Harley's cheeks, cutting tracks through yesterday's makeup, and she didn't wipe them away. Then don't, she whispered. But make sure it's because you want to stay, not because you're afraid to leave, not because you feel responsible, not because some part of you thinks you don't deserve to go back. She reached out and took his hand, squeezed it. You deserve to go home, Harry. You deserve to see your friends. You deserve a life that doesn't involve clowns and Batmen and a city that's trying to kill itself. And you deserve better than what this city's given you, Harry said. And Mrs. Chen deserves a building that doesn't leak, and Maya deserves to see butterflies, and the Narrows deserve someone who gives a damn. The Narrows survived for 100 years before you showed up. It'll survive after you leave. It won't be the same. Nothing's ever the same. That's the whole point of living. They sat in the alley hand in hand, and the sun came up over Gotham. The light turned the concrete gold, and for a moment, just a moment, the alley where Harry had crash-landed 2 months ago, broken and wandless and alone, looked almost beautiful. Harry made his decision 3 days later. He didn't agonize. Didn't make lists of pros and cons, didn't consult experts, didn't seek advice. He sat on the water tower, his place, his throne, his watchtower, and he looked at the Narrows and he looked at the photograph, and he let both of them exist in his mind simultaneously without trying to choose between them. And the answer, when it came, was simple. He called a meeting. Not a formal meeting, just a gathering on the water tower at sunset of the people who mattered. Harley climbed the ladder with a bottle of water and a determined expression. Selina arrived by rooftop, silent and elegant. And Batman Harry had invited him directly through the encrypted channel materialized from the shadows like a dark thought given form. They stood on the catwalk, four people from different worlds, united by nothing except the impossible boy at the center. "I'm closing the breach," Harry said. Nobody spoke. The sunset painted them gold. "There's a rift between my reality and this one. It's unstable, it's dangerous. Someone on the other side is trying to open it, and if they succeed without proper stabilization, it could destroy both worlds. The only safe option is to seal it permanently." "Which means you can't go home," Harley said, not a question. "Which means I can't go home." Silence. The wind blew, the city hummed. "Are you sure?" Selina asked. Her voice was gentle in a way that suited her more than she'd ever admit. "I'm sure, the risk is too high. If I open the breach and go through, I can try to stabilize it from the other side, but I'd be doing it blind with unfamiliar equipment in a world that doesn't have ley lines to draw on. The chance of failure is too high, and failure means—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. "When?" Batman asked. "Practical. Direct," the voice of a man who understood sacrifice. "Tonight. The breach is weakest at night, something about the ley line cycle, the way magical energy ebbs and flows with the Earth's rotation. I'll have the most control, the least resistance." "What do you need from us?" Harry looked at him. At the cowl and the cape and the white lenses and the jaw that never unclenched. At the man who had dedicated his life to a city that didn't deserve him, who had lost and lost and lost and kept fighting anyway, who understood, better than anyone maybe, what it meant to give up a life you wanted for a duty you couldn't escape. "I need you to watch the Narrows while I work. The sealing process will take everything I have. The wards will be down, the district will be unprotected." Batman nodded. "Once done. And afterward, after the breach is sealed, I need you to accept something." "What?" "Me, not as a threat, not as a project, not as a contingency file. As a person, an ally, someone who lives in your city and protects part of it and isn't going anywhere." Harry held his gaze. "I know you'll keep building your contingencies, that's who you are, but I need you to also see me as someone you can work with, not against." Batman was still for a long time. The sunset was dying behind him, turning the sky from gold to purple, and in the fading light the cowl looked less like armor and more like a face. "I can do that," Batman said. "Selina, I need you to keep doing what you've been doing. Eyes and ears, connections. The bridge between the worlds I can reach and the ones I can't." Naturally, she smiled. "Someone has to keep you dressed above your station." "And Harley," Harry turned to her. She was crying again, silently, the tears catching the last light. "I need you to be okay. Don't worry about me, kid. Too late. I've been worrying about you since you drove me to Pier 12 in a stolen Corvette. That's not going to stop." She laughed through the tears. "You're the worst wizard ever, you know that. Supposed to be all mysterious and powerful, and you're standing here making me cry on a water tower. I'm a terrible wizard, the absolute worst. Dumbledore would be appalled." "Who's Dumbledore?" "A man who would have loved you. In a different life, in a different world." Harry reached out and took her hand. "You're my family, Harley, you know that, right? You, Selina, even," he glanced at Batman. "Even the man in the bat suit who won't stop spying on me, you're my family, and I'm choosing you." Harley's composure broke. She threw her arms around him, buried her face in his shoulder, and sobbed. Harry held her, this woman who'd been broken by a clown and rebuilt by a wizard, and somehow, impossibly, come out the other side as the strongest person he knew. Over her shoulder, he saw Selina wipe her eyes with the back of her glove. And Batman just stood there still as stone, but Harry could feel it through his senses. The man's heartbeat steady as always, but faster, just slightly faster. The sunset died. The stars came out, real stars visible through a break in the clouds, and Harry wondered if they were the same stars he'd projected over the Narrows that night a lifetime ago when everything was new and he had nothing, and the only person who'd seen what he could do was a man in a painted grin. "Okay," Harry said. "Let's do this." They descended from the tower. Harley went to the community center, where she'd coordinate the neighborhood, keep people indoors, explain the power fluctuations that would inevitably accompany the sealing as electrical grid maintenance. Selina disappeared into the Gotham night, taking up a position on the district's perimeter where she could relay information and intercept trouble. Batman deployed to the rooftops, a dark sentinel against the darker sky. Harry walked to the alley. It was quiet. The same alley. The same concrete, the same brick, the same fire escapes. The same spot where he'd landed face first, broken and alone in a world he'd never heard of. He could feel the breach. A whisper of wrongness in the air, a vibration in the dimensional fabric that was slightly out of tune with everything around it. And behind it, faint, ghostly, barely perceptible, the signal. Someone pushing from the other side, pushing harder now, more urgently, as if they could sense what he was about to do. "Hermione," he thought, "it's you. I know it's you." He reached into his pocket, pulled out the photograph, looked at it one last time. Ron's grin, Hermione's eye roll. The Hogwarts grounds behind them green and sunlit, a world away. Harry pressed the photograph to his lips, closed his eyes. And then carefully, deliberately, he folded it and placed it on the ground at the center of the breach, where the dimensional barrier was thinnest, where if someone on the other side was looking, really looking, they might just be able to sense it. He couldn't send a message through the breach. The physics didn't work that way, but magic wasn't physics and love wasn't magic, and some things transcended both. I'm okay, he thought, pouring the thought into the photograph, into the crease where Ron's face met Hermione's, into the worn edges and the water damage and the 1,000 times he'd held it and missed them. I'm okay, I'm safe. I chose this. Don't look for me anymore. Live your lives. Be happy, I love you. He stood up, raised his hands, and began. The ceiling was not dramatic, not from the outside. An observer would have seen a teenage boy standing in a Gotham alley with his arms raised and his eyes closed, glowing faintly blue for approximately 12 minutes. They would have felt a tremor subtle, like a distant earthquake, and noticed that the air smelled briefly of ozone and something sweeter. Something that might have been fresh-cut grass or old books or the particular scent of a castle in Scotland that existed in a reality this world would never know. From the inside, it was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. He reached through the focus ring, down through the ley lines, into the bedrock of this reality's magical foundation. Drew power, enormous, terrifying, oceanic power, and channeled it upward through himself into the breach, not to open it, to heal it. To knit the torn fabric of dimensional space the way he'd knit his broken arm in the Joker's basement, with will and precision and a stubbornness that bordered on insanity. The breach fought him. Not consciously, it was just physics, just the natural tendency of a wound to resist closure, the way a cut bleeds when you try to stitch it. But underneath the physics, underneath the resistance, he could feel the signal. The push from the other side. Stronger now, desperate, urgent. Harry, the signal wasn't words, it was emotion. Pure, raw, unmistakable emotion bleeding through the dimensional barrier, fear, hope, love, desperation. Someone Hermione, his heart screamed, it's Hermione, was on the other side of the wall, hands pressed against it, feeling it close, feeling him seal the door and screaming. Harry's concentration wavered. The breach shuddered, the sealing process stuttering, and for one terrible moment he saw it, a flash, a glimpse through the crack, a fractured image of stone walls and candlelight and a girl with bushy brown hair pressing her hands against empty air with tears streaming down her face. Hermione, he whispered. And the grief hit him like a tidal wave, raw and huge and absolute, and his magic flared and the breach widened, and for one heartbeat, one single, crystalline, perfect heartbeat, the door between worlds was open. He could step through. Right now, right this second. Just 3 steps and he'd be home, and Hermione was right there, the ley lines surged. The breach screamed. And somewhere in the back of his mind, the part that was all cold calculation and mathematical precision, a counter ticked over, dimensional stability at 14% and falling, 12%, 10%. The breach was tearing, not opening, tearing. The uncontrolled energy from both sides was ripping the wound wider, and behind the wound was nothing, and the nothing was hungry, and if he didn't close it now, Harry screamed, not in pain, indecision. He slammed the breach shut with everything he had, every drop of power from the ley lines, every ounce of will from his own magical core, every lesson he'd learned in 2 months of being unchained and unafraid and free. The healing energy poured into the wound like concrete into a crack, filling it, sealing it, hardening it, and the breach closed. The signal cut off, Hermione's face vanished, the smell of Hogwarts died, and the dimensional barrier, healed, whole, seamless, settled into place with a finality that rang through Harry's senses like a bell. He dropped to his knees. The focus ring was dark, burned out, its enchantment drained. The ley lines were quiet, their energy depleted by the massive draw. His magical reserves were empty, not low, empty. For the first time since he'd arrived in this world, Harry Potter had no magic at all. He knelt in the alley in the spot where his old life had ended and his new life had begun, and he shook. Then he stopped shaking, stood up, dusted off his knees. The photograph was gone, not destroyed, vanished. Pulled through the breach in the last moment before it sealed, drawn by the signal, by the love, by the desperate reaching hands of a girl in a castle who would never stop looking for her best friend. Harry stared at the empty spot where the photograph had been, and somehow, impossibly, he smiled. Because if the photograph had gone through, if it had crossed the barrier, carried by magic and love and the particular stubbornness of Harry James Potter, then Hermione would find it. Would know he was alive, would understand because she was Hermione and she understood everything, that he had chosen this. That he was okay, that the photograph was his goodbye and his love letter and his promise all in one crumpled, water-damaged image. It's done, he said into his earpiece. His voice was raw. The breach is sealed. Batman's voice, quiet and steady, confirmed. I'm detecting no anomalous energy readings in the area. Harley's voice, thick with tears. Harry, are you? I'm okay. He took a breath. I'm home. He walked out of the alley. The Narrows was quiet. Harley's coordination had kept the residents indoors, and the streets were empty under the steady glow of his enchanted streetlights. The wards were down, depleted along with everything else, but they'd regenerate. Give it a day, give it a week. The ley lines would refill, the ward network would reboot, and the Narrows would be protected again. And Harry would be here to protect it, not temporarily, not provisionally, permanently. He walked to the water tower. Climbed the ladder, physically no magic, his arms shaking with exhaustion, collapsed on the catwalk, looked up at the sky. The clouds had parted, the stars were out. Not his stars, not the constellations he'd grown up with, not the sky he'd projected for Batman that night, but stars nonetheless. Points of light in the infinite dark, the same in every reality. Harry lay on the catwalk of his water tower in the heart of his neighborhood in the city he'd chosen and watched the stars until his eyes closed. He slept without dreaming. And in the morning, when the sun rose over Gotham and the Narrows stirred to life and Mrs. Chen swept her stoop and Maya ran laughing down the sidewalk and 300 people crossed the bridge he'd built, Harry Potter was there. Standing on his tower, watching his city, ready for whatever came next. The wards hummed back to life at noon. A soft, warm pulse that spread through the district like a heartbeat resuming after a long pause. Harry felt it in his bones, the network reconnecting, the ley lines refilling, the protections snapping back into place one by one like lights coming on in a house. He was weaker than he'd been. The ceiling had cost him, not permanently but significantly. His reserves would take weeks to fully replenish. The focus ring was dead, its enchantment exhausted, and he'd need to either recharge it or find another Zatara artifact. But the wards were alive, the ley lines were flowing, and the Narrows was protected. I'm still here, Harry thought, and I'm staying. The thought felt like the first solid ground he'd stood on since falling through a hole in the sky. He touched his pocket reflexively, empty. The photograph was gone, carried through the breach to a world he'd never see again, but Hermione would find it, he was certain of that, and she would understand. He pulled his hand from his pocket and looked at the city, his city. Okay, Gotham, Harry said aloud. What's next? The city didn't answer. But somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, and somewhere closer, a child laughed, and somewhere in between, the Narrows went about the ordinary, extraordinary business of being alive. And on a rooftop across the city, Batman watched. And on a fire escape in East Gotham, Selina watched. And in a small apartment above a tattoo parlor, Harley Quinn put on a pot of coffee and smiled. And in Arkham Asylum, in a cell in the maximum security wing, the Joker sat on his cot and stared at the ceiling and felt something he couldn't name. It felt like the absence of an absence. It felt if he was being honest, and the Joker was never honest except when it mattered, like hope. Chapter 6, The Boy Who Laughed. 3 months later, spring came to Gotham. Not gracefully, nothing in Gotham happened gracefully. Spring arrived the way everything arrived in this city, reluctantly, grudgingly, fighting the gray for every inch of green. But it came. Crocuses pushed through cracked sidewalks in the Narrows. The skeletal trees along Miller Avenue budded, then leafed, then threw dappled shadows across streets that had seen nothing but bare branches and dirty snow for 5 months. The air lost its bite. The perpetual overcast thinned, and on good days, rare days, precious days, actual sunlight broke through and turned the puddles to mirrors. Harry noticed the seasons now in a way he never had at Hogwarts. At Hogwarts, the castle's enchantment smoothed the transitions. Warm common rooms in winter, cool corridors in summer. The great hall's ceiling showing you the weather without making you feel it. Here in Gotham, the weather was real. It got under your skin, it mattered. He was sitting on the steps of the Narrows Community Center drinking coffee from Mrs. Chen's thermos. She'd started leaving it for him every morning, a wordless ritual that meant more than either of them acknowledged, and watching Maya teach 3 younger kids how to play hopscotch on a grid she'd drawn in chalk on the sidewalk. The chalk was enchanted, though Maya didn't know it. It wouldn't wash away in rain. It glowed faintly at night, soft pinks and blues and greens. And the kids had decided it was magic chalk without any prompting from Harry, which amused him more than it should have. His magic had recovered. Not to pre-ceiling levels, the breach closure had cost him something permanent. A sliver of his magical core burned away by the dimensional energies like a muscle torn badly enough to scar. But the ley lines compensated. His connection to Gotham's magical infrastructure was deeper now, more integrated, as if the act of sealing himself into this reality had also rooted him into its foundation. He was part of the city's magical topology now. Woven into its ley lines like thread into fabric, the focus ring was dead. He wore it anyway, a plain dark band on his right hand, because Selina had given it to him and because the Zatara enchantment, though spent, still resonated faintly with the other artifacts he'd found. He'd recovered 4 more focus stones from the hidden caches scattered through Gotham, and he was slowly, painstakingly building a new focus, not a ring this time, but a staff. Carved from black oak he'd found growing in Robinson Park, Poison Ivy's territory, which had required a very delicate negotiation conducted through Selena, inlaid with the Zatara stones at precise intervals, and enchanted layer by layer with every focusing charm and channeling spell Harry could devise. It wasn't a wand, it would never be a wand. But it was his, built by his hands and his magic and his understanding of how power flowed in this wandless world, and when he held it, his magic sang. The staff leaned against the community center wall beside him now, 6 feet of dark wood that looked like a walking stick to anyone who didn't know better. Harry sipped his coffee and watched Maya's hopscotch game and let the morning be ordinary. "You look almost peaceful," Harley said, dropping down beside him with a cinnamon roll the size of her head. "It's unsettling. Sorry, I'll try to look more tormented. Please do. You've got a reputation to maintain." She tore off a piece of cinnamon roll and stuffed it in her mouth. "So, big day, is it? Don't play dumb, it's beneath you, and also impossible. You're literally the smartest person I know, and I dated a man who outwits Batman for fun." Harry sipped his coffee. "It's just a meeting. It's a summit, the first ever sit-down between every major power player in Gotham's criminal underworld, hosted by you in the Narrows, which, by the way, is insane." "Insane is relative, this is Gotham. Harry," she turned to face him, cross-legged on the steps, cinnamon roll momentarily forgotten, "the Penguin is coming. Cobblepot in the flesh, leaving the Iceberg Lounge for the first time in 6 months. Sophia Falcone sent her underboss because she still won't be in the same room as you after the snake thing. Black Mask is sending a representative. Even the Triads are sending someone." She paused for emphasis. "And the Joker's in Arkham. The Joker has a video link which he specifically requested, which you specifically granted, which is either a brilliant strategic move or the dumbest thing you've ever done." "Why not both?" Harley stared at him. Then she threw the cinnamon roll piece at his head. He caught it telekinetically, floated it back to her hand, and she ate it anyway. "You're going to get yourself killed," she said through a mouthful of pastry. "I'm the most powerful being in this dimension. Nobody's going to kill me at my own summit. The most powerful being in this dimension who sealed a dimensional breach 3 months ago and hasn't fully recovered, who lost a chunk of his magical core, who's been running on ley line power and stubbornness and Mrs. Chen's coffee." She poked his chest. "You're strong, Harry. You're not invincible. There's a difference." "I know the difference." "Do you? Because sometimes I watch you and I see a kid who thinks he can take on the world alone and it scares me." Harry set down his coffee, looked at her. Really looked the way he'd learned to look at people in this city, past the surface, past the performance, down to the thing that mattered. "I'm not alone," he said. "That's the whole point of the summit." The summit was Selena's idea. She'd proposed it 6 weeks ago during one of their rooftop meetings, and Harry had initially dismissed it as insane. Gathering every criminal power player in Gotham in one room was like hosting a dinner party in a minefield. The potential for catastrophic violence was so high that the idea seemed suicidal. But Selena had laid out the logic with her characteristic precision. The Narrows had changed the equation. Harry's territory, warded, protected, prosperous, was an anomaly in Gotham's criminal ecosystem. An island of stability in a sea of chaos. And every criminal organization in the city was trying to figure out what to do about it. Some wanted to destroy it. The Narrows' success made their failures look worse. A neighborhood that didn't need crime lords or corrupt cops was a threat to the entire system of exploitation that Gotham's underworld depended on. Some wanted to co-opt it. If the Warlock's magic could protect one neighborhood, it could protect rackets, shipments, operations. The criminal applications of Harry's abilities were essentially unlimited, and every boss in the city was calculating the profit potential. Some wanted to study it. Crane wasn't the only scientist in Gotham's rogue gallery. Others were watching, measuring, trying to understand the impossible things happening in the Narrows and figure out how to replicate or counter them. And all of them, without exception, were afraid. Fear was the currency of Gotham's underworld, and the Warlock had more of it than anyone since the Batman. "You need to address it," Selena had said. "Directly, publicly, bring them together, lay down the rules, establish the new reality. You're not going away. The Narrows isn't going back to what it was. They can accept that and negotiate, or they can fight you and lose, but they need to hear it from you face to face so there's no ambiguity." Harry had thought about it for 2 weeks. Consulted Batman, who had said dangerous but strategically sound, which was high praise. Consulted Harley, who had said you're insane, which was her way of saying I'm worried but I trust you. Consulted nobody else because the decision was his and he was done outsourcing his choices. He'd said yes. The venue was the community center. Neutral ground, technically Harry's territory, but the community center was a public space, open to everyone, associated with civic improvement rather than criminal activity. Harry had spent 3 days preparing it. Additional wards layered over the existing protections, enchantments that would suppress weapons, any firearm, knife, or explosive brought into the building would simply stop working, its chemical and mechanical properties gently, invisibly altered, and a subtle calming charm on the air itself that would reduce aggression without impairing judgment. He debated the calming charm. It was manipulation, mild, but manipulation nonetheless. Dumbledore would have approved. The old Harry would have been uncomfortable. The new Harry recognized it as prudent and moved on. They arrived throughout the afternoon. Black SUVs and limousines and armored town cars pulling up to the community center in a procession that made the Narrows residents stare and the GCPD surveillance team scramble. Oswald Cobblepot the Penguin arrived first because he was obsessive about punctuality and because, Harry suspected, he wanted to scope the venue before anyone else. He was shorter than Harry expected, round and awkward, dressed in an immaculate tuxedo with a top hat and monocle that should have looked ridiculous but instead looked threatening, the way expensive things look threatening when they're worn by dangerous men. His umbrella, weaponized, Harry's wards confirmed with a concealed blade and a single-shot pistol in the handle, went dead the moment he crossed the threshold. Cobblepot noticed. His eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Sophia Falcone's underboss came next. A man named Carmine Jr.'s. Aunt Vincent, who was still in physical therapy and flinched at the sight of anything longer than a pencil, carrying himself with the stiff dignity of a man representing a woman who scared him more than any wizard. He sat at the table, accepted the offered water, and did not make eye contact with Harry. Black Mask's representative was a woman Harry hadn't met before, tall, severe, with the build of a soldier and the eyes of an accountant. She introduced herself as Miss Lee and said nothing else. The Triad representative was an elderly man who bowed when he entered, sat down without prompting, and folded his hands with the patience of someone who had survived things that made Gotham's criminal underworld look like amateur hour. Others filtered in, smaller operations, independent operators, fixers and fences, and the mid-level brokers who kept Gotham's criminal economy lubricated. Selina had curated the guest list carefully, everyone who mattered, no one who would start a fight just for sport. By 4 o'clock, 14 people sat around the community center's long table and Harry stood at its head. He dressed for the occasion. Not a suit, he wasn't a businessman and he wouldn't pretend to be, but not the hoodie either. Black trousers, a dark green shirt that Harley had picked out, it matches your eyes, trust me, and boots that actually fit. The staff leaned against the wall behind him, dark wood gleaming, and the dead focus ring caught the light on his finger. He looked, Selina told him later, like a young king holding court. He felt like a 15-year-old trying not to throw up. "Thank you for coming," Harry said. His voice was steady. The calming charm helped, though he'd keyed it to affect the guests, not himself. His own nerves were his own problem. "I know most of you didn't want to be here. I know some of you came because you're curious, some because you're afraid, and some because you think there might be profit in what I'm offering. All of those are valid reasons. I'm not going to waste your time." He paused. "Let the silence work. The Narrows has changed, you all know this. Crime is down 93%, property values are up, health outcomes have improved. The district is, by every measurable standard, the safest and most livable neighborhood in Gotham." Another pause. "This is not going to stop. It's not temporary, it's not a phase. The Narrows is mine, and it will remain mine, and the protections I've built will remain in place as long as I'm alive." Cobblepot shifted in his chair. "And how long will that be precisely?" "Longer than you, Mr. Cobblepot, I promise you that." A murmur around the table. Cobblepot's mouth thinned, but he didn't respond. "I'm not here to threaten you," Harry continued. "If I wanted to threaten you, I'd do it individually in your homes where it would be more effective. I'm here to propose an arrangement." "What kind of arrangement?" Miss Lee's voice was cool and precise. "A territorial one. The Narrows is mine. It is inviolate. No criminal operations of any kind within my boundaries, no drugs, no protection rackets, no weapons trafficking, no human trafficking, no exploitation of any kind. In exchange, I will not extend my protections beyond the Narrows. Your operations in the rest of Gotham are your business. I won't interfere." "That's a generous offer," Cobblepot said carefully, "from a man who could, presumably, take over the entire city." I choose not to. The Narrows is enough. For now. Permanently, I'm not interested in empire, I'm interested in one neighborhood. The rest of Gotham can sort itself out." "And Batman?" Carmine Jr. spoke for the first time. His voice was tight. "Where does the Bat factor into this?" "Batman is not party to this arrangement. He does what he does, I do what I do. We operate independently." Harry hesitated for a fraction of a second, then added, "But I'll tell you what I told him. If your operations in the rest of Gotham become egregious enough to draw my attention, mass casualty events, attacks on civilian infrastructure, anything that threatens the stability of the city as a whole, I reserve the right to intervene." "Egregious," Miss Lee repeated. "That's a subjective term." "It is, and I'm the one who defines it. That's the price of the arrangement. You get to operate freely as long as you don't go too far. If you disagree about where too far is, you can take it up with me directly. And if we refuse the arrangement entirely? Cobblepot asked. Harry didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached behind him, picked up the staff, and held it loosely in his right hand. The Zatara stones caught the light, 4 points of dark fire set into black wood, and the room's temperature dropped 3 degrees. Then I'll spend my time dismantling your operations the same way I dismantled the Falcon operation in the Narrows, Harry said, one by one, piece by piece. With magic you can't fight, can't counter, and can't survive. The arrangement is me being polite. I'd strongly recommend accepting politeness while it's being offered. Silence, long-taught electric silence. There is one more thing, Harry said, the Joker. Every head turned. The television mounted on the wall, installed that morning, connected to Arkham's secure video system, flickered to life. The Joker's face filled the screen, painted and grinning, sitting in his cell with the casual ease of a man on a talk show. He'd been listening to everything through the video link. Hello, everyone, the Joker said brightly. Miss me? The room's tension ratcheted up so sharply that Harry could feel it in his wards like a physical pressure. Several of the guests shifted in their seats. Cobblepot's hand twitched toward his umbrella. Miss Lee's jaw tightened. The Joker is currently in Arkham, Harry said. He has been for 3 months. He is going to stay in Arkham. Am I? The Joker asked, grinning at the camera. Yes. Harry looked at the screen. This is part of the arrangement. Joker, you're included in this because you're a factor in Gotham's power structure, whether you're free or incarcerated. You wanted a video link. I granted it. Now you're going to hear the terms. I do love terms. The Narrows is off limits, permanently. You don't attack it. You don't target its residents. You don't use it as a staging ground or a testing facility or a punchline. In exchange, Harry paused. This was the part he'd struggled with. The part that had kept him up for 3 nights, turning it over, examining it from every angle. In exchange, I will visit you. In Arkham, once a month, we'll talk about whatever you want. Magic, philosophy, the nature of chaos, the meaning of Batman, whatever, 1 hour once a month. The room was silent. On the screen, the Joker's grin didn't waver, but his eyes changed. The dark glitter softened into something that Harry had seen only once before in an alley at midnight when the Joker had told him he didn't want to live in a world without magic. You're offering me company, the Joker said softly. I'm offering you conversation with the only person in this reality who understands what it's like to exist outside the rules. That's, the Joker trailed off, swallowed. The grin held, but the performance behind it wavered like a signal losing reception. That's very kind, Harry. It's not kindness, it's strategy. A Joker with something to look forward to is a Joker who stays in Arkham, a Joker whose board breaks out and kills people. Harry held the screen's gaze. This keeps you contained and it costs me 1 hour a month. That's an acceptable trade. And if I break out anyway, then the conversations stop. And the next time I find you, I won't ask you to go back. The Joker studied him through the camera, then he laughed, low, warm, and genuine, and leaned back in his cell. Deal, he said, but I want snacks. Arkham's commissary is an affront to human dignity. I'll bring cookies, chocolate chip. Done. The Joker's face disappeared from the screen. Harry turned back to the table. The arrangement summarized, the Narrows is mine, your operations elsewhere are your business within reason, the Joker stays in Arkham, and we all stop spending time and resources trying to destroy each other and start focusing on the things that actually matter. He set the staff against the wall. Questions. Cobblepot raised a hand, which was strangely polite for a man who'd had people killed over parking spaces. One question, Mr. Potter, what happens when you die? I'm 15. Nobody lives forever. Especially in Gotham. What happens to the Narrows when you're gone? The wards, the protections, do they survive you? It was a good question. Harry had been working on the answer for weeks. The ward network is anchored to the ley lines, not to me. It's self-sustaining. If I die, the wards continue to function at approximately 70% capacity. They'll degrade over time, years, probably decades, but the core protections will hold. And who maintains them? I'm training someone. He didn't look at Harley, who was standing against the back wall, but he felt her stiffen. They discussed this, the possibility, the plan, the long-term vision of the Narrows as a self-sustaining protected zone. Harley couldn't do magic, but she could manage. She could coordinate, organize, maintain the systems Harry built. And with the right tools, enchanted tools, automated processes, magical infrastructure designed to operate without a wizard's active input, the Narrows could protect itself. It was Harry's ultimate project, the thing beyond the wards and the bridge and the streetlights. A legacy. Something that would outlast him. Further questions? Harry asked. The elderly Triad representative spoke for the first time. His English was accented but precise. You have made yourself the protector of one neighborhood. The Batman protects the city. The police protect the state. Every layer of protection has a cost. What is the cost of yours? Harry met his eyes. I'm not charging the Narrows anything. I did not ask what you charge, I asked what it costs. Every act of protection requires the protector to exercise power, and power exercised changes the one who wields it. The old man's gaze was steady and penetrating. You are young, you are strong. You are, by your own admission, the most powerful being in this reality. What happens to the boy when the power becomes who he is? The room was very quiet. Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the old wizard who had accumulated power for decades and used it mostly wisely, but who had also manipulated a child from infancy, who had placed Harry with abusers because his strategic calculations said it was necessary, who had kept secrets that cost lives because he believed he knew best. Power changed people, always, even the good ones. I don't have a good answer for that, Harry said. I'm 15, I'm figuring it out as I go. The best I can offer is this: I have people around me who will tell me if I'm going wrong. People who aren't afraid of me and aren't trying to use me, and I listen to them. He paused. That's not a guarantee, I know that, but it's the best I've got. The old man studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, and something in his expression shifted from assessment to something that looked almost like approval. That, he said, is a better answer than most men twice your age could give. The summit lasted another hour. Details were hashed out, boundaries clarified, communication channels established. It wasn't a peace treaty, Gotham didn't do peace, but it was a framework. A set of rules agreed upon by every major player that acknowledged the new reality. The Narrows was Harry Potter's, and everyone else would work around it. When the last car pulled away and the community center was empty except for Harry, Harley, and the lingering scent of Cobblepot's cologne, Harry sat down heavily in a chair and let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for 3 hours. That was either the most impressive thing I've ever seen, Harley said, sitting across from him, or a really elaborate way to commit suicide. Can't it be both? Stop that, you're not funny. I'm a little funny. You got the Joker to agree to stay in Arkham in exchange for monthly chats. That's not funny, that's sorcery, and I mean the non-magical kind. Harry smiled. He was always going to agree. The Joker doesn't want to fight me, he wants to talk to me. That's what he's wanted since the first night. Someone who doesn't fit into his model of the world. Someone who breaks the rules just by existing. And the others, Cobblepot, the Falcons, Black Mask, they're pragmatists. The Narrows is one neighborhood. Leaving it alone cost them nothing. Fighting me over it cost them everything. The math is simple. The math is simple now. What happens when someone decides the math has changed? Then I remind them why the math was simple in the first place. Harley shook her head. You know what your problem is, Harry. You're too calm, you should be freaking out. You just stared down every crime boss in Gotham and told them to play nice, and you're sitting here like you just finished a mildly challenging crossword puzzle. I'm not calm, I'm exhausted, there's a difference. The exhaustion is normal, the calm is terrifying. Harry looked at her, smiled for real this time, the tired, honest, slightly crooked smile that was entirely his own. Harley, when I was 11 years old, I fought a mountain troll in a girl's bathroom. When I was 12, I killed a 60-foot snake with a sword. When I was 13, I drove off 100 Dementors with a spell I'd learned from a werewolf. When I was 14, I watched a friend die and fought the most powerful dark wizard in history in a graveyard. He shrugged. A business meeting with some criminals is not going to make me freak out. Harley opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. A mountain troll in a girl's bathroom. What kind of school did you go to? The kind that builds character. She threw a napkin at him. He caught it telekinetically, folded it into a paper crane with a flick of magic, and sent it fluttering around her head. She laughed, the real laugh, the Harleen laugh, and batted at it until it dissolved into sparkles. They cleaned up the community center together. Folded chairs, wiped tables, the mundane domestic work that felt, after the tension of the summit, almost luxuriously normal. Harley hummed while she worked, something bright and silly, a pop song Harry didn't recognize, and Harry found himself humming along, making up the parts he didn't know. This was what he'd chosen. Not the magic, not the power, not the wards and the bridge and the criminal summits. This, the humming, the cleaning, the paper cranes. The ordinary moments between the extraordinary ones. This is what home feels like, he thought. Not a castle or a cupboard or a place on a map, just this, people who care about you, work that matters, a place to stand. He'd never had that before, not really. Hogwarts had come close, but Hogwarts had always been temporary, a school, not a home, a place you left every summer to go back to people who hated you. The Burrow had come closer, but the Burrow was the Weasleys' home, not his. He'd always been a guest. The Narrows was his. The people in it were his. The life he'd built was his. Not borrowed, not temporary, not contingent on someone else's approval or prophecy or strategic calculation. His. They finished cleaning. Harley left for her apartment, promising to be back in the morning with bagels and an update on the Crane situation. The Scarecrow was still at large, lying low somewhere in the industrial district, and Harry's intelligence network, Selena's contacts, Harley's street connections, the ward network's passive monitoring was tracking him. Harry locked the community center, set the wards to night mode, and walked home. Home. The water tower. He'd considered moving, getting an actual apartment with walls and a ceiling and indoor plumbing, but the tower had become something more than a perch. It was a vantage point, a symbol. The place where the Warlock of Gotham stood watch over his territory, visible to everyone, hiding from no one. He'd made it livable. A conjured shelter on the catwalk, waterproof, insulated, transparent on the inside so he could see the sky. A hammock that he'd enchanted to maintain the perfect temperature regardless of weather. A small shelf of books, real books, bought from the second-hand shop on Miller, a mix of Gotham history and dimensional physics, and because he was still 15, a few dog-eared fantasy novels that he read by wandlight when he couldn't sleep. He climbed the ladder, settled into the hammock, held the staff across his lap and let the magic flow through it, a gentle current warm and steady, connecting him to the ley lines and the wards and the sleeping city below. His earpiece crackled, Batman's channel. The summit went well, Batman said, no preamble, no greeting, you were listening. I'm always listening, you know that. I do, I've stopped minding, a pause, almost warm. The Joker arrangement is risky. Everything involving the Joker is risky, this is the least risky option. Agreed. I've run the scenarios. Monthly visits, controlled environment, monitored conversation. It reduces the probability of breakout by approximately 37%. You quantified it. I quantify everything. I know it's one of your more endearing qualities. Harry shifted in the hammock. Batman, Bruce, silence, long, sharp, dangerous silence. I've known for 6 weeks, Harry said. The legilimency makes it difficult to miss. Your mental signature is identical in and out of the cowl, and I've been close enough to both versions to make the connection. More silence. Harry could feel the tension through the calm, the particular crystalline anxiety of a man whose greatest secret had just been named. I'm not going to tell anyone, Harry continued. I'm not going to use it. I bluffed the Joker with the threat, but I'd never actually do it. Your identity is yours. Your secret is yours. I'm telling you I know because I'm done having secrets between us. Batman, Bruce didn't speak for a long time. When he did, his voice was different. Not the gravel, not the performance, just a voice. Tired, deep human. Thank you, Harry. You're welcome, Bruce. Don't call me that on an open channel. Your channel is encrypted with military-grade protocols. If anyone's listening, they deserve what they get. A sound that might, from a less disciplined man, have been a laugh. Good night, Harry, good night. The channel closed. Harry lay in his hammock and looked at the stars through his transparent shelter and thought about secrets and names and the strange, complicated, ultimately good thing that his relationship with Gotham's protector had become. Not friends, not exactly, but something adjacent to friendship, a mutual respect built on honesty and the shared experience of carrying a city on your shoulders. Batman carried Gotham through force and fear and an iron will that refused to break. Harry carried the Narrows through magic and stubbornness, and the particular kind of love that expressed itself through infrastructure and enchanted chalk. Different methods, same mission. They'd figure out the rest as they went. Sleep didn't come easy. It rarely did anymore. The magical connection to the ley lines kept his mind half awake even when his body was exhausted, a constant low-level awareness of the ward network and its data. He'd learned to manage it, to filter the input down to a manageable trickle, but on nights like tonight, when the adrenaline of the summit was still fading and his mind was spinning with plans and contingencies and the 1,000 small decisions that tomorrow would require, the trickle became a stream and sleep retreated. He thought about Hermione. Not with pain, not anymore. The grief of closing the breach had been enormous, a tidal wave that had nearly drowned him in the days immediately following. But grief, he'd learned, was like a river. It carried you to places you didn't expect, and eventually it deposited you on a bank you could stand on. He hoped the photograph had reached her, hoped she'd understood, hoped she and Ron were okay, were safe, were living the lives they deserved. He hoped they'd forgive him for choosing. They would, he thought. Hermione would understand. She'd hate it, she'd cry and rage and probably break something, but she'd understand. And Ron would say, mate, you built a bridge. That's mental. And then he'd ask if Gotham had good food. Harry smiled in the dark, closed his eyes. I miss you, he thought, every day, but I'm okay, I promise. He slept. The Joker visit happened on a Tuesday. Arkham Asylum squatted on its island like a Gothic toad, all gray stone and iron gates, and the particular kind of architectural menace that suggested the building itself was actively hostile. Harry arrived by air. He could have taken the ferry, but flying made a statement, and in Gotham, statements mattered, and landed on the asylum's front steps in full view of the security cameras. The guards were expecting him. Batman had arranged the visit through official channels. Commissioner Gordon had many questions, all of which Batman declined to answer, and Harry had submitted to a security screening that was so thorough it bordered on proctological. He'd left the staff outside. Arkham's rules prohibited any external objects in the high-security wing. And while Harry could have simply ignored the rules, he was trying to build trust with an institution that had every reason to distrust him. The cell was small, clean, and aggressively bare. White walls, white floor, white ceiling, a cot, a toilet, a desk with no drawers. The Joker sat on the cot in his orange jumpsuit, cross-legged, grinning. You came. I said I would. People say a lot of things. Following through is the hard part. The Joker gestured at the desk chair. Sit, make yourself uncomfortable. Harry sat. The chair was metal, bolted to the floor, designed for maximum rigidity and minimum comfort. He'd sat in worse. Chocolate chip, Harry said, producing a bag of cookies from inside his jacket. He'd baked them himself in Mrs. Chen's laundromat kitchen. She had an oven in the back that she used for her own pastries, and they were, by any objective standard, excellent. He'd added a subtle warming charm that would keep them fresh for days. The Joker took the bag, opened it, ate a cookie with his eyes closed and an expression of something that on any other face would have been called bliss. These are good, he said with the surprised delight of a man who'd forgotten that good things existed. You bake? I've had practice. My aunt made me cook for her family for 10 years. The irony is that I'm actually quite good at it. Your aunt, the one who, the cupboard people? The cupboard people, yes. Harry crossed his legs. How's Arkham? Terrible. The food is bad, the bed is worse, and my therapist is an idiot who thinks I have unresolved attachment issues. I told her that my attachment issues are extremely resolved. I'm attached to chaos and it's attached to me and we're very happy together. He ate another cookie. But it's quiet, which is different. I've been sleeping, actually sleeping, 8 hours a night. I don't think I've done that since before the acid. That's good. Is it? I'm not sure. Sleep feels like practice for death, and I've always been opposed to death on principle. He looked at Harry. What about you? How's the kingdom? The Narrows is fine. The summit went well. Everyone agreed to the arrangement. I heard I was there, remember, via the magic of modern technology. The Joker leaned back against the wall. Cobblepot will cheat, you know that. I know, I've accounted for it. And Sophia Falcon will test the boundaries. She's patient. She'll wait 6 months, maybe a year, and then she'll probe a small incursion, something deniable. I know, I've accounted for that too. And Crane, the Joker's eyes sharpened. Crane is still out there and he's not going to stop. I know, do you? Because Crane isn't like the rest of us. He's not motivated by money or power or territory. He's motivated by understanding. And you, Harry, you represent the single greatest gap in his understanding of the world. He will never stop trying to figure you out. He'll come at you sideways indirectly through proxies and experiments and the kind of long-game manipulation that makes my schemes look like improv. Harry nodded. I've thought about Crane a lot, and I think the solution isn't to fight him or contain him or scare him. I think the solution is to give him what he wants. The Joker raised an eyebrow. Explain. He wants to understand magic, to study it, to quantify it, and I've been refusing because his methods are unethical and his motives are selfish. Harry paused. But what if I gave him access? Limited, controlled on my terms. Let him study magic in a safe environment with proper oversight, with me as a willing participant rather than a reluctant subject. You'd let Scarecrow study you. I'd let Jonathan Crane, the scientist, not the criminal, conduct research under conditions I control. He gets data. I get a collaborator who might eventually help me understand things about my own magic that I can't figure out alone. Harry met the Joker's eyes. It's the same logic as these visits. Give someone what they want in a controlled way and they stop trying to take it by force. The Joker stared at him. Then he started laughing, the genuine laugh, the one that sounded almost healthy, almost happy. Harry Potter, he said, you magnificent, devious, generous boy, you're weaponizing kindness, you're using compassion as a strategic tool. He shook his head, still laughing. You're the most dangerous person I've ever met, and it's because you're nice. I'm not nice, I'm practical. You're both, that's what makes you terrifying. The Joker ate another cookie. You know, when I found you in that alley, broken arm, no shoes, bleeding on the concrete, I thought I'd found a weapon. A tool. Something I could shape into the punchline of a very long, very dark joke. He looked at the cookie. Instead, I found a person who bakes chocolate chip cookies for the man who kidnapped him and negotiates peace treaties between mass murderers and builds bridges for commuters and conjures butterflies for 7-year-olds and sealed a hole in reality to protect a city that isn't even his. He looked up. You're the punchline, Harry, but not the kind I expected. You're the punchline to a joke the universe was telling itself, and the joke is that the most powerful person in the world isn't the one who destroys things. It's the one who builds them. Harry sat in the metal chair and looked at the Joker and felt, underneath the complexity and the danger and the moral calculus, something very simple. Connection, human connection. Broken, imperfect, probably unhealthy by any clinical standard, but real, two people who didn't fit into the world they'd been given, sitting in a cell, eating cookies and understanding each other. Thank you, Harry said, for finding me that night. For being the worst possible guardian and the weirdest possible teacher and the most terrifying possible introduction to this world. It shouldn't have worked. It should have destroyed me. But it didn't because, and I'll deny saying this if anyone asks, you gave me the one thing nobody else ever had. What's that? Freedom. You didn't try to control me, didn't try to shape me into what you needed, you just… Harry shrugged. You opened the door and let me walk through it, and the person who walked out the other side is someone I actually want to be. The Joker was quiet. The grin held, the scars made sure of that, but behind it something was happening. Something tectonic and quiet and deeply, irreversibly human. 1 hour, the Joker said softly, once a month. Once a month, I'll be here. I know, Harry stood, left the remaining cookies on the desk. Walked to the cell door where the guard was waiting to escort him out. Harry, the Joker called. He turned back. The Joker was sitting on his cot, bag of cookies in his lap, grinning that impossible grin. But his eyes, for just a moment, for one unguarded, unperformed, utterly sincere moment, his eyes were clear. Same time next month, same time next month. Harry walked out of Arkham Asylum, through the gates, into the thin spring sunlight. He stood on the front steps and looked across the water at Gotham, gleaming and grim and alive, and felt the ley lines humming beneath the earth and the wards singing in the distance and the vast, complex, endlessly surprising web of connections that bound him to this city and its people. He flew home. The Narrows was golden in the late afternoon light. Harry descended slowly, savoring the view, his bridge, his buildings, his streets, all warm and real and his. He landed on the water tower where Harley was already waiting with coffee and a look of studied nonchalance. How was Crazy Jail? She asked. Productive. Did he eat the cookies? Most of them. Good, I helped make those. Mrs. Chen supervised. We had a whole production line going. She handed him a coffee. So what now? Harry looked at the Narrows, at the kids playing in the street, at the bridge carrying commuters home from work, at the community center where yesterday he'd stared down every crime lord in Gotham and lived to tell about it, at the ward network, invisible and humming, protecting 37 blocks of messy, complicated, infinitely precious human life. Now, he said, we keep going. That's it, just keep going. What else is there? The Narrows needs protecting. The wards need maintaining. Crane needs managing. The Joker needs cookies. Mrs. Chen's dishwasher is making a weird noise that I promised to look at. He sipped his coffee. Life, Harley, we live it. She stared at him, then she started laughing. Not the Harley Quinn laugh, the Harleen Quinzel laugh, bright and clear and sane, the laugh of a woman who had walked through hell and come out the other side and discovered, against all odds, that the world was still funny. You know what? She said, bumping his shoulder. That's a pretty good plan. They sat on the water tower and drank their coffee and watched the sun go down over Gotham. The sky turned orange, then purple, then deep blue, and the stars came out, not Harry's stars, not the constellations of the world he'd lost, but stars nonetheless. Beautiful, indifferent, eternal. Maya's voice drifted up from the street below, bright and bossy. Danny, it's my turn. You had 3 turns already. Harry smiled. The wards hummed. The city breathed. The magic pulsed beneath the earth, ancient and deep, and connected to the boy on the tower who had come from another world and chosen this one. Chosen it not because it was easy or safe or kind. Gotham was none of those things, but because it was his. Because the people in it were his. Because the life he'd built, brick by brick, spell by spell, choice by choice, was the first thing he'd ever had that nobody else had given him. Somewhere in Arkham, the Joker ate a cookie and watched the same sunset through a barred window and felt, for the first time in a memory he couldn't trust, something that was almost contentment. Somewhere in East Gotham, Selina Kyle fastened a necklace set with a perfect Burmese ruby and smiled at her reflection and thought about a boy who could turn pens into knives and scrap metal into bridges. Somewhere in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne closed a file labeled Potter Harry J. and opened a new one labeled Warlock, Ally Provisional, and allowed himself, in the privacy of his own cave, the smallest possible smile. Somewhere in the industrial district, Jonathan Crane sat in a makeshift laboratory and stared at a formal letter delivered by Enchanted Paper Crane, because the Warlock apparently had a sense of humor, inviting him to participate in a controlled research partnership studying the intersection of magic and neuroscience, and felt his hands tremble with an excitement that had nothing to do with fear. And on the water tower, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the Warlock of Gotham, the boy who fell through a hole in the sky and landed in a city of madness and chose to stay, leaned back in his hammock and let the night settle around him like a blanket. He didn't dream of Hogwarts anymore. Not because he'd forgotten, he would never forget, could never forget, didn't want to forget, but because his dreaming mind had found new material. He dreamed of the Narrows. Of Maya's laughter and Mrs. Chen's tea and Harley's cinnamon rolls. Of bridges and wards and the soft, warm hum of ley lines flowing beneath his feet. Of a city that was terrible and beautiful and alive, and of himself at its center, not as a hero or a villain or a weapon or a symbol, but as a person, just a person. Standing on a tower, watching the lights, choosing every day to be something good in a place that made goodness difficult. The last thing he saw before sleep took him was the sky, vast, dark, full of unfamiliar stars. And for just a moment in the space between waking and dreaming, he thought he felt something. A warmth. A touch. A presence on the other side of a sealed wall, pressing against the barrier, not trying to break through but just reaching, saying hello, saying goodbye, saying we remember you. Harry smiled in his sleep. The focus ring, dead and dark, caught a stray beam of starlight and held it for a moment, a tiny point of brightness against the void. And in the morning, when the sun rose over Gotham and the Narrows woke and the world began again, Harry Potter was there, on his tower, in his city, home where he belonged.